Net is empty for the Avalanche. Blackwood on the bench. Nature's a shot. They score! Tipped in! There's hope after all! I think it's Brock Nelson in front, along with Landeskog. 2:03 to go in the third period. Landeskog, I think, is going to get his third goal of the series, and the Avalanche are within one with 2 minutes to go in Game 4. The car at the blue line. He's got to get it across center ice. Landeskog can't get it deep. Vegas back with it. They play it off the bench in front of the Avalanche. The car sends it ahead. 2 seconds, 1, and the Avalanche season is done. For the first time since 2008, Colorado is swept in a playoff series. And the Cup favorites have been eliminated. Final score in Game 4 of the Western Conference Final, the Golden Knights 2 and the Avalanche 1.
Yeah, I mean, humility is certainly a word you can use for it. I think that's sports in general. I think you're going to run into that a lot on any given day, on any given year, and especially in the playoffs, right? So, losing sucks, and losing 4 straight is worse, and losing, I think the further you go, the worse it gets for me.
It is truly one of the most shocking and immediate endings to a season I've seen, because it is nothing that anybody would have predicted. And it doesn't matter if you are, I don't care if you are Miss Cleo. I don't care if you're somebody who actually has a crystal ball. If you looked into the crystal ball, you would not have seen that result. And it's a number of different things that were running through my head during the game, and I'll just be honest with you. It's like the team kind of took a cue. And it is funny in the moment how it feels like you can capture whatever your team emotionally is feeling. I'll be honest. It's a playoff game. I'm locked the hell in. That's what the playoffs do. No distractions. Everything has got to be, in its proper place. You're thinking about, hey, during commercial, that's when I'm going to pee. I got to get another drink. I got to do this. I got to do that. You know what I did during that game? And I mean it. I was watching. I was paying attention. But I'm doing crossword puzzles. I was. And it looked like the Avs were playing while doing crossword puzzles. It's not just that you got swept. It's not just that at each step of the way, Vegas found how to steal some sort of momentum, to keep control of the game, to keep the pace of the game. It's not just all that. It's the lack of fight is really, really concerning. You went 25 minutes in that game without a shot on goal. Half the game, essentially. It felt as if the entire final 2 periods, Carter Hart barely had to move. And this isn't a closeout game. And this is where I don't know how you fix this. And if you want to point to coach, fine. You want to point to top players, fine. You want to point to goaltending being outdone, fine. But what I don't know how to fix, and it's amazing that I'm saying this because it's the exact same conversation that we were having with the Nuggets, and it's one of the worst ones. The Avs, through 4 games in this series, and I would argue didn't deserve to win a single one. You've basically lost, let's just call them 4 one-score games. That's what it feels like. You know, you give up empty netters at the end of each of these, but except for last night. But still, it's 4 games where you're right there knocking on the doorstep with a chance to do something. You held a lead in a couple of these games. You had opportunities to snatch it away. And when the minutes and the timing of the game mattered most is when you played at your worst. When it felt like it was gut check time. When it felt like we need to make a play to maybe ice the game, or we need to make a play to prevent Vegas from getting hope, or we need to make a play just to get back into it. You know, the big things that happen in games and its biggest moments where you're expecting your top guys to step up. And nobody did in this series. No one. That one's tough because that's all mental. And I think what we were kind of discussing yesterday sort of came to fruition. It's the ability to fight in adverse situations. And for up until a week and a half ago, you didn't have to face adversity this year. And so when the time came where you had to sort of nut up, nobody did. And that's the weird, no one. And I don't want to say that like everybody played poorly. You can point out guys here and there. Like I thought Landeskog had a decent enough series. But the fact that I could point to about 85% of them and could say all of you played less than the standard necessary to win. All of you played underneath your expectation level. All of you, when the game mattered most, crumbled in the big moments. That's tough. The best player on the ice last night was Mackenzie Blackwood. That's it. But there are numerous examples of dudes last night where, again, I started taking notes and then I just kind of quit. I'm like, what's the point? You know, you felt this from, I would say maybe the Avs. Vegas took it to you from the start of the game. You look like you might have found a little bit of momentum midway through that first period. But anything from second period on was a disaster. I mean, Nazem Kadri couldn't hang on to the puck. Every time it felt like you were going to get an opportunity. You know, there's a moment early in the game. McKinnon wheels around as you're trying to tag up. He wheels around and Cale Makar is blitzing down the boards on the right side. And he looks like he's going to have a wide open lane to the net with nobody in front of him. And McKinnon misses him by about, a foot in front of him. And that eliminates a high scoring chance. Brock Nelson, again, gets a couple of different opportunities in this game right in front of Carter Hart. It's him and Hart. Can you beat him or not? And the answer is no. I don't know what the answer is moving forward here. That felt bigger than like one specific thing. And again, the frustration that comes from a loss like this, in the same position that the Nuggets find themselves, is you don't have a lot of maneuverability. You don't have this, well, if we just go out and make this big free agent signing at this spot in the off, you can't. You can't do it. You were pot committed, and this is not a criticism of what the Avs did. I want my teams to operate in the manner that the Avs have. You're in a championship window. You're the number one team in hockey from start to finish of the regular season. You push your chips to the middle of the table. You say, damn the future. We're going to try and get it now. And so this isn't a criticism, but it is a reality. The reality is you have a whole bunch of guys signed to long-term contracts. And you signed them to long-term contracts with the understanding these are probably going to hurt on the back end because they're going to be older players that aren't worth the money that they're about to make. But we're going to say, damn that for the short-term success that we find ourselves in. And to not have, or more than just not have a championship to show for it, to have the season end like this, like you make it to the conference final, but then I think you get thoroughly mentally beaten. In Vegas is a very, very good team, and I give them credit. They did a great job of not allowing you to really find any consistency offensively. There was always a puck on a stick. There was always a puck that would bounce off one of their skates. There was always somebody in the way of a pass. There was almost always somebody in front of the net when you try and throw one at Carter Hart. Like, all of it. They deserve a ton of credit, and they earned every single one of these wins. This is not taking anything away from Vegas. But when you get beat on the mental aspect of the game, that's tough. Because lesser teams, talent-wise, can beat better teams than them if they can win upstairs. And I didn't ever think that this Avalanche team would get beaten in this kind of manner in that way. And that's what's tough. I mean, that team looked like one that, outside of a few guys, entered that game with bags packed. And we all know the uphill battle and the uphill climb that being down 3-0 would have. But you at least have to see some fight. And when you don't see that, there are larger evaluations to make than just one thing. Again, if Bednar were to be let go in 2 hours, I don't think anybody's going to argue with it. I would still give you the bigger onus of this responsibility is not that you got game planned to death. It's that your top guys didn't show. But somebody's going to have to fall on a sword here. And I don't know how you go about it. Like, the last thing you can do, you can't run it back. That can't happen. Not totally. There's got to be some bigger changes that are made. And if they lost this series, in 7 games and it was competitive, or hell, even like 6 with a couple of bad bounces at the end of games, I think that you can make a strong argument that you were right there on the doorstep and you just got a little bit unlucky, or, Kale was out the first couple of games, and if that doesn't, you could do that. You can't do that now. You can't. But I think you could point to a ton of different guys on this team and just look at them and go, what the hell happened? Where did you go? I mean, Devon Taves couldn't clear the puck from the defensive zone. Sam Malinsky's was a disaster in the series. You had guys like I mentioned before, Naz Kadri in that game couldn't keep possession of the puck. He couldn't get it to somebody. Natchez, 1 goal the entire postseason. After what do you have, 38 during the regular season? Brock Nelson finishes the postseason with 3 points. And out of anybody else on the roster, it felt like he had the most grade A opportunities to turn something into goals. If he converts half of the opportunities that he had, where it felt like it was just a one-on-one, him and Carter Hart, who wins the battle, I think this series looks entirely different. But I can't still, this morning, after sleeping on it, cannot fathom that that's the result that we get. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. A lot more to discuss on this. Stick around. So here's the deal. As we get to the reasons for this series loss, the way that it went down, the fact that it happened in a sweep, all these different details. I gotta say, it's hard, and maybe because it's too raw at the moment. It's hard to look at a specific reason. And I heard a common refrain from a bunch of the guys that were in the locker room after the game and got mics thrown in their face, and they said, well, what happened? Like, what is it that truly went down to lead to this? And a lot of them came up with the same conclusion, and I don't know if you agree with this or not. But I think there's a lot of accuracy to it. It might not be everything, but it's a lot. They said it comes down to like single moments in games. Who gets a bounce, who doesn't, especially at this time of the year. And in the case of this series, executing when opportunities arise is the thing. You know, hockey's a lot more like football in that sense than it is basketball, because basketball, you need to have sort of extended stretches of good offense and good defense if you want to go on runs or whatever. There's not really like singular moments that you capitalize on. It's more of a something that spans minutes. But for example, in football, the reason the Broncos didn't go to the Super Bowl, outside of stuff like, you know, Bo Nix's injury, obviously. But if you're just talking about the game, the AFC Championship game, you know, you get an opportunity where you start a drive on the 33-yard line and you go backwards. That's a moment. You didn't capitalize on it. In the case of the Avs, you're sitting on the doorstep in front of Carter Hart, and look, I'm a big believer in momentum. And we were talking about this the other day. Momentum to me is a synonym or maybe a different word for confidence. Momentum shifts happen in games when you can feel, when we talk about ice tilt and stuff like that, that's what you're saying. It breeds confidence to everybody else that's within your locker room, on your roster, in your rotation, whatever. It does. And Vegas had that. I mean, you saw the shift. And it's like you got opportunities to score. You have opportunities to make things happen. You know, when Vegas goes up 1-0, it was right after McKinnon just misses Kale who was about to enter the zone wide open, and Kale would have had a one-on-one between him and Carter Hart, and he's one of the best players in the world. It's probably going to end up in the back of the net. Instead, it's a little bit out of Kale's reach, maybe hits off the end of his stick as he's got an outstretched arm. Then that leads to what looks like a deep post pattern in football, that sort of lob pass to Mark Stone, who catches it right at the blue line, and now it's a one-on-one between him and Mackenzie Blackwood, and he beats him because that's tough to stop. But it felt like every moment that Vegas had like that, they made things happen. And every moment that you had like that, you missed. You were a tick off here. You couldn't pick the right spot at the net. You missed the net entirely. You throw it into Carter Hart's chest, like all these different things. And it's simple execution. You know, it's funny, after game one, when I wasn't nervous at all, because you know what's funny? The Avs were, outside of the last, 4 periods of this series, we'll say, the Avs were competitive. They were competitive with Vegas with an inability to finish. But finishing is maybe the most important quality. Again, to go back to the Broncos, it was their best quality. It's why they made it as far as they did, was that they finished for the most part until you got to the AFC Championship game. Then you didn't. But it's so hard for me to try and evaluate this whole thing because it was so out of character. The idea that your best players on the roster would disappear when the games mattered most. The idea that your best players, when given opportunities to make game-changing type of plays, can't capitalize. It happened in each game during this 4-game series. And what's the best change for it? I know there's going to be some sort of change. A lot of people want to point to the coach. Okay, fine. I don't feel like that totally addresses the issue, but I don't think you can find an argument when the season ends the way that it does here with how you played in the regular season and given the expectations of what this roster was. I don't think anybody's going to berate anyone for asking that out loud or wanting that change, especially in this sport where they churn through coaches like crazy. But it's about, do your best guys show up or not? And I want you guys to play your own exercise. Go ahead and look at the roster in this series. Go from the guys who are in the forward group to the guys at the blue line to the guys between the pipes. And tell me, what number of players would you say played up to their standards that you would expect in this series? You finish it with 7 goals in 4 games. For a team who scored 9 in game 1 against the Wild. Who, throughout the course of the Minnesota series, scored 9, 5, 1, 5, and 4. Even in the brutal nature in which was the LA series, where it felt like scoring goals was pulling teeth, it was 2, 2, 4, and 5. Putting the puck in the back of the net can't be that big of an issue. I mean, as far as your top guys making plays happen, Gabe Landeskog had nearly half the goals in the series. He had 3 of them. But I'm looking at, Nathan MacKinnon, and I give him credit. He was grinding through his injury yesterday. He actually looked pretty good, like pretty quick. And it's because he's a freak of nature. But MacKinnon came away with no goals in 4 games. Natchez came away with no goals in 4 games. Brock Nelson came away with no goals in 4 games. Val Nichushkin came away with no goals in 3 games. All right, did he have 1? I think 1 backhand. I take that back. I think 1. But Nazem Kadri got 1 goal in these 4 games. You aren't going to win if you don't score. And as much as we thought that goaltending was much improved from this year to previous years, and it was, even in the postseason, like I don't even think I could say that Scott Wedgwood or Mackenzie Blackwood played poorly. I thought they played well. It would also help if you got some sort of support from your offense. But again, if you're going through the list, it's like I thought Nick Waugh had a really good playoff run. I thought Logan O'Connor was a beast. I thought Jack Drury was a beast. I thought Ross Colton played his ass off after not playing the first couple of games against LA. Parker Kelly was a little bit up and down. But bottom line is, those guys all fought and worked their tails off over the course of this series. And it's almost like I don't feel like I saw the same fight out of the top group. I think the top 6 allowed frustration to creep into their game, and that affected their play. So, Bedsy, after the game, talked about sort of, I guess, the overarching theme to the season. What do you feel now that it's sort of wrapped up?
I got a lot of respect for our guys and the season they had. It's not easy to win in this league. It's not easy to, through the regular season and in the playoffs, it can become more and more difficult as you move on. But the closer you get, the more hope you have that you can accomplish it. And then when you don't, it's hard to deal with. It takes time, but I'll say this, like, from day one, our guys gave us everything they got, and they played hard, and I feel like I'll look at this and we'll see how it goes.
So there's more to that answer that we'll get to in a second, but a texter says, how about the power play? I'm just going to be honest. This is how I feel about this. The lack of power play production really all year, but especially in this series, it was far less bothersome than last year. Last year, and here's why. You didn't advance past Dallas last year because special teams-wise, you were crushed. You got bounced last season because your power play was totally impotent. You did not lose this series because of the power play. It didn't help. But if I'm looking at this, the Avs have struggled with the power play for a majority of this season, outside of maybe a good month to month and a half after the Olympic break. They struggled all year with it. If they lost solely because of the power play, it would be easier to identify, and it would be easier just to point to that as, well, if you need to get this fixed again. You lost 5-on-5. That's what's bothering me. You didn't lose in the 2-minute stretches where you couldn't produce a goal with a man advantage. You lost because Vegas kicked your ass when everybody was on the ice. And that is a complete and utter polar opposite of what you thought would happen. The Avs 5-on-5 have kicked the snot out of people. Really over the last couple of years, but especially this year. So you didn't score on the power play? I don't care. It's that. And that's what I'm trying to figure out as to what's going on there. You didn't have guys like Marty Necas as a 100-point guy or Nathan McKinnon putting up Hart Trophy numbers because they ate on the power play. It's because they were better when everybody was on the ice. They were the better team. And in the case of this series, you weren't. That's it. And Texas says, you're right, Brett, but how different does the series look if they're cooking on the power play? Yeah, a lot different. But out of all the things that you're asking for from the Avalanche, you would be asking if the power play was a lot better, then this series would look different. Of course it would. That would have been out of character given the team that we saw all year. I'm asking for the thing that I saw all year. I'm asking for the team that was the best team in the NHL in 5-on-5. Where did that go? Because that's far more concerning. Yes, you need to fix the power play, and you got to go back to the drawing board and do X, Y, and Z. I understand all of that. More than that, you have to figure out why the dominant 5-on-5 team that was here all year completely dissipated in this series. And I do think that Vegas made it tough, like Bednar went on to say that.
We run into a buzzsaw in Vegas. I think they deserve the credit, and it's not a knock on our guys and how hard we played, but they're a well-oiled machine right now, peaking at the right time, and I look at their series, and man to man. They're playing at the top of their game, and it's a very, very good team that we lost to, and we'll have to regroup and reassess and reflect on our season and our series, and go from there.
So, a lot more to get to with this throughout the course of the show today. If you can stomach it, we will have the Eastern Conference Finals Game 4 right here on 92.5 at 6 o'clock today with the Hurricanes and the Canadiens. Carolina with a 2-1 series lead over Montreal. So, if you're still into the hockey or you can stomach listening to that after what happened last night and over the last week and a half, we have Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals right here on 92.5 as we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. So, I want to hear from you guys, by the way. Everything's open for you. 303-504-0925. Go ahead, throw something our way. Call, text, don't care. Because I'm kind of at a loss, and I know my job is to come up with some kick-ass reason that's, I don't know. I have thoughts, nothing concrete, because I am truly mystified how this series went this way, given what we saw the entire year, given what we saw in the first 2 rounds. So 303-504-0925, back after this. It's a decent question from a texter, and maybe, Nelly, this is my poll questions on my Twitter are reserved for stupid things. Maybe this is something you throw on the Altitude SR account on Twitter. Which loss hurt the most? Was it Broncos-Patriots? Was it Nuggets-T-Wolves? Was it Avs-Vegas? And I think Avs is the proper answer. I think if we do put that up there, it's going to be overwhelmingly Avalanche. And the reason is, yes, the Broncos were also knocking on the doorstep. But you felt a seismic change 10 minutes after you won the divisional game against the Bills. I mean, you felt when you saw the news that Bo Nix was going to be out. You thought to yourself, okay, could they still make the Super Bowl and beat the Patriots? They could. But, dude, you're playing a backup quarterback who hasn't played in 2 years, and the one moment he comes in is when you got 2 games left in the season against the best teams left in the NFL. You have some sort of expectation that what happened to you in the AFC Championship game was going to happen. Not to say like the way that you lost, you thought it was going to happen that way. You know, you didn't predict the snowstorm coming in. You didn't predict that Drake May was going to play like dog vomit. But if that game was lost the same way with Bo Nix, then it would have felt similar to this. You didn't have Bo. And so that was easier to stomach in that sense. This one wasn't some team that caught fire out of nowhere. It was from start to finish, you were the best team in the league. You had the best assemblage of talent in the NHL. You had 2 straight playoff series where you looked every bit the part of the team that we saw for months. This series started, and it just felt like the second that one thing went wrong for you, you couldn't gain anything back. Like Logan O'Connor, who, for my money, was the best player in this series, said this after the game. This from Evan Rawal. It happened fast. I think we let games 2 and 3 slip away from us. Super uncharacteristic from our group to give up leads like that, especially in consecutive games. Drifted away from the game plan. They made us pay. They were opportunistic off mistakes. And like I mentioned, I don't think a single guy in this locker room played to the standards we expect. I could not have summarized my thoughts in a more accurate and concise manner than Logan O'Connor just did. I think that quote right there, not only was Logan O'Connor athletically, effort-wise, and competitively the best player on the ice for the Avs through these 4 games against Vegas, he gave the equivalent of his performance on the ice in that quote in assessing what went wrong. Uncharacteristic to give up leads like that, especially in consecutive games. True. Drift away from the game plan. They made us pay. True. They were opportunistic off mistakes. True. And I don't think a single guy in this locker room played to the standards we expect. First thing that I mentioned yesterday before this game even started after game 3. It's so insane that I mentioned this after game 3, in which we all kind of saw the writing on the wall. This series is going to affect me for years. And I mean it. It has shaken the faith I have to believe in what I'm watching. That's what it's done. Or, Nelly, would it be more accurate? A texture might, maybe this is better. What's worse? Was it this series or was it Super Bowl 48? That might be the more accurate question. of a team that you've had ultimate belief in that just collapsed in the moment. That just put together a performance that was so awful and unexpected that it literally blew you away. And let's amend that. Let's do that instead. Avs Vegas series or Super Bowl 48. Which one of those is more shocking? And in fact, let's do this just to start.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
You guys tell me. Go back to the feeling you had, Super Bowl 48, an offense that put up 1 billion points per game, Peyton Manning setting records, 6 touchdowns a night, whatever. Which one of those was a more shocking result? Because I think you could still make a strong argument it was this Avalanche team. At least when you played in Super Bowl 48, you're going against one of the better defenses that the sport's seen in a long time. I mean, say what you want about Seattle, and you might not like them. That Legion of Boom defense was incredible. You were the overwhelming favorite to win the Stanley Cup. People, before game 1 of this series, the conversation was, well, the Avs and Carolina are going to win their series. Do you think Carolina can give them a run in the Stanley Cup final? That's what the analysts nationally were saying. But I think there's a difference between you had a bad game that got away from you, and 4 straight times it feels like you let go of the rope. And that's why I said this after game 3. Let's say this happens. Whatever changes that are made or are not made, I don't know, heading into this offseason. The Avs next year are the President's Trophy winners. They end up the number 1 team in hockey again heading into the postseason. They win 8 of their first 9 games to advance to the Western Conference Final against God knows who. I'm telling you, this series is going to affect me moving forward. If the exact same thing happens next year, I'm going to enter the Western Conference Final saying, I won't dare make a prediction. I can't. Because it has shaken me to my core on believing what my eyes are telling me. I can't trust anything. It felt like I'm in a 30-year marriage with the love of my life, and I found out she's been cheating on me for 10 years. And I'm just, how am I going to trust anybody again? You know what I mean? Thankfully, to my knowledge, that's not happening to me right now. To my knowledge. And wife,
are you sure?
Wife, if you're listening, if that is, just put me out of my misery, okay? I don't need that. I need to be able to trust my eyes in evaluating a sport. And I have never felt like more bamboozled than I am this morning. There's an old Stephen A. clip from years ago. I think he's talking about the Knicks. He goes, we've been bamboozled, led astray, run amok, or whatever that was. Like, that entire thing, I get it now. I know what he was feeling. Now, there's no way it was in the same context of what the Avs have just done.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and flat out deceived.
It does feel that way. But I'll tell you this. That Logan O'Connor quote that I just read to you, I'm going to read that about 100 more times today. Because I think it's the most perfect summation that you're going to find. So you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're supposed to have fun things like giveaways today for Game 5, but that's not happening. Sorry, not my fault. Texture says, Maury, quote, "You are not the father." Yeah, you got one of those. Hit on you. So we'll be discussing this all day. Please, guys, everything's open. Phones, text, whatever. 303-504-0925. Feel free to hit us up. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Net is empty for the Avalanche. Blackwood on the bench. Nature's a shot. They score! Tipped in! There's hope after all! I think it's Brock Nelson in front, along with Landeskog. 2:03 to go in the third period. Landeskog, I think, is going to get his third goal of the series, and the Avalanche are within one with 2 minutes to go in Game 4. The car at the blue line. He's got to get it across center ice. Landeskog can't get it deep. Vegas back with it. They play it off the bench in front of the Avalanche. The car sends it ahead. 2 seconds, 1, and the Avalanche season is done. For the first time since 2008, Colorado is swept in a playoff series. And the Cup favorites have been eliminated. Final score in Game 4 of the Western Conference Final, the Golden Knights 2 and the Avalanche 1.
Yeah, I mean, humility is certainly a word you can use for it. I think that's sports in general. I think you're going to run into that a lot on any given day, on any given year, and especially in the playoffs, right? So, losing sucks, and losing 4 straight is worse, and losing, I think the further you go, the worse it gets for me.
I mentioned this after Game 3. And it applies even more today. I'm very concerned about, with the way this finished, and it looked like the last 2 periods, you just had nothing. I'm concerned now that I have been shaken to my core in my ability to evaluate sports. Because I won't be able to trust anything ever again. I watched this Avs team. And Vic, it's funny, but I'm dead serious. I watched this Avs team from Game 1 of the regular season to 9 games into the postseason and said to myself, I have full faith that not only is this team going to get by Vegas, I think Carolina, who I think is going to go on the other side of the docket, is going to have a whale of a time to try and get through the Avs. And this result has gotten me to the point where, let's say next year, the Avs win the President's Trophy again. They're the number 1 team in hockey. They go through the first 2 series of the playoffs, winning 8 of their first 9 games. I'm going to enter that Game 1 of the Western Conference Final and say, I have no idea what I'm going to see. That's what this series has done to me. It has shaken my ability to evaluate sports.
How do I trust you when you stray?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do now? This team felt in every single aspect, not only Cup contenders, overwhelming Cup favorites, like parade time. To get beaten in this manner in the last 4 periods, going to the third of Game 3 in these first 3, where, Moj, you went 25 minutes, almost half the game, without a shot on goal. A shot for a team who led the league in scoring.
Yeah, it's insane. It doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem right. More will come out in the next several days, I'm sure, when you're doing the recap autopsy of this playoff series, because it's not the whole season. It's this one particular series. More will come out about injuries and about guys who are dealing with. None of that even matters, or none of it's anything right now. I said last night after the game and doing my thing with Johnny Lyles, I said, look, if you told me that if the Avs lost the Western Conference Final, I would have been really disappointed and surprised. Mm-hmm. You know, that, wow, they lost in 7 games to Vegas. Wow, whatever. Mm-hmm. I could never have predicted this.
Nobody could.
I mean, never 4 games, and never the way. Yeah. It's not even that you lost to Vic. It's the way it went down. It's the lack of clutchness. It's the big guns not coming through when you had such wonderful seasons from these guys, and all-time points marks, for Natchez and Nelly's back over 30 goals and all these different kinds of things. Lekanen again. Even though he dealt with injury this year, the regular season was phenomenal. It's just, it's not only is it a bummer, but it's just almost inexplicable. It's hard to even comprehend to put your finger on it.
You could almost tolerate a hard-fought defeat at this juncture of the season, given a couple of the injuries and all that. Whatever. It's not an excuse at all, so don't even try me there. But you could not foretell, and you could not anticipate, and you could not understand falling completely off a cliff.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Well, listen, we got to the point, I'm talking to Lee, after the end of the period, where I go, how long was it? What was your last shot? I asked him. What was the last shot? And then I started counting. They were stuck on 14 forever. And then I started counting, well, how long into the period is it? Yeah, and we're looking at about 25 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You had one shot in that span, one shot
Moj,
to get to 15.
When's the last time they had a streak
bizarre.
like that?
It was just friggin' bizarre. I can't even recall.
When's the last time this
recall.
team with this firepower, this talent, went that long with one shot?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
So,
I don't remember. I'm going to give Vegas a lot of credit, too. They were smothering and stifling. But if you're the Avalanche, you should be able to get through that enough to manufacture something.
Yeah.
They couldn't do it.
Well,
they couldn't do it.
And here's the thing. Like, if you played this series, this 7-game series, 99 more times, I don't think you'd get this result again. I really don't. I think this is the only time that Vegas would sweep you. It's the only one. But I was talking about this earlier in the appetizer, and then as I'm doing it, I stumbled across this quote from Logan O'Connor. And I think Logan O'Connor, who was arguably the best player consistently in this series, like as far as a consistent presence, hustle, effort.
And I also have an idea about that, but keep going. I'm going to explain to you on the backside.
I think not only was Logan O'Connor the most consistently good player who gave consistent effort, toughness, all of it. He gave you, I think, the best response from anybody in the Avs organization after the game was done. Mm-hmm. He was just asked, what went wrong? Here's what he said. And in the span of 4 sentences, I think he nailed it. It happened fast. I think we let games 2 and 3 slip away from us. Super uncharacteristic from our group to give up leads like that, especially in consecutive games. Then we drifted away from the game plan. They made us pay. They were opportunistic off mistakes. And like I mentioned, I don't think a single guy in this locker room played to the standard we expect. I think all of the stuff that you're looking for is right there in that quote. Vegas was opportunistic when you weren't. When Brock Nelson
and
again.
That's what they do.
And Brock Nelson again last night, Moj. He's wide open. It's just him and Carter Hart. Can't beat him. Vegas,
how many of
they
those
get
did
the
he
lob
have
pass,
in this series?
They get the lob pass to Mark Stone. He's got a one-on-one with Blackwood. He makes them pay. Every single guy in the locker room didn't play to the standards we expect. McKinnon, no goals in 4 games. Natchez, no goals in 4 games. Nichushkin, no goals in 3 games. Go down the list. Kadri couldn't hold on to the puck last night. Like, it's everything.
I'm starting, though, Brett, I'm starting to put pieces together. And I'm starting to fill in the slices of your pie. I don't disagree with you about Logan O'Connor at all. But then I thought to myself, well, why? Well, I mean, he missed 65 games in the regular season. He's only played about 9 or 13. He's only played about 25 games this year.
Moj.
Period.
Moj.
Hey, hang on, Brett, hang on a second.
Guys on Vegas played a whole bunch of games.
I understand, but I'm talking about collectively the Avs as a unit, okay? Did the King series take physically more out of them than we realized at the time? I'm trying to. I'm putting
you
my
could
piece.
try.
They got
You
done.
could try
They
this.
got done with
Okay.
that series in
They
4
won
games.
in 4 games. No. Nope.
Okay.
Sorry,
so then
Moser, I love you, and I know what you're trying to do. You're just trying to find answers that perhaps there are no answers. That no.
Well, I mean, the flip side would be this then, Vic. You're okay. The flip side would be this: that you got a team that set records, had the best first half of a regular season in the history of the game, was 8-1 in the postseason, and they all just quit and laid down. Now, do you believe that? You think all these former Stanley Cup champions just quit and laid down, led by Gabe Landeskog? What is it?
I'm just telling you. Here's what I saw, and one of the texters noted this, and I want to thank you because before Game 4, I made mention of top players not performing and goalies. It has nothing to do with goalies. They switched goalies, and Blackwood was fantastic last night.
He was
fantastic. It has nothing to do with goalies. I retract that statement on the record. Steve Nelson, judge and jury of this court, please retract my statement about goalies. Instead of goalies, it is the a lesser than team defense than what Vegas had. That's what it is. Their team
You can write this down.
defense,
Hell, record this.
not nearly as strong as the Vegas defense. Now, there's firepower on that defense. We've seen it. But in the playoffs, for whatever reason, the team defense just wasn't there. Not in this series. Not in this series.
Not in this series. No. And outside of giving up 6 goals in Game 1 to Minnesota, the Kings series it certainly was, but the Kings also didn't try.
They didn't actually have an
to
offense.
score a whole lot. Yeah. You're right, Vic, but I refuse to believe overall that through 9 games of the postseason, all of a sudden the coach got dumb, players quit, players didn't want it, players weren't good enough. You know what I mean? They just said screw it. You know, lazy, dumb, idiot. That's not it either. Okay,
But Moser,
I know people are pissed this morning. But that ain't it either. So there's a number of things I'm sure that are working in conjunction with each other to have the result you had.
I think it might be that though.
Yeah, I mean,
I do. I don't know what else it could be. Like the easiest thing I can point to, this is not quit necessarily, but I think you were mentally outdone.
That's the point. That's such a great point, Brent. They didn't physically quit. They scored with 2 minutes to play, right? They kept going. They were physically into the game. But I think upstairs, the series is over after Game 2.
Yeah, I just, I'm a big body language guy, and you can tell in body language when there's slumped shoulders or there's those big exhales looking up at the sky. There's a lot of that going on, and that doesn't breed, it doesn't instill confidence. That is somebody who's laboring.
Brett.
No, totally.
Brett. The similarities are so striking
I know.
between the Nuggets and the Avs.
Yep.
The Avs just happened to do it 2 series later.
So, Vic, the day that you missed...
I just can't fathom that.
The day that you missed a couple of days ago, I told Nelly, I don't need to do the show. Take the show from the Nuggets T-Wolves series, replace the names Timberwolves with Golden Knights, and replace Nuggets with Avalanche, and we're talking about the same thing. It really did happen 2 series later. I think they got beat upstairs more than anything else.
It's the same feeling you have as a fan walking away, too. I mean... It really is. For me, it is. And I know that the Avs had Stanley Cup. I always had a doubt that the Nuggets would win the NBA championship because they had San Antonio and OKC still in their way, right? I always had that lingering doubt. So remove that doubt from the Avs. I felt there was no doubt they should be Stanley Cup champions. But the way they face planted was the exact same.
Well, and I got a comparison I want to make because I want to see if there's a similar feeling this morning to something that happened close to a decade ago. We'll get to it in just a second. We'll take calls, so keep them lined up. 303-504-0925 back after this.
Yeah, I don't know. Takes a little bit of time to do that, I think. You know, I can't really answer that right now, but I think that takes a little bit of time, a little reflection. Yeah.
Terse post-game press conference from Jared Bednar yesterday. We'll get more audio from him in a second, but let me ask. I wasn't here for this, but I'm trying to imagine the absolute shock that we're all feeling this morning from a team that was seen as the best team in hockey the entire year, the one that overwhelmingly was the favorites to not just make the Stanley Cup final, but to win the Stanley Cup. To end in the Western Conference final in a 4-game sweep is just, to me, it's an unfathomable result. And let me ask you something, Vic, and I think this will be at least a decent comparison. The shock that you feel this morning, is it worse / more surprising than when the Broncos went into Super Bowl 48? One of the best offenses the sport's ever seen, ultimate confidence with their ability to score.
No, this is different because the Avs already proved they can win a cup. The Avs already played at the championship level. The Avs, this core, this version, already climbed the mountaintop. We knew they could do it. We saw them do it. That Broncos team had never done it.
True. Now, the Avs it's been a few years since they've been there, but I understand your point. I think the biggest difference here is
not the same, guys. I mean, I will debate that topic. When the Broncos were climbing, you have to understand, in Denver, all we knew was disappointment. They got to Super Bowls and lost Super Bowls. 4 of them. And it's all we knew. Oh, boy, here we go again. Great team, lost to Jacksonville at home. It sucked. But all we knew was disappointment at the highest level until they did it. This team did it. So you expected it. But especially this year. Even
Super Bowl 48, though, the first play of the game is a snap over the head for a safety, and then everything goes downhill from there. I would agree with you. I think the Avs is worse, and Moser will give you a chance to respond in a second. But for me, the biggest difference between Super Bowl 48 and that sort of collapse, when you had that offense that was scoring 7 touchdowns a game and Peyton Manning setting records and all of that, the biggest difference is that's a bad game. And sometimes you get got with a bad game. It's been 4 straight. And it's not that the Avs have played terrible over the course of 4 games. Like, this is going to sound so insane to say, but it's true. The Avs were competitive in this series, but it didn't feel like they were competitive when the game mattered most. And that's the big problem. When it came to crunch time, somebody's got to make a play to put you on top. You had nothing in the tank in 4 straight games in that department.
Yeah, that's true. You also, I mentioned this, I don't know what day this is anymore. But when this team faced that punch by Vegas, that counter punch, they eventually got out of it. They eventually they eventually gathered themselves, and they were themselves. Talking to McCarr last night, and he said, we played our game a lot of this series. We were playing our game. It's just, it's just not going in. But when they did get punched at times, guys, the disconnect was between here and here on the guys, okay? Here and here. And it eventually got back to here, good, but it was that disconnect that allowed Vegas to capitalize, and boom. And again, I go back to the margins in a Western Conference final. They're incredibly slim with 2 really good teams, and a team as good as the Avalanche. They didn't get blown out on anything, ever. Nothing.
Well,
it's just outside. It's outside the empty netters, dude. They're a goal. There's a goal behind.
So
that's it. Let
me give you an example, and we'll get to the phones in just a second. We get these things stacked up, so we'll get there in a second. But to your point, Moj, I'll give you an exact moment that I think sort of is a microcosm of this series overall. In the first period, Vegas is sort of buzzing around. They came out of the gates, and they were looking to try and throw one on you and close the door immediately. And then the Avs grab a little bit of momentum. And here's an example. of, you said this earlier in the series, Moser, that everything just felt like a tick off. Like you just couldn't quite find the right rhythm. The Avs have to tag up. McKinnon's got the puck on his stick. He wheels outside the blue line. He turns back around, and he sees Cale Makar on the right board streaking down. If he hits him with a pass, it's going to be Cale Makar and Carter Hart one-on-one who's going to win the battle, right? And I'll take the odds on Makar winning that one if he's all alone in front of the net. And what happens? It's just a touch too far, kind of goes off the end of Makar's stick, bounces around the zone. Vegas gets the puck, wheels, throws a 50-yard post route straight in the air to Mark Stone, and instead of Makar having a one-on-one with Carter Hart, it's Mark Stone having a one-on-one with Mackenzie Blackwood, and the game shifts.
Let's go down to odds. This is where this is what keeps me up at night. This is where last night I just came back to the room, and I sat here. I'm watching NHL Network, and I'm making myself eat the highlights and the discussion. Making myself eat it, Vic. Just
That's
eat
the
it.
worst feeling.
Eat it.
Yeah.
I'm just making myself
Just sit
eat it
there
and gut it out.
You're spoon-fed.
If you had to present odds on which pass would execute and have the chance, it would be McKinnon to Makar streaking down the boards, and not Braden freaking McNabb throwing a 70-foot lob pass to Iron Feet Mark Stone. It's like, I mean,
It was a beautiful. I mean, you got to admit though,
dude,
what
it
execution from Vegas on that for perfect pass, Stone to catch it, sort of over the top Willie Mays style, throw it out in front of him.
God,
It was an amazing play.
Because what you would expect, it would be Makar to McKinnon on that pass that executes, or vice versa, as opposed, and then it would be the McNabb to Stone that would miss.
Right.
And then it's back the other way. It's
What a
just,
playoff
it's
riser
hysterical.
Mark Stone is. What a playoff riser.
It pains
as much
me.
as
Pains
listen,
me to
we
say
know
it.
we know what we think of Mark. This is not a personal attack, so nobody get this confused.
It's just a face.
Funny
His
game.
face.
It's his face. It's just his face. But what a playoff riser.
All right, we got people waiting on the phone, so let's get to them. We'll start off with Marie first. Hi, Marie.
Hi, guys. I first of all want to tell you thank you so much for all you did through the season.
Thank you.
I don't get paid enough to try and figure out what happened, but what I really hate is all this bashing. I don't understand. We're supposed to be Avalanche fans. And a lot of us on Twitch, we are Avalanche fans through and through. And there is no need or place for this bashing that's been going on. Last night in BTP was ridiculous. And that's all. I love you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Marie. I think that, look, you're emotional. I reserve days like this. If you want to be irrationally angry, I think that's totally okay. It is. Given expectations of where this team was, I mean, there's a bunch of things that you can bash in this. I don't think anybody would be out of bounds, I suppose, to really go hard in the paint, let's say, on the disappointment of how this game finished. Now let's go to Gregory next. Hi, Gregory.
How you doing?
Good, brother. What's going on?
Well, Greg, I'm sucking right now in Vegas. Okay, I didn't sleep last night. I can't believe what I saw. That's how I'm doing. I'm going to be bluntly honest with you. Go ahead, Greg.
You and me both, pal.
Go ahead,
I
Greg.
mean, I go back to the Nornique times. I was a big Quebec fan. But to me, we're just not physical enough. They do it. Vegas is more of a physical team than what we are. The only fighter we have on the team is Manson. And he didn't even show up.
Yeah.
I'm not bashing him.
Well,
I love my Avs, and like I said, I have since they were in Quebec. But something's got to change.
All right, thanks for the call, Gregory.
Listen, he had 7 hits last night, so he's just a piece of the puzzle. I mean, he's one of the cogs, you know. I mean, he's just part of it. I could go down to all these different guys, and I can point Marty Natchez. You know, without a goal, Nate and Marty, neither one had a goal in this series, which is I think this is the first series in postseason history for McKinnon that he didn't have a goal in that series at all. In the period, end of story. It's just that, again, so many things were just a little off at times. I don't think there's any one reason. I don't think it's not the total lack of physicality. I mean, when I go back and I look at the Vegas and the Ducks in Vegas and the Mammoth, those weren't pillow fight series, but they certainly weren't brawls. They weren't everybody's blowing everybody up, and that's just the Vegas way or anything like that. It's just, I don't know, guys. I don't know. And I've gone through to try to look and find answers the best I can. I've talked to some very smart people. Vic, I talked to Johnny Lyles a lot last night. This is a guy who was in 2 sweeps on the wrong side. And even he was like, God, maybe do they got to get a little bit grittier here? And this and that. I mean, this is the big time autopsy, and hopefully you're able to take it apart and find out exactly what went wrong and be detailed on it and have a game plan going forward. But right now it just stings.
I like these calls. I like hearing from other people. Frankly, I'm sick of hearing from us. Do we have more?
Dave is next. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, guys. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. First, Vic, condolences to you and your family. Thank you for giving us a little insight to your family. You seemed like a wonderful man and a wonderful family, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Second of all, I mean, it has to fall on Bednar. I mean, it has to be with that talent to only get 1 cup in this stretch run that they've had. If all this talent that they've had, it has to be him. And if anybody questions why it has to be him, all they have to do is look at Vegas. They thought that they were going to win a cup with their previous coach, and they got rid of him. And now I think they're going to win the cup. I mean, what they did to us, there was nothing that Colorado did that counteracted what they were doing, and that has to fall completely on Bednar. And I like the guy, and I'm sorry that I'm saying that, but at this point, there's nothing else that can be done. Jim, the front office gave him the roster flexibility, and it has to fall on him. And I hate to say that, but that's just the way it's got to crumble.
Thanks,
I'm
Dave.
not going to quibble with you, and I know there's going to be a lot of people with that same mindset. You're just not going to hear that from me. I don't know about these other two. I think the same. I'm just not going to do it. I'm too close to the situation, and I'll admit as much. He's a friend, and I'm not going to put him as – I mean, could it be the reason? Could he be the fall guy? Sure. And I think he would understand it. He would also have a job faster than me finishing this sentence. At the same time, I'm not here to push that agenda, and I won't. And frankly, I don't care what anybody thinks about that.
Look, I think when it comes down to disappointing finishes like this, everything's going to be on the table, and everything is a fair discussion. Now, I'd tell you this. To point at John Tortorella as the reason why a move like this should be made, you could point also to Pete DeBoer in the opposite happened. That team didn't get better when they hired him later in the year. There's plenty of teams, Moj. Think about how many coaches that Edmonton or Toronto or you pick talented team that fell short went through without an improved result.
You make a great point because everybody points to Vegas rotating coaches. Just because Vegas rotates coaches as readily as they do, and it seems to work, doesn't mean it always works for other franchises.
well, and all I'm saying is the easier thing to, well, easier is the wrong word because the easy thing that people do is just point to the coach and say that's the problem. I look at things like, why would Marty Necas, who's a 100-point guy, have 1 goal through 13 games in the postseason? How is a different coach going to help Brock Nelson find the back of the net when he was, how many times would you count, Moj, in this series? 4 or 5 times? It's him and Carter Hart right in front of each other?
You had 5 fingers in your hand, so a handful in there somewhere, 4 or 5, right around there, yeah.
I don't think a coach changes that stuff. I think
he's around the net, Brett. Either he's got a break, he's got a rush in, or he's around the net with the deflection with the whatever, and it finds the back of Carter Hart's glove.
But I tell you this, I don't think that anybody, if we got to the point, if news came down an hour from now that Bednar was let go, would any of us be shocked by it or surprised? No. I mean, this is what comes with the territory. When you have a team that has high expectations, somebody's got to fall on the sword. And in the case of the Avs, it's a weird situation they find themselves in. And the reason why is because they don't really have the ability to change all that much, at least on the surface. You traded away a lot of draft picks to try and acquire talent to be on this roster. The talent you do have on the roster, a lot of them are signed long-term. A lot of them are signed long-term as aging players, knowing you're going to take a little bit of a beating on the back end of those contracts for the short-term success that you hope for. It's a weird spot. Now, I don't think anybody on the show is going to be advocating for Bednar to go.
Well, listen.
But just to finish this, I understand where all of these questions and why people would say that. I wouldn't berate anybody for saying it out loud because this is sort of the go-to in sports. My whole thing is when you get a 4-game series where you get swept and I point to your entire top 6 outside of maybe Game Landeskog and say, who played well? And your answer is nobody. What do you do with that?
I totally recognize and appreciate Vegas's approach to this whole thing. That's a ruthless organization there. Downright ruthless, okay? Perhaps if this were Vegas, Jared would have been let go after 21.
Sure.
Right? But then you don't win a cup in 22 maybe.
Yeah.
So they handle things differently. They do. Doesn't make it right. They have more
No offense.
They have more playoff wins than the Avs over that stretch. But guess what? Both franchises, the cores of these teams, they have the same amount of cups.
Yeah, Vic, again, we go to Torts, and I'm going to give him credit. Whatever message he brought has worked with this particular group for them, okay? But you can't just tell me it's a magic elixir for every team. I mean, it's every situation is unique and different. Here, and God bless Torts. He won a cup with the Tampa Bay Lightning in 2004. This is 2026. You want to know what he's done since then with teams? I'm talking with Tampa, the Rangers, Vancouver for that tiny period of time, Columbus, and Philadelphia. Here's what he's done, and then we'll get the break. Brett, you ready? Won in 2004. Next year, lost in quarterfinals, missed playoff, lost in quarterfinals, missed playoffs, lost in conference final. Lost in quarterfinals, lost in conference final, lost in semifinal, missed, lost first round, lost second round, lost first round. I mean, and then in Philly, missed, fired. Okay, so what magic elixir did the great John Tortorella bring into the Vegas Golden Knights to have them go 18-4-1 under his stewardship since he took over? And would that have worked with the Avalanche too?
Some things are unexplainable, man.
But people don't want to hear that today, Vic.
Yeah,
I say
know.
that, but people don't want to hear it. They say, "Go stuff copium up your tailpipe." Woj. Well,
that's modern sports talk, though. I mean, modern sports talk is pithy responses.
Well, I know, but I'm just
anger, and that's fine. That's fine. Everybody deals with it differently. Hell, we got people in our own little family here, Twitch and YouTube, all the people deal with this kind of stuff so differently. Some people go into rage. Some people want to fire everybody. Some people play the role of cheerleader. Everything's fine. And everybody has a different feeling. And that's okay, man. That's the beauty of sports talk. It's okay. It's not real. Guys, this isn't real.
But the complicated nature of this is evidence to the fact that you really all the top 9, all but 1 or 2 top 9 had the kind of series they had. Why? There's not one thing you could say. You know what? This is exactly why in these 4 tight games in this series, you lost every one of them. There's no single answer, bros. There isn't.
Your answer. I heard them talking to Mark Stone after the game, and this was right after the game got done. They did the handshake line. And it was Emily Kaplan talking to Stone, and she asked him, "What did Tortorella bring to this team?" He didn't say that we picked up an entirely new scheme and he game planned the hell out of it. You know what he said? It's that intangible stuff. It's, he brought energy, or he did. That's not being out-schemed over the course of 4 games. Now, a lot more to talk about with this.
They found a vibe. They were already a good team that was underachieving and screwing off. I mean, they hadn't beaten a playoff team in months. They were already a good team that needed a little bit different guidance, and they found a vibe, and they're on that vibe right now.
If this organization sees fit and needs to make Jared Bednar the fall guy, he will have a job before the next commercial break. I don't doubt that one bit. I'm just not going to advocate for that.
Yeah.
I won't do it.
So 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to here. Stick around. This is Brett Kane. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest. So don't wait for the what-if moment. Switch to the only book that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting props is in your playbook, well, it might be points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks. Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing. But Fanatics, they flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. It's fair play, and it keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Again, it is a shocking sort of reaction this morning that this is the result you got given a wealth of evidence throughout the regular season that would have told you the opposite of this. There is one thing that some people are bringing up about power play being unproductive, and I would agree. Like, that's been pretty disappointing virtually all year. Can I tell you why it's not bothering me too much this morning? Last year, Moj, I think you could have pointed to the Dallas series and said the reason you lost that series is because special teams wasn't good enough. And that became a gigantic issue. And is it disappointing that it didn't get any better this year? Yeah. But the reason why I'm not freaking about the power play,
I mean, it did get better. It did get better, but this series was tough. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It was better for the last month and a half-ish until the postseason rolled around. Like, it wasn't great against LA either. But the whole point of this is I'm not obsessing over the power play out of all the other things we could discuss this morning, because the power play not being effective was not out of character from what I witnessed this year. That would have been on par. What is out of character is you got beat up 5-on-5. That's what's bothering me. You were the best team, even strength, in hockey the entire season. And in this series, Vegas
by a lot.
Vegas
By a
was
lot.
much better than you in that category. That's what's bothering me.
It's not bothering. It's baffling.
Baffling, yes.
It's baffling that they could fall off that cliff so readily, so quickly, an area that they dominated all season. The inability to keep possession was baffling in this series, right? How many times did we see it? The Avs get the puck in the zone, and it's out in mere seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vic, it's the... I mean, yeah, you didn't win this battle. You didn't win that battle. It just became habit over the course of this particular series where you just couldn't get any... They're forcing you to dump it. They're taking away the middle of the ice. They're forcing you to dump it in, carry it down the boards. You lose it. It's right back the other way. There was just... That jam was not there. That consistent jam and consistent threat. No fear. I mean, in the time that you did convert, you have a 3-0 lead. Vegas has a fit after the first period. They come on out, pot a power play goal, and then they got all the mojo back in the span of 20 seconds. 20 seconds, they got it. Everything that they had lost in that first period of Game 3, they got it all back. Why is that? Why'd you allow them to have that back?
Well, that's what Logan O'Connor...
How did they get it back?
That's
Moser,
what
are you
Logan...
with the team today? Do you fly back with the team?
No, the team is leaving but way before I am.
Okay.
Because I need to do this program.
Oh, you act like it's... Oh, sorry. Sorry to put you out. Our bad. Everybody, can everybody just send Moser give him a pat on the back for working this morning? Our bad.
I'm very
Sorry.
important.
I will. Look, I'm a regular folk. I will remind you that coming back from Minnesota, because I did the same thing, the girl in my row took her shoes off and stuffed her feet into the seat back pocket in front of her.
It's what you get for taking your shoes off in our studio. I mean, we've already talked about this.
You know what I hope today? I hope I get on that airplane, and I hope there's a baby in my aisle and it barfs on me.
Good.
That'd be just a fitting friggin' end to this friggin' series.
Let's get to another call here. Dean's been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Dean.
Guys, I was first wanting to jump all over beds, but I guess I've been thinking about it, and you guys have me going another direction. I mean, Chris McFarland's put this team together. How much of the problem is he?
What's funny?
We talked about the team when it was put together, and we thought it was the greatest roster. I mean, it's the same thing with the Nuggets, right? I guess it's in the eye of the beholder. When the team is assembled, is this caller still on? I'm sorry.
No, he dropped already.
Okay. Because what I want to ask is, when the team was assembled at the trade deadline, when it was finalized and polished up, what did you think about the roster then? What did you think about the roster leading into this Western Conference Final? What did everybody think of the roster? Everybody said the same thing. It's a wagon.
I'm begging people, begging. On my hands and knees, begging. Do not pretend what you felt and thought from weeks ago does not apply to right now. For example, when I talk about the Russell Wilson trade and I tell you, I'm not going to hold that against George Paton because I would have done the same thing. It's in the respect of fairness. I'm going to tell you what I think of Chris McFarland. I think that man did everything humanly possible to put a Stanley Cup team on the ice. And I think I want every team to operate in the manner that Chris McFarland did. Damn the future, get rid of the assets, sign guys to long-term deals, knowing you're going to take a little bit of a punishment on the back end of it because we're trying to win a cup now. The way that he operated is exactly how I want my GM to operate. Push my chips to the middle of the table, get me a title now, damn the future. I'm not going to hold that against him just because it didn't work. I want my guy to take hacks. And you know what? If you end up swinging and missing and walking back to the dugout, so be it. Take the swing.
But they've hit on so much. Dean, when you look at this roster and stuff for Chris McFarland, today's Wednesday. Until last Wednesday, it's freaking great.
Yeah.
Until last Wednesday, it was friggin' awesome. Would you do the Kulak trade again?
Sure. I would do everything he did.
Yeah. Well, would you try to go get Kadri again?
Yeah, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we threw a mini parade when they acquired Kadri.
Would you go and acquire a former Stanley Cup champion in Nicholas Waugh for what you gave up?
That would work. Sure. Yeah.
I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. Again, we're all wanting to cast the blame on this, that. It's the margins are just so thin. It's inexplicable. It is to not pull a game out of this series at all. It seems almost impossible. When I sent you guys the numbers, the analytical data, right? And analytics aren't everything, but they can be helpful. Well, for my argument's sake, when you look at the analytics, even 5-on-5 and ozone possession time, and all these different things, dude, the Avs in this series, they led almost every category. They led so many different categories except the friggin' scoreboard, which is insane, bro. Brett, you're right. You could play this 99 more times, and I'm telling you, the series is not going to look like it did. And the one we just experienced and went through. It's inexplicable. And somebody says, a 4-0 series sweep is not a thin margin. I'm going to keep my cool today. Yeah, it is. You're on the wrong side of a thin margin every friggin' game. That's where you
calls. I like these calls. How many more calls? I'll go full calls today if you guys want.
I mean, we got a billion of them. Look, we're going to mix these in as we go along.
I want more calls than I want you.
Well, you're going to get me.
Why don't you give out your private cell phone number and go in your bathroom and play tickle fight with yourself and let Dean and everybody else call you.
But we never take this many calls. It's always us just blabbing back and forth and you going on these tangents. I want to hear from fans. I love this stuff.
We're going to do more. Trust me, we are. I do want to mix in a text, though, that says, for 5 straight years, physicality has beaten speed. And he said that is what's on McFarland. I would argue to you, you brought in Brent Burns. You brought in Brett Kulak. You brought in Nick Waugh. Those are big physical guys. But you still have to keep to your style, which is speed. Sometimes when things like this happen, and I'm with you, Moj, despite a sweep, and this is going to sound stupid to say out loud because somebody's just going to point to the scoreboard, and I'm like, okay, fine, I get it. It really did feel like if you got something in a big moment, forget the game, the series could shift. If Brock Nelson puts 2, 3 of his prime opportunities he's had in this series in the back of the net, I think that changes a lot. If you go back to game 1, Logan O'Connor doesn't ring that off the post, I think that changes a lot of stuff. but it was the Avs' inability to snatch momentum back in their favor and then hold it.
Yeah.
It felt like any time Vegas had a chance to capitalize on something, they did, and then mentally you'd go into a shell. And that just is so uncharacteristic of the team that I watched all year. The team that was down 3-0 against Minnesota. The team that had a 3-0 lead in game 1 against Minnesota and gave that up only to snatch it right back. It was such a bizarre watch from what we've witnessed through, months of Avs hockey. So 303-504-0925. Get to more of your calls as we go along. Stick around.
You know, we were just talking about it earlier on the program. Everybody's going to get older. It's an inevitability. It's called being a human being. But just because you are getting a little bit older, guys, doesn't mean you have to feel like that. Is this you? Sleep off, weight won't budge, mind feels foggy. Maybe your sex drive's not what it used to be. Switch things up and get a hold of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They are experts in treating men's sexual health conditions and beyond. Successfully treated many men for low T for years. Like me, I didn't even know it. I had a physical. Doc says, yeah, you're getting up there a little bit. I said, well, I'm going to do something about it, and I did. Don't be older, take control, be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better everywhere, and be confident in every part of your life. And right now, they've got the new advanced medical strategies to go along with it, featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more, and it works. Super duper good. So don't wait. Most men wait a year or longer. That's silly. 5 locations here in Colorado to take care of you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. There's one by you. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
we run into a buzzsaw in Vegas. I think they deserve the credit, and it's not a knock on our guys and how hard we played, but they're a well-oiled machine right now, peaking at the right time. And I look at their series and man-to-man, they're playing at the top of their game, and it's a very, very good team that we lost to, and we'll have to regroup and reassess and reflect on our season and our series and go from there.
It's Bedsy after the game. If you guys missed it, this is how Torts exited his press conference after the game.
Get off Bedsy's ass.
Well, coaching fraternity having his guys back, I suppose, on the way out, and we don't know what's going to happen here. You expect something. Something's going to happen. I don't know what that is.
Or nothing.
I would expect something.
Or nothing.
No, it doesn't mean it happens in the next 24 hours, but, I mean, if they, let's just say hypothetically, if they ran everything back, what's your response?
I have to take a couple more hours outside of this radio show to look at this roster. Like, the unrestricted free agents on this roster, the one guy that I would want back is Kulak, right? I think everybody else is whatever. And Moser, would you agree with me on that? Kulak is the one guy that I say, okay, make room for him. The other guys, as much as I hate to say it,
super steady Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
super steady Eddie is what he is, yeah.
Now, if you want to make changes, we had this conversation about the Nuggets as well. If you want to make changes, I think you got to start with the core, not the periphery. That's me.
Here's your UFAs going into this year, and Moser, let me know if I'm missing anybody. From what I see, it's Burns, Kulak, Kiviranta, and Blankenberg.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Yep.
Kulak. That's it. That's it. I mean, hey, man.
Burnsy's going to turn 42 next year. I'm sure he wants to play because he wants to set the record. He's also, still an effective guy at times. For what he does, he's not 27 anymore.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, look, it's about the core. Again, I go back, and fans don't want to hear this. I go back to the 96 team to the 2001 team, and your core stayed, right?
Mm-hmm. You had Sakic, Forsberg, Waugh, Foote.
And exactly right. And then you added in, you added in a Ray Bork. You added in a Rob Blake, right? Mm-hmm. And these are pretty two gigantic friggin' ads. But your heart and soul guys also left. Absolutely. Alex Tanguay.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Kane was gone. Scott Young was gone. Chris Simon was gone.
Adam Deadmarsh
these were
was
guys. Deader was gone. These were backbone guys for this organization. These were heart and soul kind of guys for this organization. But you kept your core, and it took 5 friggin' years. And Pierre Lacroix, the late, great Pierre Lacroix, I'm sure was pulling his hair out, but they did get back there. They got back 5 years later and won again. And it's not.
That's how hard it is.
Yeah, Vic, I know people don't want to hear that this morning.
But they don't want to hear it. That was before, and that team was assembled, Brett, before the salary cap existed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could spend whatever you wanted back then.
Yeah, and teams did, and there were some powerhouses. I mean, Dallas was a powerhouse. Brett, it's also the fans don't want to hear that. I look at Vegas right now, and it's a very good team that fired their coach, at the end of the regular season. But they've also caught lightning in a bottle, and that's like Stone was saying to what's her face. That's that esoteric thing that you can't put your finger. You can't say, oh yeah, that's why'd you catch lightning? Well, because of this and this. It's just like no, it just sort of beams in from outer space, right? And that's how these things work. And you can have a great team and still find yourself on the wrong end. And I said this. I was talking to my buddy who's a Buffalo fan. And this is after Buffalo lost in their series to Montreal. I'm like, and Stanley Cup playoff hockey is just so friggin' brutal. It can just be so brutal to a human being because you can be the better team. You can have the better analytics. You can be this and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't mean squat. It's all scoreboard. Doesn't mean squat, dude.
One thing I've learned about the NHL over these years, it's the one sport where this rings true. The one sport where this happens all the time. A hot team beats a great team. happens all the time. More so than on any other sport I've seen. A hot team,
I agree.
and that hot team can have a hot goalie, can have whatever. Hot beats great. More than any other sport.
Brendan has been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Brendan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. Go ahead.
Hey, so this is a tough feeling. First of all, I just want to say thank you to you guys for being there for us this year. Been a long-time listener. It's always good to listen in and kind of get a little bit of ease after these nights. I honestly think this is something that you can't really just sleep on one night and figure out what's going on. I mean, we've said it multiple times. If Bedsy gets fired, he is going to get hired at another spot instantly. And were we not saying weeks ago, if not like the last few years, that this dude needs to win the Jack Adams? I mean, what happened with that?
You know, it's funny. Go on, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I was going to say, I mean, additionally with CMAC, too, I mean, the dude is literally nominated for GM of the year. Another instance where we're saying, dude, this guy is the best general manager in the freaking league. Why is it suddenly we need to start pointing guns at him? I mean, people are saying, as far as coaching goes, that David Carl, the head coach of the DU Pioneers, would be good. Guys, let's reassess this one again, too. David Carl is 34 years old. There are players on the team that are the same age, if not older, than this guy, and he's never coached in the NHL before. An NCAA schedule and NHL schedule are two completely different things. We talk about blowing up the core. Who is the team going to trade next? Guys, we already tried that. We traded Mikko Rantanen last year. We literally blew up the core. It's something that I don't think you can just sleep on one night and have this type of decision. This is something that the guys need to eat. This is something that they need to feel over the next couple weeks. I'm glad you guys just played what Torch said about Bednar, too. Get off Bedsy's ass. I mean, seriously, the dude should be nominated for Jack Adams this year.
Torch is
shocking to me that everybody's just throwing that out the door.
Yeah, thank you, Brennan.
Torch is going someplace he hasn't gone in 22 years. He's going to a Stanley Cup final.
Mm-hmm.
He knows he of all people, which is maybe and look, he was the head coach of the Blue Jackets. Jared was with Lake Erie when they won the championship and so on, blah blah blah. So they know each other that way. But he of all people knows, damn man, it's hard to get there. It just really people don't hear, but it's true. It's you gotta just have these magical seasons. You can be a behemoth, but you have to have magical seasons too. It all has to come together. So many different pieces of the pie that have to come together.
That caller rationalized, I think, what we were trying to say so well, so eloquently, how we in sports media, we as sports fans, I mean, we're doing it this morning, we are so reflexive. We're so hair trigger when it comes to stuff like this. And the smart people take time to assess, to react. And sometimes we don't want to give it time. I mean, everybody's getting blamed today. He went down the list. Bednar, 2 weeks ago, why isn't he Jack Adams? Now everybody wants him gone. CMAC, a week ago, this guy's the best in the business. Now everybody, what's he doing? Is he assembling the right team? The core players. McKinnon's the best player on earth. Oh, where was he? Makar. Oh, my God, why didn't he play? I mean, we all changed tunes during the course of one series. Every single – hell, I'm reading Sean Keeler's column this morning in the Post, and I love Sean. I think he's one of the best in the business. But I'm reading a sentence, and I'm laughing because it's a reflex sentence. It makes zero sense to me. He writes, Stan Kroenke and Josh Kroenke are hoops, football, and soccer guys first. They treat the Avs like a burgundy-headed stepchild. And I'm laughing. They've spent to the max every year on the... What? Are you kidding me? You're kidding me, right?
There's
It's a reflexive... It's reactionary.
Good motion.
I heard this last night. I heard this. Well, if they just would have started Blackwood earlier...
Yeah, I saw that one too.
And
we all have a reason.
You can't jump through a phone and punch somebody, but I'd like to, because that's again such a knee jerk, like you said, Vic, reflexive reaction. It's just, did he play well last night? Yeah, I thought he played pretty damn well.
Well, and here's the other thing,
and people are looking to us for answers this morning, and the fans are going to learn more about their team in the next week and so on.
Well, let me just say something, Moser, on that subject of people are tuning in looking for answers, and admittedly, I'm not doing a very good job for you, and I don't have the answers most of the time anyway. I always tell you I have thoughts on what I think happens. But a day like today, I'm especially at a loss. And here's why. You're asking me, do I take the last 4 games into account as the overarching sort of sentiment to this season? Do I take the last 4 games as my trigger for what I should do moving forward? Or do I take the previous, what would that be, 91? Is it 91 games? No, 90. 91, yeah. Do I take the first 91 games as the thing to base my offseason moves off of, or do I do it in the last 4? And it's difficult because the last 4 are the only ones that truly matter because those are the ones that ended your season. But the 91 led you to the last 4. So do I ignore the 90% of evidence that I was given this year, or just take that little last 5 to 10% and say, well, that is the biggest thing I need to focus on? That's what I don't know where to go from here. Because when you ask me, just on the surface, especially when it comes to a guy like Bednar, do I understand the justification for why people think there needs to be a coaching change? When you take in totality, Moj, it's been a decade's worth of McKinnon and McCarr and Landeskog and everybody else in this roster, super talented teams that have been seen as either the cup favorite or one of the top teams as cup favorites, and you have a single championship to show for it. Is that disappointing to where you could point at a common denominator over the last decade? Yes, I totally understand it. But when I watch the last four games, do I think that you lost because John Tortorella is that much better of a coach than what you have? No, I don't think that's the case.
Of course not.
I think your top guys didn't show up for whatever reason, and I don't know why. I don't know why.
You're right. You're right about that. And again, people, they want to just point at this, that. Here's what I will say in regards to your question, Brett, regarding the first 91 and the last 4. It's the last 4 that matter the most, right?
Yeah.
I mean, those are the ones that matter the most. Now, you can do what Edmonton has done. Edmonton's fired, 2 coaches in the last 3.5, 4?
Yeah.
How many years has it been?
Quick.
I mean, right. Lose, get to 2 finals and lose, conference final, and what has it gotten them? What has it gotten the Edmonton Oilers with one of the best players on the planet, maybe the best player in McPickles? What has it gotten them, Brett?
Basically, McPickles saying I want out.
Right. It's gotten them jack friggin' squat. But the point I'm making here, in the last 4 games being the most important, is, Vic, you know this as well as anybody. You never know when you're going to get back. You never know when you're really going to get a true kick at the can. And so when you're there, to not be able to do it and to not have the shiny object at the end of it, it's just mentally and physically debilitating on a team because you put so much into it trying to get there, Brett, and then you never know when you're going to be back. Remember Scott Gomez, New Jersey Devil, rookie year, 99-2000. They win the Stanley Cup. He's like, oh, awesome. Next year, they lose to the Avs in the Stanley Cup final, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to be doing this all the time, man. Welcome to the NHL. This is great. And you know what? After his career was over, he goes, God, I never even came close again. I never even remotely got back. Because you just don't know. What we have right now is a team that I think is capable of winning in the right, the right circumstance. They were built to win. Everything about them was win. It's unreal.
Well,
it's just unreal.
Just to go full Moj here, and if you allow me to quote a movie. Do you remember in Moneyball when Art Howard walks up to Billy Beane and he goes, "It's very difficult to manage with 1 year left on my contract, especially for a coach who won 108 games the year before. And Billy Beane says what? If you lose the last game of the season, nobody gives a bleep. And that's how a lot of people feel this morning. And again, I don't blame you for feeling that way, but you're asking me to ignore the 91 previous games to the Final Four and just say that's all that matters, and that's difficult. So a lot more to get to here. Stick around.
I mean, it's freaking hard to not play for so long and come into a big game, but, I just said, gonna go play the best I can and give them the best chance I can to win and just battle.
It's Mackenzie Blackwood after the game last night. He was put in a very tough situation, hasn't played for a long time, and then gets thrust into a do or die, and I think was the best guy on the ice. Made huge save after huge save. When you got somebody that has held your opposition to a single goal through, 55 minutes, that should be good enough to win, especially for this Avs team, and it wasn't. And that's kind of been the case over the course of this series. I mean, a team that put up 9 goals in Game 1 against Minnesota had 7 in 4 games. It's almost inexplicable. And again, we're trying to parse through what led to what and how things kind of played out and all these different details. It's hard to fathom that a team just plays like the complete opposite of what you've witnessed for an entire year.
I thought you made a good point to open the show, Brett. A lot of people bring up the word quit. And did the team quit last night? It depends on how you define it. Physically, to the very bitter end, they were playing hockey. Hell, they scored with 2 minutes left, right? They were right there on the doorstep. They were trying to even the game. So physically, I'll never believe that. I think they were doing whatever they could. Mentally, different story.
Yeah.
Because I think the doubt crept in.
Yep.
And I think that doubt arrived somewhere in the second period of Game 1 of this series. And that doubt stayed there. Even when they were up 3-0 in Game 3 of the series, the doubt stayed there. It lingered there. And they could not rid themselves of that doubt.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, I don't know if this is a psychology experiment, that doubt took down the best team in hockey.
I don't think that's an unfair assessment, Vic, because when you've been rewarded, again, it's going to sound simplistic, but when you've been rewarded for your hard work and you see the results, if you stick with this and you keep doing this and the results will come to you, you can honestly buy into that and get behind it big time. But when you're playing good hockey, and the analytics say whatever they say, yet you lose that first game, and then you're playing 50 minutes of good hockey in Game 2, you've got a lead, but you just can't get that next goal. Well, why can't I get that next goal? Why isn't this a 2-0 lead, Brett, in Game 2, and it's only a 1-0 lead that allows what happened in the middle of the third in Game 2 to happen, right? And then Vic's right. Then it starts to seep in a little bit more, and it's not a conscious thing, I don't think. I think it's a subconscious thing that permeates through a team. It's friggin' bizarre. It's friggin' bizarre.
Let's get to Rick. He's been waiting for close to an hour. Go ahead, Rick. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah, morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, just wanted to say for being here for us all season, and Vic, condolences to.
Thanks, pal.
Well, I got to say, I don't. A lot of people are going to blame Bedsy, but at the end of the day, from a leadership perspective, I've been a leader for 20 years of my life, and at the end of the day, you can train and practice, but at the end of the day, what it comes down to is those 6 guys on the ice have to execute, and it's not the goalie's fault. He can only go so far. I think Mackenzie did an amazing job last night, but if your guys, the 5 guys out there on the ice aren't performing, then you're going to lose. If you're not shooting the puck, which seems to be a huge problem this series, guys aren't putting pucks on net, you can't win. If you can't score, you're not going to win. That's just you win by beating the other team by scoring more points. If you're not scoring, you're not going to win. And so if you're not performing, it's what Kaner was just saying. I don't know what happened out of the last 90 games to get us here, but these last 4 games was not my Avalanche that played those first 90. And they just didn't execute. So it's not Bedsy's fault. He's the greatest coach on the planet in my eyes. You just need your guys to come through and execute. So,
thanks, Rick. Appreciate the call. I do think a lot of this can be tied back to just mentally not having it as well as Vegas did. And here's the thing. When you put the screws to somebody, when you get them in a position they're not comfortable with, you learn a lot about how people react in situations like that. Vegas was never really put there. I mean, you could say you jumped out 3-0. That's in Game 3 where they got a 2-0 series lead. Like, that's not pressure on Vegas. It's the same thing that the Avs faced when they were playing against Minnesota in Game 5. When they were down 3-0, there's no pressure on the Avs to go out and, like, if we don't do the X, Y, and Z, then we're in some big trouble. It's you're still playing loose.
Can I ask you a stupid question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I want to ask a stupid question because we focus on the stupid a lot on the show. We're masters of the stupid. Would you feel any different if the Avs lost in 7 versus in 4?
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I asked that question is, so if they lost in 7, would we be questioning as many things as we're questioning right now?
The temperature would be way down. If you're talking about like a hard fought series back and forth, you're going to feel that ultimate disappointment in Game 7.
Yeah.
But I think there is a lot more people that would make an argument for run everything back. That you were this close and maybe a couple of bounces didn't go your way, sort of thing.
There's no doubt, though, Vic, right now that the Vegas Golden Knights are a hot team. You know, Bednar said something in the postgame last night. He said buzzsaw, and that's kind of how they're playing right now. But Carter Hart in this series was also
I got you, Moser. You want me to play it?
Please.
We run into a buzzsaw in Vegas. I think they deserve the credit, and it's not a knock on our guys and how hard we played, but they're a well-oiled machine right now, peaking at the right time. And I look at their series and man-to-man, they're playing at the top of their game, and it's a very, very good team that we lost to, and we'll have to regroup and reassess and reflect on our season and our series and go from there.
Okay, and he said Carter Hart was playing really well. What did Mark Stone tell Emily last night, Brett, as to why they've found this mojo? What did he say?
Well, she asked what did Torts do to turn this around? And he said, hey, he just brings energy.
Hey, bring some energy. It's all good. Let me explain. This is where my brain can't comprehend. Throw something at you. The Washington Capitals this year had 43 wins, didn't make the playoffs at all. Weren't even a playoff team. Good enough to be a playoff team. Islanders 43 wins, not good enough to be a playoff team. Devils 42, Wings 41, Blue Jackets 40, Panthers 40, Sharks 39 wins. None of those teams even made the playoffs. Not even good enough to make the playoffs. Vegas has 39 wins.
It's unbelievable.
Regular season.
It's when you say
39
that
wins.
When you compare the wins for both of these teams, I'm just sitting here with my mouth agape.
Yeah, and Carter Hart, you know how many games he played in the regular season this year?
11?
He played 18. 18 games.
Yeah.
Brett, since you like numbers, he had a 2.71 goals against average and an 891 save percentage in 18 games in the regular season. And Torts goes, no, why don't you go in there and get some mammoth, get something done. And the guy is just friggin' hot right now. He's just friggin' hot. Can't explain it. Don't know why. What is it? What's this? Why has God bestowed the luck of, or whatever it is, the good mojo on these guys in this city? I don't know, man.
It's that
I watched those
pregame
fans
ritual.
walking out of that building last night.
It's the theater. It's
Do you know
the
how many
pregame
faces
theater.
I saw? Yeah. You know how many faces I saw last night walking out of that building, and I just looked at that face and thought to myself, that person does not deserve happiness. That person does not deserve to feel the joy they're feeling right now. And then I go back to the old Unforgiven, where Clint Eastwood says, deserve's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Well, let's get one more here from somebody who's been waiting patiently. That's Jason. Hi, Jason.
Your team sucked. Go Knights, go Chiefs.
What just happened?
He said, go Knights, go Chiefs.
Oh,
Jason.
Whatever.
Real fun prank. You're
Cool,
saying,
Carl.
Oh, look, you got us. Hey, Jason, look at you. Record that, send it to your friends.
Cool, Carl.
That was awesome, dude.
Jason, here's what I
You
want you
waited
to do,
41 minutes to do that?
Yeah,
here's
I'm
what I
telling
want
you, dude, that's
Yeah.
that's big time. He's going big time now.
Here's what I want you to do, Jason. I want you to save that, and anytime you ask a chick on a date,
yeah, show
I want you to play that. And just realize you're never going to get down with a woman your entire life.
All right,
Good.
whatever.
Enjoy yourself.
Just whatever. 303.
That kind of
Moser
thing
took it to another
that
place.
that kind of thing goes over really well.
303.
So dumb.
504-0925.
I have a question from a friend of mine, Kevin, who is a season ticket holder, big hockey fan. And he asked this question. How much of the Winter Olympic grind took its toll? Every Olympian that made it for the Avs, Nelson, McCarr, McKinnon, Taves, a bunch of other dudes, they played more games than anybody, arguably did not play at the top of their game. I don't know. I would look, Vegas had a bunch of Olympians too, right? I mean, Mark Stone was on that Olympic team.
Yeah,
correct?
I'm not buying any of the if we're trying to argue fatigue stuff or whatever,
Yeah.
like
They had a
I'm
week
not
off
not doing
between-
this, man. Come on.
I'm with you on that. They had a week off, Kev, between those two series. So mental fatigue, maybe. Physical fatigue, I just can't. Everybody's fatigued. Hell, I'm fatigued. I'm fatigued on a daily basis working with these two.
There is I'm telling you, I'm not here for the, well, gosh, look at how many games. I can't do that, okay? Every team is going through the same grind. Every team has injuries. Does it suck that you didn't have, Cale McCarr for the first couple of games of the series? Yes. Does it suck that, what's funny, Moj? I thought McKinnon looked pretty normal last night, surprisingly. I didn't feel like he had a lot of speed that got knocked off his game from taking that shot to the knee.
But I think in Game 3, I think it hit the nerve and deadened his leg for the rest of that game.
Oh, for sure. But I'm saying I was actually surprised.
Lucky.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Lucky came back. Lucky missed and then came back, but Lucky did not look like himself at all. Arturi Lehkonen did not look like himself. Val, everybody's going to know. Everybody's going to know in the coming days what everybody's dealing with.
Let's do one more here before the break. Nick, who's been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Nick.
Good morning, guys. First thing, Vic, my sincere sympathies. My dad passed away 2 months ago, full-blooded Italian, so I know the love, my friend. I know the love. Just wanted to say that.
I appreciate that, man. And sympathies
also,
to you as well.
Thank you, sir. Moser, I'm going to go to the East here. So everybody's saying, what about this, what about that? Montreal was outplayed in every series, outshot, but somehow got through. Carolina, how long have the fans wanted to fire Brendamore? How many times has he come up short? But what did they do? They looked around the landscape and said, who's going to replace him? Who's going to have the players' respect? And I think another thing, and I could be wrong, he's not Joker, who kind of sits back, but who's to say McKinnon and McCarr go, you're not firing, coach. I've got an extension coming up. I'm pro Bednard. Look around. Who are you going to hire? And we also have to realize it's not that we lost, it's how we lost. And we went one series farther this year and made it to the Western Conference Final. We're acting like we were the Nuggets and got eliminated in the first round. So either Bednar became the dumbest coach after winning the President's Cup and going 8-1 in the first 9 playoff games, or there was something going on with the guys. So I think the McCarr injury mentally set them back. I think it affected them. Taves was not the same on the line.
Yeah.
And that's just my thoughts, guys. But firing Bednard, sure. Is it the quick, easy answer? Does that bring the locker room together? What are you going to bring in a tough coach who's going to yell at McKinnon, yell at McCarr? I just don't see that happening. So that's my take, guys. Have a great day.
All right, thanks, Nick.
That's a great call because he hit on something that I think is essential to this conversation, and that is where do you go? And the easy refrain here in Denver, because I've seen this everywhere. Oh, you've got a guy waiting for you that's right down the road at DU. Every time you hear coaching changes, oh, you got a guy waiting for you at DU. Number one, does he even want the job? Number two, how do you know he's going to be a good fit in the NHL? Number three, there are so many factors. Just because you have a guy that's successful at that level doesn't mean he's ready to step in down the road. Being down the road doesn't matter one bit. You don't think, hey, you know him. You don't think David Carl Moser's had NHL overtures over the last couple of years?
Oh, Chicago a few years ago.
I mean, come on, man.
Well, he's had many, many, many. Look, if David Carl wanted to be an NHL head coach,
he'd be one.
He'd be one. He doesn't. I mean, maybe someday, but it ain't right now. At least
He'd
it
be
hasn't
one.
been up to this very second.
The only thing that I disagree with that call is I'm also not here for the incremental step thing. Like, I don't care that they made it to the Western Conference Final. We know it was you win the cup or it's a failure. Now, there's different levels, I suppose, of failure in that. Again, you asked me the question, Vic, would I feel better about this if they lost in 7 than getting swept? You're like, yeah, it would make it feel better. But
what if they got to the cup final and lost in 4?
Oh, I don't think it would feel much different than this.
Okay, so it's the same feeling, right?
Yeah.
That's why we're at a loss of words today. Losing at this point hurts. The way they lost. Caller brought up one specific point. Moj, I want to readdress this. The Cale Makar injury. I don't think it's a secret. When he went down and the hubbub surrounding his injury, that did something.
It did.
That did something.
Hang on to that, Vic. We'll get to it in just a second. Stick around. Well, unfortunately, it's officially golf season. No more Avs, no more Nuggets. But what you can do, get on the golf course, grab yourself a Surfside. Whether it's there, the patio, restaurants, bars, stores near you, they are everywhere. And Surfsides are absolutely delicious. No carbonation. They go down so easy and perfect for the warmer weather and summer months. So grab yourself a Surfside as they have a ton of different flavors. It'll take you forever to try and get through all of them, whether it's the lemonade vodkas, the iced tea vodkas, the half and halves, the Arnold Palmers, whatever it is, Surfside has it all. Green teas. They just came out with a new variety pack. Blueberry, one of my new favorites. Get yourself a Surfside, 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles, official partner of the Avs and the Nuggets. Get yourself a Surfside, must be 21. Please drink responsibly. All right, so typically this would be reserved for, oh, by the way. We're going to blow right through that. But just to let you know, if we were to do, oh, by the way, it would be brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. But I just want to continue with this. I think the Kale question is a very interesting one. And I don't know the proper way to sort of go about this. What I'm not saying, I'll tell you what I'm not saying. I'm not saying that the Avs lost because Cale Makar didn't play in the first 2 games. It was certainly a factor when you don't have a player of his ilk on the ice. That matters. I thought it was interesting, the conversation surrounding why Cale wasn't playing. And there is a certain attitude that hockey players have. When Scott Wedgwood says after Game 3, you're going to have to kill McKinnon to not allow him to play in a series. Is it fair to ask the question, Cale's injury and his unwillingness to go, was that questioned? Is that fair?
Yeah, see, I think a lot.
I don't know.
It's a very delicate,
I don't know the answer to that.
thing to dance right now. Is you're walking a tightrope, because I'm not trying to say that somebody like he's soft or something like that.
Yeah.
But the conversation surrounding why he didn't go in the first couple of games was weird.
It was odd. Yeah, and that is the question. When I bring up the Cale Makar thing, people automatically assume, oh, well, don't make excuses. He played games. It has nothing to do with his availability on the ice. It has everything to do with the mystery surrounding it.
Yeah. And
that's what it has everything to do with, and what it did to the room.
And in that sport, Vic, when guys are like, if you aren't cutting my leg off, I'm going to give it at least a go. Did that affect something that was like, hey, like, here's how it translated to me, and maybe I'm totally wrong, just my opinion. Bednar, whenever he's asked about injuries, he'll always give you, like we hear it every week when we talk to him. When a guy's hurt, he kind of gives you this. He's working hard to get back on the ice. And with Cale, it was more of a nuanced answer than just that. He said, Cale's going to tell us when he's ready to go.
Yeah.
And I just thought to myself, that's different than what I've heard before. I didn't hear when Josh Manson was out, Moj, well, Josh is going to let us know when he feels ready. Or when Landeskog was out after taking that, that shot off the ribs on the post in January. Well, Gabe's going to let us know when he's ready. That sounded to me like he's been cleared and he's not going yet. That's what it sounded like. And I just wonder, in that sport especially, were people kind of looking at that situation sideways? And maybe that affected some stuff.
I think you can only ascertain the answer to that if you put truth serum in every single player.
Yeah.
Including the other best players in the world that are on this team, and get their thoughts on it. And they have you, and they tell you openly, I mean, whatever comes out of their mouth in the truth serum is your answer. Brett, I don't know. Here's what I do know. Maybe you needed Cale Makar in Game 2 to have a 2-0 lead halfway through the third period as opposed to a 1-0 lead halfway through the third period. But what I do know is that even without Cale Makar, you should make it a 1-1 series coming to Vegas.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
No doubt.
In that third period, you can't just give up 2 bang and go, oh,
2 minutes.
What the hell just happened? I mean, yeah, but again, listen to me. But again, I've been in this sport for damn nearly 30 years. I've been through every single playoff run for the Colorado Avalanche in one capacity or another. And I know what I know, and nobody wants to hear this, but it's hard. And it's the most minute things that cause the difference in a period, therefore a game, therefore a series. It's so stupid sometimes. It's a brutally unforgiving time. Stanley Cup playoff hockey. How's that? That's the way I'm going to put it. It doesn't mean that you don't screw up, but it's brutally unforgiving when you do, or even this much you're disconnected, and it's hard. So Vic, did that have anything to do with a vibe running through the team or individual players? I have no idea. I can imagine that it would, but I can also imagine that they're going, "Hey man, we should have hung on, and it should have been 1-1 coming back to Vegas."
I got another irrational question for you, and that's all I have is irrational questions this morning. So where do we go here? Does it make you feel better, Brett Kane? Will you sleep better if Vegas loses in the Stanley Cup final?
Oh, I don't care from here on out.
Moj, how do you react to that question?
I was talking to Johnny Lyles last night walking back to the hotel.
It's going to be a long answer.
Yep.
I just asked a question.
I said, I know. Yeah, I want them to lose, Vic.
Thank you. Now you can go on with your story.
I hope they get their asses completely throttled by anybody in the East.
But the reason I asked
and
that
I think the only team that can do that is Carolina. So I am full on barbecue Canes all the way right now.
So the reason I asked that question is because this is fandom. This is the way we as fans operate. Trying to rationalize, compartmentalize. Why would that have any impact on the disappointment that we just witnessed? I mean, their fate should have no impact on what just happened, right? And yet it does.
Now, see, the whole you lost to the team that eventually won the championship, that does nothing for me. Now, I will have rooting interests based on teams that I hate, and I hate Vegas, so I want them to lose for that reason.
It was just like
but it
the
doesn't
T-Wolves,
it doesn't make me feel better about the Avs if they do lose or win or whatever.
But you took solace in watching Minnesota lose to San Antonio, right? That was fun.
I enjoyed that. Yeah.
Right, same deal.
But it didn't change how I felt about the Nuggets.
No, it doesn't. But that's why if Vegas storms through the final, let's say Vegas sweeps Carolina, they win. I mean, they're just on a heater. Does that make you feel better? You ran into one of the hottest teams ever. No. Okay.
No.
Does a day at the spa with your significant other, does that make you feel better?
It feels good. I want those hot stones on my legs.
You know what? I'm going to ask my lovely wife if I can have another pedicure. I've only had one in my life. It was about 3.5 months ago.
Yeah, do it, Moj. You deserve it, buddy. You deserve it.
Go and you rub your heel and you tickles. Maybe I'm up for one of those now. Something to break me out of this.
Let's do another call here. Somebody waiting patiently. Kirby is up next. Hi, Kirby.
Morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
Kirby, I'm on the 8th floor, and I'm wondering if it's high enough to break my leg or to do me in.
Hey, I get it, Moj. First of all, I got to say blessings to you, Vic, and your family. Moser, I'm sure that you don't remember this. You and the late, great Peter McNabb brought me and my family to hockey. I got a chance to meet you one time outside of Ball Arena, and we sat and talked, and McNabb came out, and I spoke to you both, and I just wanted to say how much I respect you both, and I love you both, and the
Thanks,
whole
Curbs.
altitude.
That's nice of you.
The whole altitude family. When you guys aren't doing the game, it just isn't right. And as far as Jared Bednar, he did everything he could do. He changed the lines. He changed the goalie. He did everything he could do through that whole series. And the bottom line is, it all comes down to one thing: our top guys did not score. Period.
No, that's a good point.
There's no getting around it.
Yeah,
Curbs, thank you, Curb.
All you got to do is look at the top 9 of each team in this series and see what they did and what your guys didn't. I mean, Brock Nelson didn't forget how to play hockey. He didn't forget how to score goals.
How did he not score when he had that opening in the second period?
Vic, I don't know, because it's got to be something now where, again, it's got to be mentals, because he rang it off the iron in Game 3. Man, you had a chance to make it 4-2, and it hits the crossbar and ricochets off, and you're like, just one of those, and everything can be totally, totally different.
I feel so strongly in that the Avs felt like if they got something, because Vic, you mentioned this yesterday, in a crucial situation in the game, if they got a goal when the game mattered, when it was impactful, not when it was 3-0 in the first, but when it's like it's a chance to close out Vegas in the third period or a chance to tie the game and grab some momentum back. They didn't get a single one of those the entire series, not a single one. And I think it could have done wonders for when we talk about mentally, they just weren't on par with Vegas.
Yep.
If they had a little dose of positivity in a crucial moment, maybe that could have changed things. But they never got it. They never did.
Yeah, and I don't know why they went so long last night. Somebody's asking me, what did Vegas do defensively that just stifled and smothered the Avs? I said, well, first of all, they play that style. Vegas is not they don't. They're much more like the LA Kings than they are like the Colorado Avalanche. I can promise you that. In this series, did Vegas play better defensively than the Kings did against the Avs?
I mean,
think they have better players.
They played pretty damn good, Moj. They were really good.
Did they? I mean, okay. Then what I'm saying is, did they buy into the philosophy and try to execute it like I don't know, better than the LA Kings?
I think they did. I think they did in a different way, Moj. They were in front of every single shot, and LA was just way more bruising and physical.
The difference also is between the Avs having the lead in any game or Vegas having the lead in any game.
Yeah.
And by the time you got to that lead, Brett, we may look back on this, by the time you got to the 3-0 lead in Game 3, your mentals maybe were already a little bit off, right? And then once that power play goal goes in, it's that waterfall for 9 minutes, and then the faucet shuts off. But Jesus, the damage has been done. It's now 3-3.
It's interesting. We bring up the word baffling, and that's what this series was. I will never get over, of all the games, right? Game 1, they just looked out of sorts. Game 1 is like one of those, they had too much rest. They can't get it going, and then eventually they got it going, but too little, too late, they lost. You lost one. I could buy that. I could buy Game 1. Game 2, it's 1-0. Come on, get another goal. Somebody else, come on, get another goal.
Yep.
No, you're not going to get another goal? Oh, you just gave up 2 in a row in 2 minutes? Oh, crap. That sucked. That made me mad. Game 3, though. Game 3, of all the games I witnessed, you're up 3-0. You score on a shorty. Everything is working your way. Hell, they took a goal off the board for them that should have counted. Everything is going your way. You look like the Avs again. And then you fall apart. That to me is something I will never be able to answer why on that one.
Vic, I don't know if the players can answer why. Maybe with further reflection they can. But I'm not sure that they can really answer why. It's just something that happens, and nobody wants to hear that. I get it.
But see, I can rationalize the other things. I can rationalize last night. I cannot, for the life of me, rationalize Game 3.
Lot more to continue with in the final hour and all day today, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Stick around.
Summer is fast approaching. If you're thinking about outdoor patio stuff, and I'm talking about grills, talking about outdoor fire pits, maybe you want to throw a pizza oven on the patio, any of that business, the place to go is Flatirons Fire. Just had a buddy of mine call me, say, where'd you get your sauna? I said, Flatirons Fire. Connected them right away. That's what they do. They specialize in outdoor activity, stuff where you can gather with friends. And it's the best time of year, by the way. If you want to buy a fireplace to replace the one you have, they've got deals going on right now. Altitude Sports listeners, you get a great deal, 10 to 15% off all fireplaces at Flatirons Fire off 53rd and Bannock, North I-25, or check out the showroom online. All you can choose from at flatironsfire.com.
Net is empty for the Avalanche. Blackwood on the bench. Nature's a shot. They score! Tipped in! There's hope after all! I think it's Brock Nelson in front, along with Landeskog. 2:03 to go in the third period. Landeskog, I think, is going to get his third goal of the series, and the Avalanche are within one with 2 minutes to go in Game 4. The car at the blue line. He's got to get it across center ice. Landeskog can't get it deep. Vegas back with it. They play it off the bench in front of the Avalanche. The car sends it ahead. 2 seconds, 1, and the Avalanche season is done. For the first time since 2008, Colorado is swept in a playoff series. And the Cup favorites have been eliminated. Final score in Game 4 of the Western Conference Final, the Golden Knights 2 and the Avalanche 1.
Yeah, I mean, humility is certainly a word you can use for it. I think that's sports in general. I think you're going to run into that a lot on any given day, on any given year, and especially in the playoffs, right? So, losing sucks, and losing 4 straight is worse, and losing, I think the further you go, the worse it gets for me.
I'm kind of mentally busted today, and I'm dead serious when I say this. This is going to be an emotional scar that is going to live on for a long time with me. This series, after what I witnessed in the previous 91 games, has shaken my faith and my confidence in my ability to trust my eyeballs in assessing what I believe is a championship caliber stuff and not. I'm so broken at the idea that I never in a million years would have foreseen this result. The Avs losing this series, sure, Vegas is a good team. They get some bounces. They win in 6 or 7 games. A sweep never entered the equation, and it's like I'm in a marriage of 30 years, and I just found out my wife's been cheating on me for 10 of them. And I'm just like, how am I going to trust anything ever again?
Brett, let me give you a little historical anecdote to help soothe your ills, okay? Trust. How do you trust a team as a sports fan? A team that at times has betrayed your trust, forsaken you, hurt you to your core. In the 80s and late 70s, we in Denver were big Bronco fans because the Broncos were on the cusp. They lost that 77 Super Bowl because they kept turning the ball over. Elway showed up. First Super Bowl appearance, lost. Second Super Bowl appearance, blown out. Third Super Bowl appearance.
Vic with a D.
Blowed out.
D, please.
96, Jacksonville at home. Nothing but
F. God.
Nothing but it.
I remember
they returned to the Super Bowl.
That game. Oh, my God.
They returned to the Super Bowl for Super Bowl 32. And they're double-digit underdogs. 13-point underdogs, I believe, against Green Bay. And I remember a story John Elway relaying saying, even his mother said, do you have to go back to the Super Bowl? His own mother said that. Because the trust at that point, Brett, was gone. It's already betrayed. It's like, how many times are you going to get to the mountaintop and let us down? That's what it felt like being a Broncos fan. So I'm here to tell you, the feeling when you regain that trust, because they got it in that one of the best upsets in Super Bowl history. They got it back and then won the following year and then won years later. When you regain it, that supersedes the lack of it. It does. It'll come back. It will. It will come back. The trust will. I know you don't see it now.
If the Avs go 82-0 next year, sweep the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, and they start the Western Conference Finals, I am going to say, I don't know if they'll win this series. That's where I'm at right now.
Well, right now you won't. Yeah, I totally get it. Again, we had the same Bronco fans, go back with it. You had the same feeling. Super Bowl again? Crap. How are we going to lose this one?
Yeah. It's just the boys, we also know this. Vic, you know this. Brett, you know this. Fans deep down know this too. Teams like this, the quality of this hockey club, it doesn't last forever. The quality of that football team doesn't last forever. Hell, look at the Denver Nuggets. This is the conversation I had with Johnny Lyles, too, last night, walking back. You know, it doesn't last forever, and so you've got to maximize while you have it. And what happened to the Nuggets, you know, when Connor goes, you know, we're talking about, I guess, the attrition and, you know, the Olympics and everything else and getting back to it. And, you know, maybe you don't go balls to the wall to try to get that President's Trophy at home ice. You know, you save some. And, you know, we're all hypothetical here. I said, yeah, but it's like the Nuggets now. I mean, you win a championship, and all of a sudden, friggin' OKC is there, and friggin' San Antonio is there, and friggin' Minnie's always there, and there's going to be another friggin' somebody that friggin', you know, comes up and is good, you know, is good, and that's when your window starts to tighten and close, and I'm thinking to myself, man, next year,
The Minnesota Wild are going to be there again, dude. Let's say you finish second in the division. So your reward is what, playing Minnie or Dallas in the first round again and banging your head against that friggin' wall? I mean, it's like, God, mother trucker.
But
not that you want the easy route all the time, boys. I'm saying, but I just feel like, especially, I don't know, in this division, this conference, the war of attrition is significant. It's hard, man.
Yeah. The issue that I have is the Avs were so good this year, and Vegas wasn't OKC, and Vegas wasn't the Spurs. Like, they're good. I fully acknowledge they're good, but they weren't seen as this giant impediment. I heard national people going into this series, both of them in the Western and Eastern Conference Final, saying, well, it's going to be the Avs and the Canes. Maybe the Canes can give the Avs a run. Like, that was the entire narrative from people outside of the respective local medias in Carolina and here.
Brett, there was a moment we thought the Avs would play Vegas in the first round because Vegas was barely hanging on.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And you know what, though? And if you – but again, the Mammoth took them to 6. The Ducks took them to 6. Are the Avs worse than the Ducks or the Mammoth? If the Avs played the Ducks or the Mammoth, what would they do?
They'd beat them both. I mean, it's just
they beat their asses. You're right. So what I'm saying, Vic, is they're getting this Vegas team is getting stronger as this thing goes on, even better.
Yes, Vegas is to the Avs what the T-Wolves are to the Nuggets.
Let's get a call from Alex, who's been waiting almost an hour. Go ahead, Alex. Thank you for being patient.
Hey, no worries, guys. Hey, just heads up, I'm a big Avs fan, altitude fan, no doubt about it. Season ticket holder from 22, and a minor league fan from Toledo, Rochester, Syracuse. What I think happened was they kind of got caught in a coaching philosophy where the Avs are a team that does shots. And what happened is because they had a hot goaltender, they got to the pucks on net philosophy. The Knights saw it coming. Every time they got into that opportunity to take a shot versus a puck on net, the Knights had 4 to 5 guys in front of the net, at least 3 to 4. Mm-hmm. It's the Knights saw it coming, and the Avs really didn't have a response. And the defense that the Knights put in front of them, how many blocks did they have in all 4 games?
So do you think that's a personnel issue or a strategic issue?
I think it's a coaching philosophy that's pervasive in the league. If you've got a young goaltender and they're on a bit of a hot streak, what do you try to do? You try to get one in, okay, shake his confidence. Try to get a second one in, shake his confidence a little. At that point, then pucks on net work. But the Avs are a shots team. They're a skills team. Pucks on net, especially with the Knights, again, they saw this coming. And consistency, if you look back at the video, they almost always had 3 guys in front of the net.
Yeah,
they did.
All right, thanks, Alex.
They did. But if it was just that easy, then everyone would always do it against the Avalanche. But it's not. You've got the commitment you have to have and the sacrifices you have to make to play that style and have everybody go to the house. It's frustrating to watch. I mean, it is. It's not pleasant. It's not pretty to have all these guys you've got this big golden wall around the goalie, right? And then even and Dude did cough up some rebounds in this series. I mean, he wasn't always just tight on the puck. I mean, he coughed some things up. He kicked some things around a little bit.
Avs couldn't finish.
You just couldn't get to it.
They couldn't
and again,
finish.
part of it too is the way that Vegas played in front of their goaltender. So it's much more nuanced than that, but I think he makes a very good point that's the style they employed. And the other big thing, the Avs are a play from the lead type of team. They are a play with the lead team, and it's frustrating as hell when teams get a lead on you and they aren't as skilled as you because they will go to their house and they will lock the front door, and it sucks. It's ugly hockey, but you know what? Tortorella said last night, he goes, look, this is the best checking game we've had since I've been here. He goes, this is the best check. He said, I'm not talking about blowing guys up and bodies on bodies, just being above the puck, checking your man, responsibility. He goes, this is the most disciplined. This is the best game we've had since I've been here. And he said more things about Bednar and the coaching staff. So if you think Tortorella's an absolute genius right now, maybe you don't. Maybe you think they got fortunate or they found this, genie in a bottle, whatever it is. He had some things to say about Bednar and the staff. I'm curious to whether you guys believe him or not. Is it on the board yet, Nelly? Is it on Brett's
That's
board?
a hell of a hockey team we played over there. And I know people are crawling up Bedsy's ass about this, that, the other. He is one hell of a coach. He's got a great staff there. I was very nervous. We knew how we had to play because it's such a potent team. And I thought it was our best game. And again, I want to, from Joe right on down, that's a great organization. That's a great team. We found our way. And I think Bedsy said it the right way. It was such a close series. We just found our way to make another play. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Bedsy and that staff and that organization.
And sometimes it's nothing more than that.
Yeah.
They found a way to make one more play.
Listen, I get what Torts is saying there, but what did you expect him to say?
Yeah.
Oh, they're trash. We just beat a trash team. That was easy. I mean, nothing he said is surprising.
No, but he didn't. I mean, he could have said nothing, I suppose.
True. Yeah, but I mean,
could have said nothing.
Class guy.
Okay. So is he lying then?
I think we all know what's. I think we all understand. We've talked for 3 hours about what we know about Bedsy and the organization. I mean, the organization has been at the top of the hockey food chain. Okay, I think we all know what this organization is. We've seen it. We've talked about it. It just ended badly. I don't need somebody telling me that. We see it. We live it.
Yeah.
We've lived it all year. It ended in a baffling fashion. Hell of a respect to Torts for saying it. But he didn't say anything we didn't know.
Well, there's a quote that I think sums up really what happened this entire series in about 4 sentences that I want to get to in just a couple of minutes. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Hey, this is Brett Kane. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here and the stakes are at their highest, don't wait for the what-if moment. Switch to the only book that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook. They flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court. That means if a player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. It's fair play, and it keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I'll be exiting Sin City today and coming home, back in studio tomorrow with the boys. Can't wait to see you. That's the positive part. Get back to your family and get back to the world, I guess. If I don't ask this question now to both of you, though, I will never, ever have it come back to me because I'll forget. I'm never not amazed at my ability to mess up a hotel room over the course of 4 days.
Trashed?
Brett? Yeah, well, it's not trash. It's stuff, just stuff. When, I had a chicken parm sandwich yesterday, stuff. When you go on one of your little excursions, your binges to Mexico after 4 or 5 days, how's that room look?
Looks great. I'm respectful to the people that take care of my hotel room.
Yeah, me too. I always clean up.
I care about the work that other people do, and I try and make it easier for them.
From a family of lifelong custodians and janitors, I make sure not to leave anything out of place to add to extra work.
I do. I mean, I clean my room, and I make my bed before I leave, which is probably dumb because she's just going to rip the bed. Whomever's just going to rip the bed apart anyway.
Yeah, I'm more respectful
to
our service workers than you are, I guess.
I did spill a little chew spit on my bedspread. I feel bad about that.
I mean, that is just
disgusting.
See, therein, would you agree, Kaner, that Moser's the grossest of the lot here?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, Moser. No offense.
No question.
Well, I know you're trim. You're prim and proper and all that. I get it. That's all I wanted to say. If I didn't ask it now.
No, it's okay.
I wouldn't be able to ask it.
This is the quote I wanted to go back to if you guys missed it. I do feel as if Logan O'Connor was one of the most consistent players throughout this series on the ice. Now, he's a depth guy. He's a kind of gritty, work hard, give it 100% every second I'm out there, and he did exactly what his job entitled him to do. But when asked what went wrong after the game, I think this concise response is as good of an answer as you're going to get, which is, it happened fast. I think we let games 2 and 3 slip away. Super uncharacteristic from our group to give up leads like that, especially in consecutive games. We drifted away from the game plan. They made us pay. They were opportunistic off mistakes. And like I mentioned, I don't think a single guy in this locker room played to the standards that we expect. And I think that all of that is about as concise of a summation as you're going to make about all the things that went wrong. 1, you let games 2 and 3 slip away. You had a 1-0 lead. You carried that from the first period to midway through the third in game 2. That disappeared.
Can't
you
hold
had a
leads.
3-0 lead to start the game in game 3 in the first period. You let that one slip away.
Incomprehensible.
To do that in consecutive games is completely uncharacteristic from what we've seen from this team over the course of this year. Then you got a little bit panicky. You drifted away from the game plan. They made you pay. Vegas opportunistic off mistakes. That showed itself in each game this series. And the most important part, not a single guy in this locker room played to the standards we expect. I don't think that that's the case. There was a few guys who I think did. I think he was actually one of them. I thought Landy did he had almost half your goals in this series.
I thought Landy was great.
But to the case of the guys that you need to lean on when the games matter most, your top guys, most of them did not play up to that standard. And that's what sucks. And you look at guys like Nate, who had no goals in 4 games, Natchez, who had no goals in 4 games, Val, who had no goals in 3 games, Brock Nelson, who had no goals in 4 games, Devon Taves looked like he was off defensively. Josh Manson didn't have a great series. Malinsky was pretty damn awful through these 4 games. Like all the guys that you rely upon.
Guys are dealing with stuff too. Nobody wants to hear that. I get it. I've been saying that a lot this morning. It'll all come out in the future. Maybe it'll help understand a little bit more as to why things are the way they are.
You can only judge people by their play. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. But I think things can be mitigated even in the slightest bit once you have more information. That's all I'm saying. No excuse, no nothing. Everything you said, Brett, is right. I can ask you guys a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are teams going to have to adjust philosophies now when it comes to the postseason and perhaps going into the later rounds of the postseason? I think maybe that's where the league is going. Because when you look at after they changed the playoff format, right, and the way it is right now, the way the playoff format's worked out, in 2019, the Boston Bruins won a conference final in 4 games. 2020, the Avs won against Edmonton in 4 games. 23, Florida won in 4 games. 25, both series ended in 5 games, conference finals, and now another 4-game series in this conference final. Like, what's the cause of that? What's the cause of all of these sweeps or near sweeps in conference final games in the last 7 years?
I don't know.
Coincidence?
Could be.
Or is it that some really good teams are, no matter what the series looks like, they're getting their asses kicked even if they win a series, and there's not a whole lot left because of the way the format's worked out, with a lot of times 2 really of the best teams facing off in the first round or the second round, no matter what.
Well, here's the thing, though, Moj. When talking about that in specifics to the Avs, and I understand the point you're trying to make. You didn't grind.
No, I don't have an answer. I'm curious.
No. I get it. The Avs didn't grind out 2 7-game series leading into this. They finished them almost as quickly as you could, which is 9 games. And outside of what, Carolina, who did that, the first team in God knows how long to sweep the first 2 rounds of the series.
Maybe ever.
Yeah, I think it actually is. I think they're the first team to ever do that. The rest or fatigue or whatever thing, I just don't think applies in this. I'll keep going back to it. There just felt something mentally off with the Avs. The Avs, when they're up 3-0 and they give up a power play goal in Game 3 and they're up 3-1, that should be like, oh, well, who cares? And it felt soul-crushing to them.
Yeah.
The vibe shifted. That's not a physical thing.
Amen.
That's not fatigue. That's something upstairs.
Game 2, you got a 1-0 lead, but okay, so it's 1-1. Big deal. The highest-scoring team in the league. Top 10 season of all time in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Regular season. Busted up L.A. round 1, although it was difficult. 2-1, 2-1. I mean, tight games to start things out. You take care of one of the other best teams in the National Hockey League in Minnesota in round 2. And then this. It's inexplicable, dudes.
Yep.
I have no rhyme, reason, or anything. I don't think that you could get a team of guys at MIT and gals at MIT try to work it out. I don't think they could.
We got another guy who's been waiting for close to an hour. Let's get to Dave, who's been waiting patiently. Thank you for waiting, Dave. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, man.
Probably not great.
Yeah.
Hey, you got the guy in town. You got Dave Carl. His brother played in the league for 12 years. He is the voice of American hockey right now. If you looked at the World Junior this year, Bob Moscow went out there and they got run out of that tournament. 2 years previously, he won it. He's the best young mind in hockey. You might just need different voices in there. For me, that's what I look at. You just mentioned Logan O'Connor. He's a product of that DU system. You know, it's all about the team. It's all about winning. We have no other team in this town that has a dynasty like them. 11 national championships. And they don't go after the 5-star guys like Michigan or Penn State. I saw Dave Carl at the end of the tournament. We pick our guys. We go what we believe. And that's what I kind of believe that's missing over at the Avs. You know, we need development. I mean, I think Chris McFarland, he whiffed on Blankenberg. You can't bring in a 165-pound guy in the playoffs. He was getting mauled. That you brought him out there.
Yeah.
You know, you got
You're
a
right.
chance. Same body type.
All right, Dave. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it.
I dig what you see. I dig what you're saying, Dave. I think David Carl's a brilliant coach.
certainly at the college level and the junior level, he's a brilliant coach. When you've got, kids 22 and under, you're able to mold those young minds, and it's different, though, than being a National Hockey League head coach. And I'm not saying that David Carl wouldn't come in with whomever and win a Stanley Cup the first year. Maybe he would. I'm just saying it's a different game, and you have grown men with grown families and grown contracts and grown powers and grown this and grown that. It's completely different. And I love those DU kids. Hell, I ran into them at the bar at DU a couple days after they won the Natty and had beers with them. And they got a great picture of me with a national championship trophy. But that's what they are, man. They're kids, right? And so maybe he'd be great. I don't know. But that I wouldn't just look at that and say, okay, that's the fix-all. Or you know what? Why not try it? Okay, fine. I mean, I dig that. You're still in your window. And so these have to be calculated. It has to be really smart decisions. And the last thing, Vic, you said it earlier. If David Carl wanted to be in the NHL, he would be in it right this second.
I mean, he'd have a job, pretty much any job that came open. I guarantee his name was in consideration. He'd have a job. Hey, Moshe, I've had a lot of people reach out to me in the Altitude family saying, are you going to be all right? Are you all right? And I say to them, you know what Moshe is like right now? He's in Vegas. He's reminding me, do you remember the Nicolas Cage character? What was that depressing movie where he just drank himself to oblivion?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
No, it was Leaving Las Vegas.
Leaving Las
Vegas.
Where he just could
Honeymoon
not
in
turn.
Vegas was a lot more jovial, fun movie than Leaving Las Vegas, where it was just that's just depressing beyond belief.
He was acting alongside the lady who played Danny LaRusso's girlfriend in Karate Kid.
Yeah,
What's her
Elizabeth
name?
Shue.
Elizabeth Shue. Yeah, that's how I remember that movie. And no matter what Elizabeth Shue did and tried, she could not pull Nick Cage out of that spiral. And he just ended it there in Vegas. Just went on the street.
Yeah.
Don't be Nicolas Cage, Moser.
No, I'm good.
Get back home.
I'm good. I'll be back home. I can't wait to see my family and play with my dogs a little bit. Go to the garage and see how much I have left in that Sawzall blade.
By the way, Moshe, you'll appreciate this.
See if my see if my nail gun is loaded.
Moshe, I need you, and you're going to have to fight Adalio and Mario. You know, my dad's garage, he had all these random tools that I don't even know how to identify.
I know he did.
them. I don't know what they are.
I know, yeah.
So we're going to have to find a home for them. And I thought of you. I said, God, if somebody knew how to use whatever this is, it would be Moser.
I don't even know what this is. What is it?
Come on down, because I don't know what the hell this is.
I will. No, I'm gonna be good. It's just that winning is so fun, and this is. Can I be selfish for 1 second? And people get on. Everybody's got their own mysticism and everything. We did Colorado Wagon this year, right? We did. And they were. I mean, it's one of the top 10 regular seasons of all time, and then 8-1 through 2 rounds. So it's not the reason that they didn't go all the way. But this was just such a fun season overall with our broadcast crew. With me, Reichs, Johnny, Kiefer, Rachel, Kate later. Of course, Rachel had a baby. Connor, everybody involved in it. Our the bosses.
You guys make it fun to watch, Moshe.
Producer, director. I mean, everybody. We had such a fun season as we went along. It was so joyful. It's hard to believe that what I thought I knew, Brett, like you said, what I thought I knew, and what that joy was, all of a sudden dissipated in the span of a week.
You know what it was,
One
Moshe?
friggin' week.
You're puttering right along. You're at full sprint. You're about to break a marathon record, and as you get near that finish line, you get hit with the Widowmaker.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel better? Or?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. You're not incorrect, but it doesn't lift my spirits at all. Look, I'm going to be fine. I've been around this game for so long. I've seen way, way, way more ugly, horrible, gut-wrenching, you punch yourself in the face defeats than I have the joys of ultimate victory.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of those guys, I mean, you knew you weren't going to do it. You knew you didn't have the horses. You knew that it was not in the cards for you. I thought this was so in the cards, so in the friggin' cards.
Can I raise a question as we go to break?
Please.
It's a question that I want everyone to ponder, and when we get to the other side, I want your answers, especially you two. Ponder this. We witnessed this season, this year, 2025-26, okay, the last 8 months, we witnessed some of the highest highs in local professional sports. Arguably the greatest single year, 8-month stretch in Denver professional sports history. And each one ended in heartbreak, the three I speak of. I want to ask you guys on the other side, which one broke your heart the most?
Get to it in just a second. Stick around.
Everybody's going to get older. It's an inevitability. It's called being a human being. But just because you are getting a little bit older, guys, doesn't mean you have to feel like that. Is this you? Sleep off, weight won't budge, mind feels foggy. Maybe your sex drive's not what it used to be. Switch things up and get a hold of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They are experts in treating men's sexual health conditions and beyond. Successfully treated many men for low T for years. Like me, I didn't even know it. I had a physical. Doc says, yeah, you're getting up there a little bit. I said, well, I'm going to do something about it, and I did. Don't be older, take control, be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better everywhere, and be confident in every part of your life. And right now, they've got the new advanced medical strategies to go along with it, featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more, and it works. Super duper good. So don't wait. Most men wait a year or longer. That's silly. 5 locations here in Colorado to take care of you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. There's one by you. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, Vic, repeat the question that you asked going to break. Go ahead.
3 teams that stole the spotlight in their respective sports. Broncos had the best record in the regular season, home field. The Nuggets went into the postseason with a tremendous win streak. A lot of people had them going to the finals before the playoffs started. On paper, best roster they ever assembled. The Avs were a wagon. We know what they were, President's Trophy and all. And every one of those seasons ended in some sort of heartbreak. So I ask you, which one broke your heart most? Which team and why?
I don't think this is particularly close.
It's the Avs.
I think it's the Avs, and it's not even close to the other
Now,
two.
is that just recency bias, or is it?
No. The reason
No,
I think it's that. Sorry, Mosh, you or me?
You're good. You're good. No, go ahead.
The reason I think it's the Avs is because the Avs proved all year they were the number 1 team in the league. They went through the first 2 rounds of the Stanley Cup playoffs and dominated. They were 8-1. And then they had this level of epic collapse that didn't last 60 minutes. It lasted 60 minutes 4 straight times. In the case of the Broncos, it could have been them had Bo Nix still been healthy. But he wasn't. And we all had this feeling like we were trying to convince ourselves that, hey, maybe the defense will be good enough and Stidham can surprise everybody in the AFC Championship game. But it didn't happen. And when you left that, you weren't surprised by the result that the Broncos lost to the Patriots. It was maybe the way the game played out, that there was no offense, then a snowstorm was weird. The Nuggets was just disappointing from start to finish, but that was the first round in 5 games. It's this one. The shock that I feel this morning into getting swept after watching what I watched for months of this team looking like they were bar none the best in the league, I don't think anything's close.
Yeah, Vic, Brett raises a good point here. With the other 2, I don't think that those losses made me question my sanity.
Yeah, pretty much.
What I knew about the
angry,
teams.
though. No, you were angry.
No. Yeah. But there's a mental part of it where, God, I'm not even really sure that I fully believe the Broncos could win it all. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
Things went right,
Before you guys go down this road, let me just hit the rewind button. Let's just rewind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The day after the AFC title game, we had a show where we're yelling at the heavens. What a fluke injury! Number 1, why didn't you kick the field goal? What is Stidham doing with the chest pass? Why can't you execute when you have the ball on the 32-yard line? Why did that winter squall have to come in when it did? We asked all these questions, and we were just as passionate about it and just as heartbroken about it. And then the Nuggets lose the way they did. Oh, my God. A 19-point lead at home? Oh, my God. Nobody responded to Jaden McDaniels' trash talk? Oh, my God. They're missing 4 key players, and you can't beat them in a must-win? It was the same way. So I would contend that all 3 break your heart in mysterious ways, and all are equal. I think they all are.
No.
Yeah, I in my head, dude, I was sure they were going to win this thing.
No, here's
in my head. I was sure they were going to at least get to the final. I was sure.
If I had to put all of these, like, just do a word association thing, the end of the Nugget season was anger. Just because they didn't show fight, I was angry. The end of the Broncos season was, after that game, I would say probably weird, but not that wasn't unexpected. The Broncos lost when Jarrett Stidham was starting the AFC Championship game against the second-best team record-wise in the AFC. That wasn't a surprise to anybody. The game was weird. The game. But the Avs, I'm confused. I'm just confused this morning. I don't get it. I don't know how it happens. Seriously. You get to a point, it's not close. When you ask people, who do you think is going to win the Stanley Cup? What would you have said, Moj? The average NHL fan, maybe 80% of them would have said Avs leading into that series.
Colorado Avalanche.
And maybe I'm being conservative on that number when I say 80%. And it's not just that you lost. You get swept.
Hey, dude, here's another thing. It's now been 13 straight seasons that the President's Trophy winner has not won the Stanley Cup. 13 straight years.
Yeah.
Why is that, man?
I don't know.
Hot team beats.
I mean, if the Dodgers, if the Dodgers are the best team in baseball for 13 straight years, how many World Series do they win? 8.
No, baseball can do that too. Baseball, you run into hot teams, and then you just.
All right, if you're 14-2 for 13 straight years, how many Super Bowls do you win?
Well, nobody's.
14 and it's different because
nobody's 14-2 for 13 straight years, man.
Well, 14-3 now, I guess. But you know what I mean. I mean, it's all those teams.
Then how about this, Moj? The best team in the regular season in basketball typically is the team that wins the title. That basketball does the best. It's the best example of
holding
the team.
form.
The team that's most talented and the best all year is usually the team that wins the title.
Right. Yep.
Hockey's the worst.
So many variables in this stupid game. So many variables in any shift, any period. I mean, again, Brett, you started it out. McKinnon sees McCarr streaking down the wing in period number 1, and what happens?
He just misses him.
I mean, but not by a lot, right?
I think it hit the end of his. Well, it was an outstretched hand, but I think it was the end of his stick.
Correct. But let's say Kale's good at every CV. I mean, let's say it's on his tape and he still has to reach out. He's so good at receiving.
He's still
a pass
all alone in front,
and he's gonna collect that puck, and he's still gonna have time to race in and do his thing. But then what happens?
Vegas gets it, and they throw a Hail Mary to Mark Stone that's right on the money.
And not just anybody. Braden McNabb, a minesweeper, a big old ironclad minesweeper, launches a friggin' F-18 Hornet off his deck. He doesn't even have any airplanes. 70 feet in the air. I mean, that's what happens in playoff hockey. It's unbelievable, dude.
Going back to my question about which of the three is most heartbreaking, and I can go bone of contention for every argument here. And somebody said, well, the Broncos would have gotten their blanks handed to them had they made it to the Super Bowl with a backup QB. And what I'm telling you is that the QB thing is part of the heartbreak. The fact that you lost your starter on a random run play when the game was pretty much won, that's part of the heartbreak. And I'm here to tell you right now regarding the Broncos, you get the Broncos in the Super Bowl with a healthy Bo Nix, I'll take that.
Sure.
I'm not convinced Seattle beats them. I don't know what you've been watching. Hey, man, again, hot team. I'll give the Broncos a chance in that every single day with a healthy Bo Nix. So heartbreak comes in many different forms. Injuries, that's a big factor. The way you get injured is also a factor.
If you go to the Rams and say, hey, man, hey, Rams, how in the hell did you lose to Sam Darnold?
Seattle's good.
I don't know.
Seattle's good.
Seattle's good. Yeah, I mean, Seattle, it's like Vegas is good. But how does Mark Stone, who bounces around between 40 and 60 points a year, how does he receive a Hail Mary bomb off Braden McNabb's, of all people's, stick and race in and put a friggin' Peter Forsberg world-class move on Mackenzie Blackwood? How does that happen? I don't know, but it did. I don't know, but it did.
You know what's weird? And maybe this applies to the Nuggets. Maybe it doesn't. Not as much, I guess. To watch a team that has so much promise and you feel like is capable of winning a championship play so out of character is the biggest shock. That it was... You waited until the most crucial moment, Moj, where I could say, this is probably the worst 4-game stretch that the Avs played over the course of the year. They had a couple of ruts in there, but to watch them go out and just kind of like lose their sense of self was really bizarre.
especially those guys. We're not talking about kids. We're not talking about inexperienced guys. We're not talking about, newbies or whatever. Hadn't been there and done that. We're talking about so many guys who have gone through so much. And to have this uncharacteristic sort of vibe come in, I don't know.
It's like when Jarrett Stidham did the chest pass, wasn't part of you like as disappointing as it was? Part of you was like, well, that's a backup quarterback.
He's Jarrett, yeah.
He's Jarrett Stidham.
No offense to Stiddy, but yeah.
But it's Jarrett Stidham.
I don't know.
That's it.
I don't know.
In the case of the Nuggets, it was disappointing from a lack of fight sort of perspective. The Avs just played way below their standard. And it's just still, we're not even, 12 hours from this, barely 12 hours away from the end of that game. It's still just like, how? How did this happen?
The Avs' ability, I'll go back to game 1 against Minnesota. Crazy game, right? Minnesota comes back and ties the thing, takes the lead. But the Avs, as that game went on, just inflicted their will and said, screw it, we'll score 10 if we have to. Only needed 9. Actually, only needed 7. But we'll throw in a couple more for good measure. They inflicted their will. They never inflicted their will at one time.
Moj, what time do you fly?
I mean, not like they have.
What time do you fly home?
I got to leave here.
Okay.
Couple hours.
Can I give you one piece of advice as you're in Vegas? Just one small advice. How much liquid do you have right now in savings? How much can you get your hands on?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. I don't know. Okay. I don't know, Vic, but what are you getting at here?
You got a couple hours to assemble that money. Get it all.
Okay.
Go downstairs, wherever casino you're at. Go downstairs. Put it on red. Put it all on red. If you win, you get something. You come home with something. If you lose, on top of everything that happened, just go full Nicolas Cage leaving Las Vegas.
Wait. This revealed a lot about your character, Vic. A lot.
Yeah.
You're a put it on red guy?
Dude, I don't even play
You put it on black.
I don't know.
Black, not red.
Okay, I don't know. I don't do the gambling thing at Vegas. I don't do that. I don't even know how. That's the only one I can relate to. I'm the guy who's playing blackjack and the dealer. I'm the guy who the dealer's trying to help play the game. And everybody at the table's like, oh, God, this guy. That's me.
It's that scene from Austin Powers. You have like a 2 and a 4.
Yeah.
I'll stay. I like to live dangerously.
I also like to live
dangerously. Go ahead, Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
I put Vic's question up as a poll on our Altitude Sports Radio Twitter page, so you can go and vote for which of the 3 heartbreaking playoff exits was the most heartbreaking.
Great.
Was it Bo Nick's anklegate 2K26 and the AFC Championship loss? Was it the Nuggets' first-round exit, or was it the Avs getting swept? Only a few votes have trickled in so far, but it is a landslide for the Avs currently. So go to our Twitter page and embrace democracy.
Yeah. It's fresh, too. If you guys are on hold, I'm sure the Morning Sprint would love to take your call, so just hang on right then and there.
Or Moser will give out his personal cell phone and just talk you through it.
Or do that. Yeah, that too.
100%.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane have as well as you can, great Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Great season, buddy. Great season. Come home. Let's go play golf.
Yep.
Let's go play golf. You'll be happy.
Golf
the
season
third hole
now.
When you miss that 3-footer.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Have a great day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
just had it knocked off his stick. McCarr trying to get there. He'll collect. Last chance saloon for the Avalanche. 17 seconds. McCarr for Kadri through his legs. Broken up. Back for McCarr. 12 seconds. McCarr at the blue line. He's got to get it across center ice. Landeskog can't get it deep. Vegas back with it. They play it off the bench in front of the Avalanche. McCarr sends it ahead. 2 seconds, 1. And the Avalanche season is done. For the first time since 2008, Colorado is swept in a playoff series. And the Cup favorites have been eliminated. Final score in Game 4 of the Western Conference Final, the Golden Knights 2 and the Avalanche 1.
I think just feels like a waste, to be honest. You go 82 games, get tons of great pieces, feel as though you have a team that, can do something special. And for us, at the end of the day, we said it in training camp, it's cup or bust for us. And regardless of where you fall short, we fell super short of that goal.
We run into a buzzsaw in Vegas. I think they deserve the credit, and it's not a knock on our guys and how hard we played, but they're a well-oiled machine right now, peaking at the right time. And I look at their series and man-to-man, they're playing at the top of their game, and it's a very, very good team that we lost to, and we'll have to regroup and reassess and reflect on our season and our series and go from there.
Get off Betsy's ass.
63 wins later, and the Avalanche season is over with so much as a whimper in the Western Conference Final as we welcome you into the Morning Sprint. I'm Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today, and you guys, we want to hear from you guys. 303-504-0925. We will take your calls this morning. We will take your texts. We will read your messages on Twitch. We will read your chat messages on YouTube as well. I did a watch-along on Altitude Plus last night with Mark Springer for this game, so I spoke for the better part of 5 combined hours between watching the game and then doing Between the Pipes after the game. And this was the conclusion that I had. To the best of my knowledge, Coach, I've never been cheated on in my life. I feel cheated on. I feel deceived. I feel lied to. After watching this team this year. Yeah, the Avs in years past have fallen privy in the postseason to being either too soft to play, too small to play against a team like Vegas. I understand that it's happened in postseasons past. But this team this year, the way that they played during the regular season, the way that they accepted the style of play that they had to against LA in round 1, the way that they played a completely different style of hockey against a Stanley Cup contender in the Minnesota Wild in round 2. Because they had spent the entire year proving we can play any style of hockey. For them to go out like this, I feel lied to. In 8 years of doing the post-game show for this team, I've never been more disappointed.
I think it's pretty simple for me. As I watched the smirk on John Tortorella's very punchable face as he got win after win after win after win, 4 of them.
They're just buzzing.
You know what? They're buzzing, but they're actually kind of laughing.
Oh, yeah.
They're laughing at the Colorado Avalanche.
They're kind of laughing at everyone.
I think that there was some interior, inside their own culture, John Tortorella, mental. There were some mind games, some what do people call those things? Some reindeer games that were happening behind the scenes with John Tortorella, where he told his team, that soft team over there, just trust me, hit him in the mouth.
Now,
Hit him in the mouth over and over and over again.
But like, if you listen to John Tortorella's post-game press conference, he does not talk about the Avalanche that way.
Of course not.
He talks about that team. He goes, they are unbelievably well coached and they check well. We just checked better, not in terms of physically checking. When you typically talk about checking in hockey, you're talking about getting above the puck and having multiple layers between you and your defensive net. And like, Vegas just had layer after layer after layer, and Colorado either couldn't or wouldn't or didn't want to try and break through those things. So he didn't speak like that publicly. I do believe that Tortorella respects the hell out of the team.
Raj, what do coaches do with the media? We've seen it with Sean Payton time and time again. You use the media to get out any narrative that you want to. And trust me when I say this, I've been in so many damn locker rooms with head coaches that are saying one thing to their team about their opponent, and then they get in front of the microphone and they say the extreme opposite. You could tell that there was almost a laughter, a collective laughter with the Las Vegas Golden Knights organization, and it was probably about the strategy that they employed, and it was very similar, if not, it wasn't identical, but there was a lot of similarities to the strategy that was employed by the Dallas Stars a year ago. Different, but similar. It's like if you clog these guys, if you clog things down the middle and you make it an uncomfortable game that you have to really go to the hard places and you have to really get net front. This team doesn't have it. And you know, at the end of the day, that 6-day series, that's how long it was, Raj. Am I right in saying that? 6 total days? Is that how long that series lasted?
It's today, Wednesday. Yeah, 6 days. It ended on Tuesday night, yeah.
6 days. The season was incredible. I think the first 2 rounds of the postseason was incredible. But it all came down in a heap of soft, because that's what I think that was exposed with the Colorado Avalanche, and it's not the first time that it's been exposed. And I think John Tortorella was the perfect personality to galvanize a roster that was in a position of looking for something, that had a miserable regular season, even though they won the Pacific Division. They lost 43 hockey games.
Yeah, they won 39 games. There were like 6 teams that didn't make the playoffs this year that won more games than them. They made the coaching change at the right time. They got Carter Hart in at the right time, regardless of how you feel about his off-ice past. And he's playing like a top 10. He's playing like a top 5 netminder now. And Vegas has been opportune the entire postseason long. They were opportune in game 4. They get a breakaway after Colorado was the better team in the first 5 minutes of last night's game. They get a breakaway from Stone, goes in the back of the net, and then Blackwood from that point on was sensational. Awesome game from Mackenzie Blackwood to just keep Colorado in it, because we were waiting the entire game, right? We were waiting for the big push for Vegas, and it happened in the middle 10 minutes of the second period. And the big question was, when Vegas gives you the push, what do you have in the tank to push back? They had nothing. Colorado responded with a single shot in those 10 minutes in that second period. They opened up the third period with nothing. I saw this crazy stat from Evan Rao of the Gazette. In games 2, 3, and 4, in the third period, and this is coming off, by the way, a second period in which the Avalanche scored 0 goals the entire series. So you go from scoring 0 goals the whole series in the second to this stat in the third period. In games 2, 3, and 4, at 5-on-5, they played 44 minutes of 5-on-5 hockey in the third period in games 2, 3, and 4. Can you guess how many high-danger scoring opportunities the Avalanche had?
One. It seemed like it.
1.
I can't even remember the one. Was it
1? It was probably a Brock Nelson breakaway at some point. Let's be very honest about that.
I'll tell you what, we're
going to hear from another Brock Nelson chance from last night.
I am so impressed with Brock Nelson's ability to be able to just put a shot directly in the immovable glove of Carter Hart. Just found the glove. Oh, I'm just going to put that little pillow right there. Raj, it was soft. It was soft. And to me, when you're soft and you've exited the playoffs in years past, in the last decade, because you ultimately were the softer team, well, something's got to give.
Yeah, and you've done everything to this point, right? You have traded a future Hall of Famer. You've traded 4 goaltenders. You've traded not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 possible second-line centers to try and fix that. You have traded to reacquire a bag, right? A mean type of player in Nazem Kadri that helped set the tone for your 2022 Stanley Cup championship. You have been able to reacquire, in some sense, Gabriel Landeskog, who is really like truly one of the only players worth his weight in this series. You went out and you got a big Vegas-style player
Actually
who won a
from
cup
Vegas.
with Vegas in Nick Waugh. You traded away a undersized defenseman to get not a big bruiser in Brett Kulak, but 6'1" who can play both sides of the ice. You acquired a veteran big defenseman who played physical in the postseason in Brent Burns. His defensive lapses here and there throughout the series and the regular season notwithstanding, but you did all of these things to shore up what you weren't good at. I didn't even mention the fact that you traded away 4 goaltenders. There's one thing that you haven't done. And I don't know how you go into this offseason with the lack of ability to trade around the roster again, because you're up against the cap and the vast majority of this team is coming back because they're under contract.
Yep. And I heard your guys between the pipes post game.
You're not allowed to bring up what we talked about last night. We're not doing that on this show.
I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
But I was trying to tell you that I listened to your show.
I appreciate
I was trying to
that.
be nice.
I appreciate that.
I actually fell asleep with my AirPod in, listening to your guys' show.
I don't know
woke
how
up.
you fell asleep. We screamed at each other for an hour and a half.
I mean, that's how big of a snooze fest that game was last night if you're a Colorado Avalanche fan. That game put me to sleep because there were just no opportunities. But I heard you guys talking about it, the amount of players that have trade exceptions. I mean, it's almost all of them. Like, you cannot retool the roster. So guess what has to change?
You can retool around the edges. You can't
Around the
make
edges,
like monster
The
moves.
core's not changing, and the big
core's not
contracts
changing.
are not coming off the books.
Nope.
Marty Natchez isn't going to come off the books. I'm sorry.
You're not finding a suitor for Marty Natchez prior to July 1st when his full no-move clause kicks
And
in.
you're sure as hell not trading Nathan McKinnon or Cale Makar because you'd be the dumbest organization ever.
Yeah, you're not doing that.
Because you're
We're not-
probably fueling another organization to win a cup. Right. It's probably what you're doing.
That's not the answer. The answer is, if you're going to make the change, and again, like, if they make no changes, the Avalanche could very well be in the same position next year where they compete for a Central Division championship and they are in the conversation as like a Stanley Cup contender. And at some point, there is hoping, right? There is hoping in every pathway that you take to a championship. There is hope.
Raj.
And the hope is that if you come back with everything, basically the same roster and the same coaching staff, for this team to win, you have to hope to not face a team like Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, if Anaheim had gotten through Vegas, Colorado's probably playing for a cup right now. If Edmonton had found a way to be your Western Conference final opponent, you're probably playing for a cup right now. Had it been the Utah Mammoth, you're probably playing for a cup right now. You happen to go up against a team that you are not built to beat. Now, not every team is built like the Vegas Golden Knights. So again, there is some hope to that process. There's also hope that if you move on from the coach and you get a new guy, you're hoping that it works. There is no perfect way. There's no guaranteed way to build a championship year in and year out. It's tough, man. I'm dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded how this happened so quickly.
Basically what you're saying, Raj, and this is what it all boils down to. If you make the decision, Joe Sakic, Chris McFarland, and the Kroenke ownership group makes the decision to 100% run it back and change the fringes, what you're hoping for is 4 soft opponents to win a Stanley Cup. That's what you're hoping for.
You just can't play. You can't play a team like Vegas.
Tough.
You can't play a team like Vegas.
You can't play tough. You need soft.
And again, not every team is built like Vegas.
But that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Especially when you have what we all say are the best, one of the 2 best offensive players in the NHL
And one of the two best defensemen.
And one of the two best D-men in the NHL. And to be in the middle of their existence on the same team. Connor McDavid does not have a Cale Makar on his team.
He's got a Leon Draisaitl. It's pretty good.
But he's not a D-man. There is no team that is built like this, and they have been we talked about it. 2019 is when the window opened. And here we are, end of 2026. And you've only been out of the second round.
You do have one cup. That's more than what McDavid
100%.
can say.
100%.
All right, we're going to take a quick time out. On the other side, we're going to go through our final big play replay of the year. Former Avalanche defenseman Tyson Barrie will join us at 10:45 as well. And then coming up at 11, we will get heavily into that coaching conversation and whether or not getting into the NHL's coaching carousel is the right thing for Colorado to do, considering they have one of the two longest tenured head coaches in the league right now. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I have stats to talk about that. That comes up at 11. All right, for the last time this year, let's go through the Avalanche big play replay. They were facing elimination last night at the hands of a sweep.
You're speaking about as well as they performed in their elimination game.
I've spoken myself into a level of existence that shouldn't be here today.
Keep your head up, kid. You'll be just fine. Hey, you know what? We'll just run it back and do the same show tomorrow and expect different results, huh?
I see what you did there. All right, starts off early. An opportunistic Vegas Golden Knights team continues their success. Mark Stone on the breakaway.
And now possession is surrendered to Shea Theodore. McNabb will bring it up and out. Uh-oh, lob pass, Stone, forehand, he scores. Mark Stone, goals in back-to-back games since his return, 1-0 Vegas, not 5 minutes into period 1 of game 4.
Mark Stone on the breakaway. Really nice move. It was essentially the Jack Drury move that Drury scored on during game 3 to put Colorado up early. This is a flip pass from McNabb. It ended up being fantastic. The spot that this play starts in, however, is when Kale misses the net almost, I think it was like 30 seconds prior to this. Kale decides to try and send a puck to the middle of the ice rather than shooting coming down the right side, his strong side on the right dot. He tries to slide one, I believe, to Arturi Lehkonen in the middle of the ice, which, when you're playing John Tortorella in the Vegas Golden Knights, pucks to the middle of the ice isn't really an easy option. If Kale shoots that puck, I don't think we're having the conversation that Colorado is down 1-0 early. He slides it to the middle. Colorado doesn't get a grade A scoring opportunity. Kale stays below the goal line. And then when the puck gets turned over, Kale starts backpedaling to his normal right defense position. But what he doesn't realize is that Devon Taves has already slid over, expecting that Nick Waugh, the high side forward, is going to be his safety valve. When McNabb gets the puck, Nick Waugh, who was the safety valve in a great position, just vacates his spot.
What about Kadri in that spot?
Kadri on the back check was in the middle of the ice. He probably needs to go directly to Stone at that point.
It looked like he kind of lost Stone.
It was a miscommunication for me, Waugh and Kadri, right? Kadri either needs to stay in that spot as the safety valve, or Kadri needs to look at Waugh and go, I got him.
In football, when we're talking about defensive terms, we always joke about it as the old adage is, I got him, you got him, no one's got him. It's kind of what it looked like happened. It looked like really bad safety play in a football game.
A simple bad handoff after 5 good minutes of Avalanche hockey turns into a goal against for Colorado.
I heard Moser this morning say, how in the world is it Mark Stone, who hovers between 40 and 60 points a year, that ends up being in that spot to essentially score the goal that frankly eliminated the Colorado Avalanche? And I say this, you know what Mark Stone has that right now, there's not a ton of evidence.
Stones?
Huh?
He's got stones.
He does. He's got intestinal fortitude and dog in him and confidence, and I'm going to be in this spot. If Brock Nelson had a third of Mark Stone's stones, or even half or a quarter of the stones that Mark Stone has, he probably would have scored 6 goals this series in 4 games. Instead, nope. It's my stones are actually up in my throat, and I don't feel like I can let any natural hockey movement hang out and play.
People get nervous about like the age of the Avalanche for some reason. I've seen like a lot of posts about how the Avs core is, aging and now the window's closed. First off, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. They go, oh, McKinnon's going to be 31 next year and Kale's going to be 29 and Nelson's going to be 34. Do you know how old Mark Stone is? Mark Stone's 34. He's going to be 35 next year. Like, players can play into their mid-30s and be effective if they play the right way, and if they have the right message and the right system like Mark Stone does, they can succeed. That'll preface our conversation at 11. Moving on. Second period, Brock Nelson continues to be snake bit.
Natchez hanging on to a glance underneath for Burns. One-timer save made by Hart on the try from Brock Nelson. Not a whole lot in that one-timer, and Vegas will clear it back to the neutral zone with 10 seconds left.
Nelson was fading away a little bit. I think that puck was just outside his wheelhouse.
Nelson has it through the neutral zone. Power play is over. Nelson right down Broadway. Brock Nelson! Save made by Carter Hart. Again, 4 golden chances in the last 2 games for Brock Nelson, and Hart has either stopped them all, including this chance from Nicholas Waugh, or he's missed. Hart has been the difference in the series. No two ways about it.
It was at that point that I had a really sneaky feeling Colorado needs a little bit of puck luck to get back into this hockey game. Carter Hart's playing well, and when Nelson missed that little mini breakaway, that little quick shot that Hart made the glove save on, then he comes down on the mini breakaway at the end of the power play and weaves through 3 Vegas defenders like it's nothing. Like he did something that McKinnon didn't do the entire series. And I saw that, and I went, if he's not going to score then, he's not going to score at all in the series, and Colorado's done.
When you say that Carter Hart looked like he was really locked in, how hard is it to keep your glove in the exact same position that it was in before the shot was made and just watch it go in there and say, thanks, Brock?
How hard is it to not move?
Great target practice there from Brock Nelson. Tell you what, that man knows how to find a glove and just rip it right into it.
As good as he was all season long, a 30-goal scorer, a Selke finalist, it dried up in the postseason for the 2nd year in a row for Brock Nelson. Period number 2. It was the Mackenzie Blackwood period. That was the last really good chance, the last really good set of minutes that Colorado had, the first 5 minutes of that second period, and then the Vegas push happened in the middle 10. It all happened and started on the power play. Mackenzie Blackwood kept Colorado in this game.
Marner at the slot, gets around the outside, backdoor. Oh, what a save made by Blackwood on Dorofeev. Pass backdoor, Dorofeev, glove save made by Blackwood. Holy Mackenzie had to have that one. He hangs on to it. Dorofeev can't believe it. Neither can I. 12 seconds to go in the Vegas power play, and Mackenzie Blackwood has been stellar.
He was amazing in that game. He kept Colorado in it when they deserved to not be in the game. And I believe his performance last night will bring him into next year as Scott Wedgwood. Awesome season, man. The season of your career this year. You're the backup again.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's so wild too, man. The amount of data that you were able to accumulate through the latter half of the season into the beginning of the postseason. And it just felt like Scott Wedgwood was clearly the guy. Mackenzie Blackwood, man, he ended the season on an exclamation point. And anybody who thinks that the Colorado Avalanche were undone by their netminders is, I think, doesn't know hockey. Because there were so many bad things that happened in front of net over the course of this series, both in terms of what your offensive production was able to accumulate. Like, yeah, Carter Hart was great. You didn't really make him work consistently.
No, you didn't.
So how can you can glaze him that much? It was everybody else for the Vegas Golden Knights that made Carter Hart's job a little bit easier, and then he made some really impressive saves when needed.
Made some impressive saves when needed, but he also didn't give up the goal that made you go like, how on earth did that go in? And as good as Wedgwood has been this whole season, and as good as he was in the postseason, like there were a handful of goals that you went, in what world does that go in? The Coughlin goal, the backhand from Tomas Hertl. Like there were a few in the series that go, Hart's not letting that one in. Like I didn't need you to stand on your head, but you can't let those types of goals go in.
All right, Raj, had the Denver Broncos won the AFC Championship game, my plan all along was, all right, win the AFC Championship game with Jarrett Stidham, create value, and then trade him. And get some pieces. Get a damn tight end that can run routes and catch the football and is taller than 6'4". Do you think there's a world that exists because of what Mackenzie Blackwood did as such a manageable contract?
Blackwood or Wedgwood?
I keep doing it. Scott Wedgwood. Do you think there is the ability to get some serious return on investment, and then you bring up your Russian netminder Nabokov? And you get him ready to be the number 2 option.
There is certainly a possibility of doing that.
That would be great,
certainly
right?
a possibility of doing that.
And that could help the Colorado Avalanche and maybe some of the fringe.
Now, you could also just bring back Blackwood and Wedgwood. They are both under contract next year. Blackwood 5.25, Wedgwood 2.5 next year. But yeah, I believe that when Chris McFarland, assuming he's the general manager this coming offseason, is trying to retool this roster to look a little bit more like Vegas, Wedgwood could be one of those players that, like, the Avs don't have a lot of value outside the rostered players that they can attach to trades to bring back what they want, and that means prospects and picks. There's a lot of need for goaltending in the National Hockey League right now. Yeah, there's a possibility they could do that.
And do you think Nabokov's a good enough prospect to be ready as netminder too?
Yes.
So you probably have that solution already baked in. If you can, there's going to be a team that struggles. I mean, there's teams that were eliminated in this postseason
because of goaltending.
And that was not the Colorado Avalanche. I'm sorry.
You could do that. That's a possibility. All right, let's move to the third period. As great as Blackwood was, this one felt like a save you probably should have had.
Stone ahead for Tomas Hertl. One-on-one with Josh Manson. Tried to dangle to the wall. Run over by Waugh. Kolasar off the bench. Now Hertl has it back towards the cage. Deflected wide. Stick side to Mackenzie Blackwood. 5:50 to go in the third period of Game 4. Tipped, they score. Cole Smith, first of the playoffs. And barring a bigger miracle than we already needed, that should just about do it.
Cole Smith tips one home with 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the third period. It puts Vegas up 2-0, and it felt at that point, Coach, like they had no chance.
Yeah, it was a game, set, match. I watched that replay 10, 15 times. Are we sure that it was tipped?
Minimal tip.
Minuscule, right?
It wasn't more of a redirection. It took like a little bit of pace off the puck. I still believe that Blackwood was late getting down to the ice. It wasn't a good goal to give up. At that time, though, like, Colorado still didn't have any punch. I wasn't really convinced that Colorado was coming back and tying that game, but I do look at that and go, probably should have had it.
Was it Coughlin that ripped the initial shot? How about
Coughlin
him, man?
That ripped the original shot.
It started with Dylan Coughlin and it ended with Dylan Coughlin.
It sure did.
Of all people.
Where this happened was Nick Waugh was late getting off of the strong side dot. Both of your defensemen in Kulak and I believe Sam Malinsky were tied up on the board. It was Kulak and Josh Manson were tied up in the strong side corner. Nobody gets to the net front, which is something that Vegas gets to the net front and you don't on the offensive side. And when Colorado got to the net front in front of Carter Hart, there was always a Vegas defender there. How many times in the past couple of games have we seen someone completely unchecked in front of the net? Keegan Kolasar, Cole Smith, Mark Stone. All three of those players were sitting directly in front of the crease with no one within 3 to 5 feet of them.
Kind of reminded me a little bit of the Minnesota series, especially Game 1. A lot of unabated presence in front of the net. Dylan Coughlin, by the way, talk about the least likely of, frankly, playoff heroes for the Las Vegas Golden Knights. He played 17 games in 22. 1 game in 23.
He was almost out of the league.
6 games in 24 and 3 games in 25, 26.
Almost
this
out of the
season,
league.
he played in 3 games. His only measurable statistic that he had was he was +1. He was on the ice for a goal. That's it, +1. The guy was like not even a part of it, and he was involved in your first and last goal of the series. It's wild.
Colorado down 2-0 at that point, but just 2 minutes later, the captain, Gabriel Landeskog, gives them hope.
Cruz on crease for Cale Makar. Pushes it into space across the red line. Makar throws it through a crowd. Makar kicks it down, and the rebound got away from him. To the point in Kadri. Net is empty for the Avalanche. Blackwood on the bench. Nature's a shot. They score! Tipped in! There's hope after all! I think it's Brock Nelson in front, along with Landeskog. 2:03 to go in the third period. Landeskog, I think, is going to get his third goal of the series, and the Avalanche are within 1 with 2 minutes to go in Game 4.
And that will end your final big play replay of the Colorado Avalanche 25-26 season. Gabriel Landeskog tips one home. But unfortunately, Colorado pulls the netminder and they cannot find another grade A scoring opportunity or a puck that even finds its way to Carter Hart as Colorado is swept out of the playoffs. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, former Avalanche defenseman Tyson Barrie joins the show. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Avs get swept out of the postseason by the Vegas Golden Knights, who are en route to another Stanley Cup Finals appearance. We are joined on the Ramos Law Hotline by former Avalanche defenseman Tyson Barrie. Tyson, what's up, man?
Not much. Just, day after a big loss, just reevaluating. I feel bad for the boys. Obviously, it was a great season they had, and then comes to a screeching halt. I've been there before, so I know what they're going through.
You said you've been there before when it comes to a screeching halt. How does that happen with a team that the entire season long, it looked like they could compete and dominate any style of hockey that they wanted to, and then in a span of 6 days, it just disappeared? How does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I say I relate because when I was with Edmonton, we ran into the Avs in the conference final and they dismantled us in 4 games. So, yeah, give credit to Vegas, man. They played tight. They didn't give those guys any space, and then they were able to produce as well. Usually, when you play that tight of hockey and you're kind of locked down, there's not a lot of offense, but give them credit. They played great defensively, and then they found ways to produce. Marner played great. Stone played great. Yeah, I think obviously having Kale out those first 2 games, that's a big part of their team, and it's a tough hill to overcome to replace someone like that. He brings so much to their offense and defense and plays so much, and then you get him back, and then it looks like things are back on track. You're up 3-0, and then we don't need to revisit that one. That kind of just takes the wind out of your sails. So, they win that game. It's 2-1. You've got your, the best defenseman of all time back, and now you're starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, I think it was just a combination of, you got to stay healthy at the right times, and then all the credit in the world to Vegas. That's a good hockey team, and they showed it.
Tyson, help all of us that haven't lived, the life of playing in series like this and play against the stylistic matchup of a team that just wants to really muck it up, wants to make everything really challenging to move the puck through the center of the ice. What's the solution? What's the solution for the Colorado Avalanche? Because it's not identical, but it feels similar to the ending against the Dallas Stars a year ago, where it feels like it's mucked up. And is the solution just getting more physical, or what do you see?
No, I don't think it's more physical. I think the Avs can play that style of game too. I think, like you guys touched on earlier in the show, they've shown they can run and gun, they can lock it down. I think at the end of the day, it maybe comes, when you're playing through the neutral zone that tight and there's not a lot going on, it comes down to special teams a little bit. You're going to get your power play looks, and you got to make them count. If you can score 2 or 3, 1 or 2 or 3 on a power play, then they're chasing. If you can get out to a lead and you can make Vegas chase it, they're not going to be as inclined to sit back. So, yeah, unfortunately, it didn't shake out like that. Yeah, what a great season, and yeah, just obviously, tough to see it come to a halt like that, especially in 4 games.
Tyson Barrie, our guest here, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Tyson, you touched on the power play there, and in your career, you were a highly sought-after power play quarterback. You ran power plays with Rantanen and McKinnon and Landeskog on it. You moved over to Toronto, where Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews were on those power plays. You were obviously in Edmonton with Draisaitl and McDavid. So you've run some unbelievably successful power plays with you at the top. Where did their power play go wrong this year? And you, as a guy who has been unbelievably successful running power plays with some of that personnel, how does Tyson Barrie fix it?
Yeah, you know what? It's probably unfair for me to comment. I don't think I watched as much hockey as I'm used to. My first year being off of the NHL, I kind of took a breather.
Yeah, you're launching a beer company. Chili Ones is doing great, by the way.
I was doing some work with the Canucks, so I was watching a lot of their games. And to be honest, when the Avs came through and played the Canucks, they dismantled them. So power play looked great that game. Yeah, I think the thing about a power play is you just don't want to overcomplicate it. I've been on, like you mentioned, some great power plays, and you put those pieces on there, and it's you have you're going to want to have your your go-to plays and your pre-scouts where you can kind of see what the other team's tendencies are. But then, I find power plays get into trouble when they start to overthink it and they start to try to make seam passes that aren't there, maybe try to be a bit too fancy. And you know what? I watched these games. Give Vegas credit; they blocked a lot of shots. They were in the lanes, three guys trying to get their bodies in front of it. It's frustrating to play against. Um, but yeah, I think simplify, and then off rebounds, off of opportunities, let your talent take over. I think when guys try to do a bit too much, it can get into trouble. So I would say simplify. Have your guys in the right spots, and then the game is fair. I think off of rebounds, that's when you can start to get a little bit fancy. You find a guy backdoor, you shelf one short side, that kind of thing. But yeah, you just have to have your setup, and everyone has to know their role.
We're joined by Tyson Berry here, who has launched a beer company, obviously a former NHLer for some of the great teams that have played over the last decade plus. And chilly ones, which you never called it a cold one, is what I see that you've always called it and this is from your website, after games, on the road trip, during the summers at the lake or wherever the crew gets together, you just call them chilly ones. And so you and Nathan McKinnon have launched this endeavor over the course of the last several months. You have a great relationship with Nate, and Nate's he's obviously one of the best that's ever put on an Avalanche sweater and will continue to be that for the foreseeable future. Just knowing Nate, what do you think his emotions are on a day like today? When you have so many hopes and dreams of holding a cup again and defining your legacy, and to end up getting swept by a team that frankly end up having 43 losses, be it by overtime or regular season losses in regulation. What do you think Nate's feeling this morning?
I think probably just a missed opportunity. I think he'll be, he obviously wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's part of what makes him a great player. He's passionate, he's intense. I think he'll wake up this morning and just, be a little. I just know there's so much hard work that goes into a season. It's not just the season; it's all the work that goes into the summer and taking care of your body and the sacrifices that these guys make to be at the top of their game. And then they put themselves in a great spot to have home ice through playoffs and a great regular season. They get the matchups. They play great against Minnesota, and I think Nate's been around enough, guys. You only get so many kicks at the can. So I feel like he'll probably just be feeling a little bit of the weight of the missed opportunity. This was a year that they had a chance, a real honest chance to hoist another cup. So their window's still open. I mean, anytime you've got Nate in his prime and Makar in their prime, you got Landy back healthy. You just try to fill the holes and plug the pieces in. So they've still got a big window. But yeah, I would say just a little disappointment on the amount of effort that goes in, and then not to see it come to fruition. So, but you know what? I know Nate well, and I know it'll be take a breather. Go have some fun and relax, and then it'll be right back at it. He won't lose sight of the ultimate goal here.
The big question surrounding the Avs over the next couple of days will be like the one thing they haven't done over the course of this McKinnon-Makar tenure is change the coach. So this is going to be part of the offseason discussion, whether or not they retain or they move on from Jared Bednar. My question to you as a former player is, how much does changing coach and system actually affect the player's ability and want to when it comes to playing that hard style of hockey that you have to go through to get through a team like Vegas in the postseason? How much does coaching actually impact?
I mean, coaching is huge. I think it starts, I have a bit of a philosophy. It starts with players. You need good hockey players, you won't win. And then you need a good coach. And then you need culture. So, and not in, I'm not saying culture's third. I think that's probably one of the more important things, but it makes a big impact. Look at Vegas. They, part of that 43 losses they piled up was maybe a voice landing flat, and guys were tired of, whatever was going on there. They bring in Torts, and now look at them. They look unbeatable. So it does play a big role. I'm not saying that Bedsy's by any means a problem. I think he's an outstanding human and a great coach. I think they ran into a really good team here. I think they ran into a team that looks like they're on a bit of a mission. Yeah, I mean, when did they win the cup? 22?
22.
Yeah. So, I mean, look at the Leafs. They're 50 years on a drought. I think
So
you
is
guys are
all
pretty
of Canada.
lucky.
So is your native country.
Yeah, I think 93 was our last cup. So it's easy to get swept up in, it's easy to get swept up in that. But this is the best, the best league in the world. And it's the hardest trophy to win. It's, you guys have got 3 now. You've got one in the last 5 years, and you've got a window. I wouldn't shake things up, but it's above my head. I'm not the general manager of the Colorado Avalanche, but you're in the conference finals. You just won the President's Trophy. There's a lot good going on there too, right?
Tyson, I'm going to give you a complete layup right here.
Yep.
A lot of disappointed fans out there.
Yep.
Nathan McKinnon didn't win the gold for Canada, didn't win a Stanley Cup. What's the best place to turn to right now?
Oh, a couple chilly ones.
No doubt.
Yeah, that's the big question.
I
is
need
like,
one
how
beers.
how many chilly ones do I need to bury over the course of the next 6 hours to forget the last 6 days? That's my question.
Yeah, you're gonna want to grab a 12-pack, fella. It's a beautiful day where I'm at. I hope it is there. Just go get some sunshine, go down to Bonnie Bray Liquor, grab a 12-pack, and enjoy the summer. It's here now.
Hey, Tice, we appreciate it, man. Hopefully we talk to you soon. Enjoy the summer. Avs fall in 4 games to the Vegas Golden Knights. Once again, former Av and current head of Chili Ones Beers, Tyson Berry.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Take a quick time out here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's the coach. Mirage will continue breaking down a wild end to the Avalanche season, and we'll get into what we just talked about with Tyson Berry. Is there a coaching decision to be made here in the Mile High City?
that's a hell of a hockey team we played over there. And I know people are crawling up Bedsy's ass about this, that, the other. He is one hell of a coach. He's got a great staff there. I was very nervous. We knew how we had to play because it's such a potent team, and I thought it was our best game. And again, I want to, from Joe right on down, that's a great organization. That's a great team. We found our way, and I think Bedsy said it the right way. It was such a close series. We just found our way to make another play. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Bedsy and that staff and that organization.
Those are the words of John Tortorella as he takes the Vegas Golden Knights through a 4-game sweep of the Avalanche. They'll represent the Western Conference in the Stanley Cup Final just a handful of days from right now. They will await the winner of Carolina and Montreal, a 2-1 series lead for the Hurricanes, as Game 4 tonight from the Bell Center can be viewed on TNT. As we roll into hour number 2 here, our special thanks from the morning sprint to former Avalanche defenseman Tyson Barrie for joining us last segment. If you guys missed any of Tyson, I thought he was fantastic. He will be on our podcast. Just search the morning sprint wherever you get your podcast. You guys can join us today at 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line, or you can watch us on YouTube. Just search today, Altitude Sports Radio, and subscribe today so you don't miss a single thing. And Coach, this will be the conversation across the next couple of days. Will they or won't they? And that comes to the ownership and management of the Avalanche. Will they retain the services of Jared Bednar, who has one more year left on his deal? Again, every single year since he took over as head coach, the 48-point season notwithstanding, the Avalanche have been in the postseason, and 2 years after he started, they've basically been a contender every single season, if not a outright favorite like they were this year. There is one Stanley Cup championship in 2022, which is one of the most dominant runs in the modern history of the National Hockey League. But outside of that, just one other conference final appearance, and that was the 6-day appearance that we just saw this past week, where they went down with a complete whimper. Now, they've got a couple of President's trophies in there. They've won multiple division championships. They are consistently one of the best teams in the league, which gives you're stepping up to the plate every time trying to hit the fastball. Like you're there, which is a lot more than a lot of teams around the NHL can say. And having a ring on your finger is only one of, between Florida, Vegas, Colorado, Tampa Bay, one of 4 teams in the past 6 years that can say, yeah, you've won one. One of 7 teams in the past 10 years that can say, yeah, you've won one. So there's success there. But at one point does the overwhelming consistency of Jared Bednar Avalanche teams being in the conversation, at what point does that not be enough when you've only got one title?
First off, in the NHL, 3 years is an unbelievably long stint as a head coach for any of these NHL teams. The amount of turnover in that league makes like college football and the SEC and the Big 12, it makes it look like a fairly reliably consistent workforce to get a job.
The average tenure of a National Hockey League head coach is 2.4 years.
And I mean, sometimes it's just in the middle of the season. It's just like, yeah, we're pretty good. We made the playoffs, but I mean, look at Cassidy. Cassidy's a pretty good coach, right? He's done some good things for Vegas. How many years was Cassidy in Vegas?
3 years.
3 years. How many times did he make it to the Western Conference Final? So, I mean,
once, and he won a cup.
And then also this year, the team that he was in charge of for 90% of the season is in the Stanley Cup Finals. And he's no longer there. Even just having the conversation with Tyson Barrie, who by no means came out and said that Jared Bednar should not be the head coach of the Colorado Avalanche. Did not say that whatsoever. He did point to there was a new voice in Vegas, and look what happened. That's a team, per his words, that's on a mission.
Yeah, Vegas wasn't dangerous, man, the entire season, and it coincides again with them getting Carter Hart. With him returning from the off-ice assault allegations and trial that he and the other members of Hockey Canada went through and were ultimately acquitted of. It was an ugly situation. Very clearly something not awesome happened there, but acquitted. So Vegas got essentially a top 10 goalie in the NHL for free. That coincides with Tortorella coming in, and they've been dominant since.
So I'd ask you this. Michael Malone is how would you rank him in terms of best head coaches in Nuggets franchise history?
1.
Number 1. How many titles did he win?
1.
When was it?
3 years ago.
And when did he get fired? How long thereafter?
Into the second season after winning that championship.
There is precedent here in the ownership group that if it's not working, especially when you are in the window or the opportunity that is right there with elite players.
I'm not sure you want to take the Nuggets approach to this, though.
Why?
How well did that work out? How well
was it? I mean,
how well did that work out?
Yeah, not great. Yeah.
You won a playoff series.
But what's different?
I don't know. Colorado got deeper.
What'd they do? Who'd they hire? Just another guy inside the building. What do we continue to say about the NHL? Give me some statistics. I'd love to know, Raj. What has happened with
I don't know
a new
what they're
voice
gonna do.
and a new attitude coming in with a really good roster? How has that worked for Stanley Cup champions in the last 20 years?
I don't know what they're going to do. And honestly, I don't know at this point what I want them to do. But if they decide to move on from Bednar, I would not protest. Because the history of the NHL as a league that has a very short shelf life for coaches will tell you, more often than not, a coaching change with a team that's knocking on the door will result in a championship. And I will back it up with history. Paul Maurice, head coach in Florida, right? Back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. Made the Cup final in year 1. Won it in year 2. Won it in year 3. That sounds like pretty quick results, right?
Yeah.
Would you take a Cup final next year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn near Hall of Fame credentials in 3 years.
So that counts for the 24 and 25 championships. 2023, the Vegas Golden Knights, Bruce Cassidy. What year was he when he won that title?
That was year 1, wasn't it?
Year 1. Let's go now prior to Jared Bednar and John Cooper, the 2 longest tenured coaches in the National Hockey League. So Bednar and Cooper win in 20, 21, and 22. We then go to Craig Berube, interim head coach of the St. Louis Blues. What happens there with the interim head coach? They go from worst to first, and they win. Barry Trotz was in year 4, doesn't count. However, Mike Sullivan, who wins back-to-back cups in 2016 and 2017 with a team that had already won a championship with their star core.
Who is this?
The Pittsburgh Penguins.
Who's the coach?
Mike Sullivan.
What's he doing now?
Year 1 and year 2. Mike Sullivan is I don't know if Mike Sullivan's a head coach of a hockey team right now.
That sounds like a good hire.
He was with the Rangers for a while. I don't know if he's a head coach of a team. He was the head coach of Team USA. So Sullivan wins cups in year 1 and year 2. Let's go farther back. Joel Quenneville wins a cup in 2015, but you have to remember that was the 3rd of his 3 cups. Do you know what happened in the first year that Joel Quenneville was the head coach of the Chicago Blackhawks? They made the Western Conference Final in year 1. They won cups in year 2, year 4, and year 6. You know who won cups in between years 2, 4, and 6? The LA Kings. Brent Sutter. Brent Sutter won a cup his first year and his 3rd year in LA. Let's keep going down the list. Dan Bilesma, 2009 with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Penguins had been knocking on the door year in and year out, year in and year out. And guess what? They had been to the Cup final the year prior with Michel Therrien. They fire Michel Therrien. They bring in Dan Bilesma. He wins a cup in year 1. Randy Carlyle, head coach of the Anaheim Ducks. His first year in Anaheim makes the Western Conference Final. They win the cup in 2007, the very next year. Going back to 2006, this is the first year after the lockout. Peter Laviolette, in his second year at the helm of the Carolina Hurricanes, wins a cup. That's a lot of success pretty quickly in terms of changing head coaches.
First 2 years.
It's a lot of success. So what I'm saying is the data backs up the decision if that's the decision. And
Now,
I'm not saying I don't think Bedsy is a great head coach. I think if Bedsy was on the open market, I think Toronto would scoop him up. I think Edmonton might scoop him up. And I think he would have success very quickly elsewhere because I do believe he's an excellent head coach. But at some point, the message goes stale. At some point, you need that type of jolt that all of those coaches that I just mentioned at some point or another gave their team.
See right here on 251, this is a dumb exercise. It's because there is so much turnover. Well, the data that Raj just read out backs the why. There's a reason. This is a copycat league. All professional sports organizations and high level of collegiate sports, everybody is in a copycat world. And the reason why there is so much turnover is because there's proof. There's proof in the data. The one thing there's not a lot of proof in is double-digit years of continuity.
Right.
I mean, how would you say that's working right now in Tampa?
I would say that John Cooper's days in Tampa are numbered because the window is closing and they haven't had a lot of success. Like, dude, you look at those two championships in Tampa Bay, like there's a little bit of an asterisk next to them, right? Those are COVID championships. And yeah, by my metric, Bedsy might go somewhere else and could win in a couple of years.
Yeah.
That could very well happen.
And you know what that would be? That would just be proof of concept that that's what happens in the National Hockey League.
There is always a hope aspect to sport. There is no way to guarantee a championship. I firmly believe that if the Avs kept Bedsy, who is under contract next year, if they kept him here and they basically kept the same roster, because that is basically what is under contract next year, I firmly believe they could win a cup next season if they get the right path. So you're hoping to get the right path. But then if you decide to move on from your head coach, you are hoping that you get one of these, and again, abundant versions of a coach bump.
Okay, so this is a good question from the 394. Keep your text coming in today. Air out all of your grievances. This is a good one just about the decision to move on from Jared Bednar. And the question is this from the 394. Here's my question. Maybe you can answer it, Raj. Is there a coach of Jared's quality out there, or would we be downgrading? I love the guy, but we need to figure out something. And so I would ask you this. If Jared Bednar was out there and you could hire him for this team, stylistically, with what's happened in the last couple of years, we'll say post-2022, would you hire that style of coach? Or would you hire something that looks a little bit more stylistically like what you have lost to in the last couple of years? You would probably hire from, I guess, the philosophy of coaches that are a bit more playoff hockey style. Maybe not play the beautiful game in the regular season, but get into that playoff mindset.
I don't know what the answer is. It's the reason why I'm not a general manager of an NHL team, man. I don't know what the answer is. I think they could win a cup next year with the same thing that we just saw, as long as they get the right path. I really do. I believe that. I can't remember the last time. I actually don't think it's ever happened that a coach has been fired in the offseason after winning a President's Trophy. I don't think it's actually ever happened. Yeah. So it would be unprecedented.
But do you want President's Trophies, or do you want another Stanley Cup with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar in their prime?
I want another one of those, and I firmly believe it could happen with Bednar, but I also firmly believe that if you don't get the right path, a different message and a different system could give you different results against the path that would have to go through the Vegases or the Floridas or the Dallases of the world.
I just want to know when the President's Trophy parade is going to be celebrated here in Denver. It's not.
No, it's not.
And
it shouldn't be.
That's not what you are here to do. And while there probably is no precedent, or very little precedent, to moving on from a coach that just won a President's Trophy. Trophy. I did it.
Trophy.
That one.
Trophy.
I do think this, though, Raj.
President's Cup is a golf tournament.
I know. It's hard. It's a
They
Stanley
also
Cup
give
and a
away like President's
Trophy.
Trophy for like being the best insurance salesman.
So I do think this. If we don't hear anything breaking news over the course of the next 3 or 4 hours on these airwaves here, which I would stay tuned in, I think that Jared Bednar is the head coach. I don't think that you're going to let this thing go 2 or 3 days and make the decision. Either ownership knows right now it's time, or they don't.
And if they keep Bednar as the coach, and again, he is under contract next year, that will tell you there's going to be trades made, right? There's no way that they don't make some impact trades if Bedsy stays as the head coach. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. We'll go through KJ's NFL notes on the other side. We'll continue reacting to a stunning sweep collapse by the Avs at the hands of the Vegas Golden Knights on Altitude 92.5. Been reacting to the Avalanche sweep the entire morning. We did have Tyson Berry on, so if you missed that, just search The Morning Sprint wherever you get your podcast. We'll continue reacting to that momentarily, but as we do every single day here on The Morning Sprint, KJ's NFL Notes, which are brought to you by the Memorial Day Savings Event, which continues at Mountain High Appliance with full stainless steel kitchen packages starting at just $1,999 plus exclusive local rebates. The sale ends on Saturday, May 30th, so get on it while appliances last. Just one of many examples why Mountain High Appliance is Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. KJ, let's cleanse our palate of the hockey disgust that we've had the past 6 days. We'll get back into it momentarily, but NFL Notes.
Let's do it. As we await the Broncos to hit the field next week, let's do a quick sweep of the AFC West. So let's start with the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, they returned to the field yesterday. Obviously, this is the first time Mahomes has been able to be a part of team activities since his surgery to repair his torn ACL and LCL. The media was not available to see them during their first practice yesterday, but there was video of them showing Mahomes kind of throwing around with the brace on his knee. And then from there, they announced that practice to the reporters will be set for Thursday. As for the Raiders, we are waiting for them to start phase 2 of OTAs as well. So let's head to LA instead. They got underway with OTAs yesterday, but the biggest news for them came off the field with all-pro safety Derwin James getting paid. James is now the highest paid safety for the second time in his career after agreeing to a 3-year, $25.2 million per year extension that includes $57.5 million guaranteed. So all of that to say this, let me ask you guys this. The biggest non-quarterback storyline in the AFC West for each team heading into the 2026 season is
Chiefs receiver health and availability. Rashee Rice, are you playing football for the Chiefs this year, or are you not?
Broncos running back health and availability.
Raiders, really good Stanley Cup hockey fans in their suite, taking off their shirts.
Chargers, ability to show up in music videos. That is quarterback adjacent.
Yeah, that's a little quarterback-ish.
I don't have anything for the Chargers then. I got nothing.
Chargers, $25.2 million for a safety, question mark? What in the living hell are we doing?
That's not bad at all.
I know he does a lot more than just play like the middle of the field and say, I mean, the guy's
He
a
really
nickel,
plays
he's a
everything.
dime, he's a linebacker, he does everything. But 25.2? Holy smokes.
Yeah, health and safety of the wide receiver core of Kansas City.
Yep.
Health and safety of the running back core for Denver are the two biggest non-quarterback storylines in the AFC West, without a doubt. Can Denver run the ball? And does Patrick Mahomes have someone to throw the ball to?
And then the Raiders are just showing up and like acting like tough guys. Did you see them up there in their suite last night? I mean, they were tarps off. Like, you got to enjoy something when you play for the Las Vegas Raiders organization, because frankly, the Golden Knights are the only professional team that have really captured the hearts and attention of those that call Las Vegas
Do you think
home.
a baseball team's going to succeed there? Are
No.
the A's going to succeed in Vegas?
No.
Why not?
It'll be just like, it'll be what the Raiders has been, a really cool, I don't like the Raiders facility, but a really inviting facility for visiting fans to go attend games and get hammered and go gamble and stay at casinos. That's what I think the Raiders has really turned
Would
into.
basketball succeed there?
I do.
So
I do think
arena
so.
sports would
Just
succeed.
don't move a team. Don't move a team. Like, you got it. Like what the
I
Vegas
don't know,
Golden
like
Knights.
you could take the Pelicans.
Yeah, but just the Vegas Golden Knights being like a true, I mean, you brought them they are Vegas's team.
Mm.
And people that call Las Vegas home, my parents are, they've lived the better half of the last 3 decades in Las Vegas. Like,
It's theirs, it matters.
They actually root for those awful hockey players and coaches and owners and all that stuff.
KJ, what's next?
Well, let's head to Green Bay as we talk about a very unfortunate situation there. After a complaint on May 23rd and a subsequent investigation, Packers running back Josh Jacobs was arrested Tuesday morning and booked into Brown County Jail on 5 charges: battery and domestic abuse, criminal damage to property / domestic abuse, disorderly conduct, strangulation and suffocation, and intimidation of a victim. And according to his attorneys, Josh Jacobs has denied the allegations. Earlier this morning, they asked Matt LaFleur about it. He said, quote, "I'll let the process play out," end quote, and he declined any other further comments. So this is a tough situation, obviously, but if you're the Packers, what's plan B if the charges are found to be true?
Ooh, I don't know what plan B is at that point. If he can't play, you have to find a way to trade for someone. There's not much on the open market right now. All of those running backs have now come and gone.
The Green Bay Packers, in the absence of Josh Jacobs, and if these allegations are true, I hope the guy never plays football ever again. But the running back room kind of turns into the Denver Broncos running back room when it didn't have J.K. Dobbins. Like when it was the 2024 and 2024 season. So you're looking at, even though your running back sure looked pretty good last year as a Cowboy, but still, I mean, you turn into one of those types of years.
Like, would you trade at that point, Green Bay? Would you try and trade for James Conner? That might be an option for them, right? James Conner's not going to get as many touches. They already have Tyler Algier. They drafted Jeremiah Love at number 3, so Conner could be a guy. Najee Harris, who I don't think can really play football anymore, is a free agent. Nick Chubb, who I don't really think can play football anymore, is a free agent. That's kind of it. They'd be up a creek without a paddle, man. That would kill the Packers.
This time of year is just, it's the time of year that NFL coaches and front office executives and owners are just terrified about all that could go wrong around holidays and, you know, intoxication and relationship situations. And it just seems like I don't want to diminish the severity of this, but it is that type of year where it is just hold on to your ever living ass, because your assets are, man, it's hard to rebuild. It's a little bit like the Brennan Sorsby situation with Texas Tech with the NIL and the transfer portal with only one open window.
NCAA looked at him and went, "Dude, no, you're not coming back.
But like,
you don't get to play football."
And I get it, man. Like Texas Tech could say, like, you could tell them, like, do better homework on the guy that you will get before you invest all your money in that guy.
Mm-hmm.
How are you supposed to know the guy had a crazy gambling addiction? And it's hard to, like, it's not something that you write on a survey that you send them. Hey, I answer these questions.
Yeah, do you have to do like forensic accounting before you sign these 17-year-old kids to $1 million deals?
Have you wagered 2,500 individual bets over the last 3 weeks? Yes. Okay, we're probably going to move on and find somebody else.
KJ, give me one more.
Well, the New England Patriots are heading into phase 2 of their OTA starting today as well. So why does that matter? It means we get to hear from head coach Mike Vrabel as his offseason saga continues.
When we spoke to you last, you were talking about the balance of family and football. Just how would you describe how that process has been going?
Oh, really good. I think that's, again, I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love, my personal friends. And then, this spring is focused on really the coaching staff, the players, more importantly than the coaching staff. But I just, seeing the coaches in the second year, how smooth the conversations are. The unique thing about the players is there's 44 new players to our spring football. And the spring football, what you'll see today is not necessarily what you guys will see at training camp.
I liked what that reporter did there. Did you have a name on who the question was asked by right there? Anyway, neither here nor there. Just some creative line of questioning. And Mike Vrabel said really good. Is that what he said? Did I hear really good? Yeah.
The family is doing really well.
I think he's like time management about like with regards to his family, like
man.
how.
You're worried about managing
really
your
I think
time.
that's again. I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love, my personal friends, and
I don't know that you're ever going to have a press conference in the next 2 years. Like if you win a Super Bowl, all bets are off. Just the way that sports works. Make it right? No. But until that moment, you're going to get some type of line of questioning that's similar to what you just answered. And you better not just come with, yeah, it's going really well.
KJ's NFL Notes again brought to you by Mountain High Appliance and the Memorial Day Savings Event. Full stainless steel kitchen packages starting at just $1,999 plus exclusive local rebates. Sale ends on Saturday, May the 30th, so get it on it while all of their appliances last. We go through all the biggest stories, the newses, and the notes from the NFL at 11:20 every day here on the Morning Sprint as we continue reacting to the Avalanche. It's got to be one of the most shocking sweeps in the modern history of the National Hockey League. The fact that you have a team that was this dominant for this long during the season that just finds a way to peter out. Like it's the Bruins losing to the Panthers in 2023 after setting all sorts of regular season records. It is the Lightning getting swept by Columbus after being, without a doubt, the best team in the National Hockey League in 2019. And then Tortorella and the Blue Jackets sweep their way through Tampa Bay. It's right up there with those two collapses. And it might be worse because of where it happened, right? That Lightning Columbus series was a first-round series. That Bruins Panthers series was a first-round series. You were one step away from going back to the Stanley Cup final. You were one step away.
Raj, I think about January 17th, 2026. It was a Saturday, so we didn't have a chance to react, I guess, live on the radio until Monday, January 19th. You know what had happened? Say at the minute that the Denver Broncos won an overtime thriller against the Buffalo Bills, taking down Josh Allen to set up a hosted game against the second-year quarterback-led Drake May New England Patriots. At that point in time, the Denver Nuggets looked pretty damn good. At that point in time, remember what the Denver Nuggets were doing? They were without Nikola Jokic, and Peyton Watson looked like the next coming of
Going
Michael
11
Jordan.
and 6. We were talking about when the Nuggets get healthy, watch out. It could be triple parade time.
The Colorado Avalanche were, well, there was a song made about it. The Wagon. That song's never coming back.
Never.
Thank you.
The Colorado Wagon is as offensive as the Lombardi painting that got hung up in here and then doomed the Avalanche last year.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two things that, like, if I can blame it on something else, I blame it on Colorado Wagon and Karen's picture of
Vic's
Vic
dinghy.
being,
Was it the little dinghy?
Vic's little dinghy.
Yeah.
Those are the two things that killed the Avalanche, not anything that actually happened on the ice. I blame it on Karen, and I blame it on Kiefer, and I blame it on Riker, and I blame it on Moj, and I blame it on McGahee for recording that crap. Thank you very much.
The good news, though, is while we don't have any parades to talk about, and we're not going to be attending any parades, we're not going to be hoisting up chilly ones and drinking, we're not going to see Tyson Berry and Nathan McKinnon empty 57 chilly ones into the Stanley Cup.
I thought I was going to. I was so ready for that.
You know what we do get? We get 2 months of straight Rockies talk here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Well, they got hammered again last night. Coach, your dirty 30 date
It's not good.
It is in jeopardy there,
You're going to be
Coach.
paying for a bar tab.
You're going to be paid for a bar tab.
Where's your place? Where's your place again that we're going?
I believe that we would be going to the Sunset Bar and Grill off of County Line.
Oh, yeah.
Right next to the new South Suburban Sports Complex.
They got good happy hour prices?
They got decent happy hour prices.
I might
They got
need to go
some
happy
chilly
hour.
pitchers of Coors Lights.
I wasn't really budgeting for the Rockies to get as cold as they've gotten over the last 10 days.
I wish that we could do this today so I could forget about the crap that I just watched last night and for the previous 6 days. We'll continue reacting to a stunning defeat as the Avalanche, just a week outside of being 8-1, they're out of the postseason once again. Will the core change? Will the coach change? And if the answer is no to both of those, what will change? What can change for the Avalanche this offseason as they're up against the cap and they don't have much to trade? I'll let you know next.
I would not change Bednar. I think that Torts' comments probably has a little influence too, as crazy as that sounds, being like, get off his ass. Because, Torts is reading all the clippings and everything, and they're like, something needs to change. Like, fire the coach. You got out coach. Where it's like, did he really get out coach? Like, you look at game one was a very winnable game for them. Game two, they controlled it for at least the first half, and then maybe sat back a little bit too much. I don't know. I think, like, if anything, they just need to really figure out the power play to where it becomes unstoppable. And that would probably be one thing that I look to adjust the most on. But to go back to your question, like, I wouldn't change much, boys. Maybe add a big number 6 defenseman, 6'7", in case if they do deal with an injury, it's not some small guy coming in and battling net front.
Yeah. That was Paul Bissonnette talking with the rest of the Spit and Chicklets guys after the Avs get swept out of the Western Conference Final. Biz says, run it back. Biz says, don't get rid of the head coach, just make some tweaks. And if that is the case, again, I'm not sitting here advocating for a firing. The reason why I went through my exercise of showing all of the coaches since the lockout that have won cups in years 1 or 2 of their tenure, which is an overwhelming amount of coaches, is if the Avs decide to move on, I would understand. I would get it because the data says, hey, this can possibly work for a team that might be stale. Now, you also have like Carolina, the Carolina Hurricanes for years now. I believe it's 9 years under, it might be 8 years, but I think it's 9, under Rod Brind'Amour, have never been outside of the Eastern Conference Final and have consistently underperformed. And Rod Brind'Amour is still there with largely the same hockey team that he's had since 2018.
How's that gone?
They haven't won a cup, but they're always in the conversation. They're always knocking on the door, and you're going, all right, this is the year that they're finally going to do it. This might be the year that they finally do it. And if that is the case for Carolina, that would be a data point for the people saying, don't panic, stick with the things that make you consistent, because consistency is stepping up to the plate and seeing the pitches year in and year out. And eventually you're going to run into a middle fastball and put it 475 feet into the right center stands. The Avalanche have done that once in 2022. And Carolina has been that team that like hasn't gotten there, hasn't gotten it done, hasn't even gotten to a Stanley Cup final, and has not done the panic thing and blown up the core and then fired the head coach. They've kind of stuck with it, thinking that our process is eventually going to work out. So that's the thought process for the run it back group.
Okay, so Raj, we've done radio. We've been on the show together for actually almost 2 years, and so we really were able to dissect and deconstruct the 24-25 campaign. And obviously now we're dissecting the 26-27 or 25-26 campaign. Rewind to just a little bit more than a year ago. A disappointing exit to a physical team that had a head coach that was a punchable face, that found a way to put something on the ice that felt a little bit nastier than you were. And that was the Dallas Stars.
Yeah.
What was the term that was used for the 25-26 Colorado Avalanche in terms of what would define success? What would you say? Like a year ago, we're having this conversation. What did we say about this season? Especially when you make the
my
moves.
success this year would have been winning the West, and then anything can happen in a cup final. And I stuck with that. Like, winning the West is success. That was my success this year. Getting to a cup final is really all you can ask, and then who knows what happens there. So yeah, if they had won the West, I would have said success. You gave yourself a chance.
So Logan O'Connor last night talks about the offseason, and we heard this to start the show, and talked about like what would be the marker to define 2026 postseason campaign as a success.
I think just feels like a waste, to be honest. You go 82 games, get tons of great pieces, feel as though you have a team that, can do something special. And for us, at the end of the day, we said it in training camp, it's cup or bust for us. And
Cup or bust. You're not there.
Yeah, you lost in the West Final.
And I get it.
Cup or bust for me means you're in the series.
So you're
you
not.
are in the Stanley Cup final.
You're not there
you
again.
have fallen short of it.
Last year, it was because Gabe Landeskog wasn't available for every game of that 7-game series against Dallas.
Yeah, and
I'm talking about
the power play had a complete outage,
which we know a little bit of something about that too this year. Cup or bust. So what does that mean? What does bust mean? Because we didn't get cup. We didn't get cup. So does bust mean it's a cool figure of speech?
You give me cookie, I get you cookie.
Is it just a cool figure of speech, or will there be blood? Because I've come from a space, and I've said this many times on these airwaves, that I made a lot of money to coach football. And when I had the expectation of, okay, I love that direct deposit, I also understood that if expectation was not met, then my family was packing their asses up, and we were going to be off to some other place to try to create another opportunity.
So what bust means in this situation in the offseason is there will either be a new head coach in Colorado, that is bust, or the head coach stays, and bust means there will be some trades made from players who were supposed to be impact guys. They have $2.9 million in cap space. They need to open up about 10 total in order to bring back some pieces that they want. Here are your impact free agents this year. Everybody else is signed if I don't mention their name. Jack Drury, restricted free agent. He's making 1.75 this year.
Love him.
He's expected to make about 2.8 to 3.
Too expensive.
Not really.
Okay.
Joel Kiviranta, not really at all. Joel Kiviranta, currently making 1.25, expected to make 1.3 next year. I think Kiviranta's gone. If you're going to be the swing forward in the bottom 6 that is in and out of the lineup, I need you to be 6'4" and 225 pounds. So, Kivi, thank you for your service. See ya.
Love you.
Brett Kulak, currently making $2.75 million. He's expected to make about 4, maybe 3.8. That might be too expensive, but I would think about it. Brent Burns currently making 1, expected to make 1. I would bring back Burns on a $1 million deal as your 6th defenseman in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and especially because he's the only guy that likes to shoot pucks.
And he's also he's super cost effective. There's going to be moments where you're tearing your hair out, but for a 6th defenseman, I would sign him back for a $1 million deal without a doubt. Now, you still have to open up cap space in order to make the Drury and Kulak things work, and then give yourself the opportunity to bring in some other players that make you a little bit more like Vegas. The only way that I think you can do that is by trading players like Colton, Nichushkin, or maybe like Kadri. The thing is with the Avalanche, man, there's so much trade protection on this roster. Nichushkin is tradable. He's got a 12-team no-trade list. Kadri is tradable. He has a 13-team no-trade list. Colton is tradable. He has a 12-team no-trade list. So all of you people who are like, oh, trade Brock Nelson. You know what Brock Nelson has? A full no-trade clause.
And guess what? Do you think anybody would even want to take on the entirety of that contract?
7.5 over 2 years. I think that a team would look at it and go, oh, yeah, you could, but full no-trade clause. Marty Necas, who on July 1st starts an 8-year, $11.5 million annual deal. On July 1st, he has a full no-movement clause. So unless you can find a suitor for Marty Necas who looks at his 100-point season and goes, oh, I want 100 points, but then they're completely immune to what's happening behind the curtain in the playoffs, which is Casper the Friendly Ghost.
That's a team that would have a President's Trophy parade. They would go out and sign Marty Necas.
You would have to find a Marty Necas suitor prior to July 1st, and I don't think that's going to happen. So you do have to nip around the edges. The guys who are tradable right now are Nichushkin, Kadri, Colton, Waugh, who has no trade protection.
Yeah, I'd
those
love
types
to
of
bring
guys.
back. I do think Nicholas Waugh had value. And overall, you look at was he good enough in the series? No way. But who was? Who was good enough in the series, man? Jared Bednar, were you good enough in the series? No. Nathan McKinnon, were you good enough in this series? Hell no. Cale Makar, were you even available in games 1 and 2? No. It wasn't anybody who was good enough in the series. And so now cup or bust. I just want to see what bust means because we didn't get cup. Are we gonna break this thing up at all? Are we just going to fire another power play coach? We're going to fire a special teams coach.
I mean, I would look into getting another power play coach.
All right, just do it every year. Just do it
Why
every
not?
year. Yeah, that'll be the blood. Yeah, just keep shedding the
Draft
blood
a quarterback
of the.
every year, brother.
Yeah, it's a little different than when you have a major issue in the postseason with a franchise that should be having a chance to go for a Stanley Cup, and you keep firing a special teams coach.
PhD is coming up next, starting at noon. They'll take you guys from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Later.
It's a simple question, boys. Do you move on with Bednar or not? We can boil it down, and we can. People have been doing it all day. I'm sure we'll take our shot at it too. But let me just get to the quick, and the decision that has to be made will sort of set the future of the Avalanche forward. So what do you do? And Raj laid out an amazing argument, actually, to move on from Bednar, in as much the history of the NHL has seen teams that are good move on from a coach and have quite a bit of success, and it's not just one or two guys. Good job by Raj doing the research.
Hey, by the way, before you even go into the list, and I didn't hear the list, so I'll be curious if this is on it. You don't have to look too far. Vegas Knights.
Well, that's right. Yeah, no doubt about it. Bruce Cassidy won a Stanley Cup for them. He's definitely on the list. There's a bunch of guys on the list.
I got a guy, not hockey necessarily. How about Clint Kubiak? Or not Clint Kubiak, but Gary Kubiak. How about Gary? Wasn't that his first year here?
Let me just back up then and get your thoughts on that topic, because it's the number one thing, and it's the biggest decision they need to make the soonest.
That and take the money and run kind of dissed you on Twitter.
Oh. I don't even know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Who does?
Nice shot.
I've seen the ratings. Apparently nobody.
Here's what I would say. And I lined it out yesterday. If you want to make a change. That's fine. But to me, it's like a poltergeist situation. We're gonna move the headstones, but we're gonna leave all the bodies there. So you're gonna move a headstone or two, but you're gonna leave all the bodies to sit there and not be able to clear your zone, not be able to do the neutral zone, forced into dump and chase all the time and never getting to the puck. Bodies standing in front of your offensive goal that keeps you any kind of good look at shots. Your power play for the second year in a row, and everybody who was poo-pooing the power play in the regular season and got talked down by shills, boom, 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 what happened there? I'm not sure if you got – and if you think it's coaching, then let's go. You got to do what you got to do. I think they got a personnel issue, to be honest with you. I don't think they have the size, the strength, the toughness to play big body, beat you up teams, and that's who knocked you out the last 3 years in a row. 3 years in a row. And if you want to go before that one, Vegas knocked you out before that, before you won a championship. Even when the Kraken did it, what Kraken was just trying to body you to just, I want to know what flavor gummy is at the end of the match, right? They just beat you up and rolled you, and you couldn't get by it. They don't have the personnel to beat full contact NHL big-time hockey, in my opinion.
So I've gone back and forth on this issue a lot, and there's a really good argument for both sides. So let's just start right there. I think it's anybody who feels either way, that you got a pretty good argument to be had. And I felt probably more on the side of they need to move on from him longer than I have where I am right now. And am I most centered after you process the emotion, after you process it all? I do not think they should move on from Jared Bednar. I do think he should stay. When you close your eyes, at least I'll speak for myself, when I close my eyes, can I picture this squad with this head coach winning another Stanley Cup? Yes, I can. When I think about the core, when I think about the guys that matter the most, are they still here? Yep, they're still here. Is the window closed? Nope, the window is definitely not closed. Is there a better coach out there lined up? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. So there's truth to a lot of things. There is something broken in the playoffs, and I don't know how to address that. Maybe it's as simple as personnel. Maybe it's a combination of coaching and personnel.
Yep.
That needs to get fixed. But there is far more right in this organization right now than there is wrong, and it feels like it would be a bad decision to move on when there's so much
if you
right.
agree with this, Tyler. Because when you get knocked out of playoffs, it's full onset panic, right? I mean,
Can be.
And
listen, the circumstances in which they got knocked out are relevant.
And then you got the villagers coming at Frankenstein's monster. I mean that's what happens. This is still a good team. You're still one of the 4 teams left standing of the 30 teams, so you're right there. This wasn't a first round embarrassment.
Mm-hmm.
you have built-in excuses with all the injuries they kind of went into this final round. I will say this: I'm going to start listening to Biz. I'm going to start listening to the Biz more often because he said before this series started, if they ain't got McCarr, they ain't got a shot. And
turns out
0-2 in the third game, he didn't look. He was out there.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, I don't know, man. And listen, it sucks. Just sucks, because you invest so much time in it. You're watching that game. I'm cursing it out. I still wasn't nervous after 1-0. Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Second period. I thought they. And I'll say this. I don't know if you watched the ESPN broadcast. Messier goes, listen, let's give it to Blackwood because if it ain't for Blackwood, talking after the second period, this game is out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Blackwood was phenomenal in the second period. I mean, I don't know how many easy shots that looked like they were going to be goals that he keep out of the net. And Messier said, listen, let's talk about Blackwood for a second because if it ain't for him, this game's out of hand. And it was, or it would have been. But you had a chance, man. Another, as you said yesterday, close game.
It was 4 one-goal games at the end. Empty netters, whatever. Notice what Vegas did, by the way, late in that one. They weren't even trying for the empty net. They were just trying to
keep up time.
We don't need face-offs in our own end.
Yeah.
We're just gonna
keep that clock running.
Yeah. We'll play defense.
Yeah.
We would rather play defense than go for an empty netter and give them a chance to set up in our
because they hadn't
shown
any. I mean, the whole series of being able to penetrate what their defense was doing.
It was clear, and Vegas understood that. We have a better chance just playing defense at the blue line rather than, a face-off in our
I'll say this. If Golden Knights go on to win this, they're the most dominant, I'm going to call them the most dominant sports team in the last 10 years. In any sport.
Got to think about that a little bit. They've had a great run.
This is their third Stanley Cup in the last 9 years.
With multiple coaches. Guys, it's a tough question. Tyler, I think you are saying things correctly when you say, listen, if somebody wants to make the argument that you should replace Jared Bednar, there's history that says it would work, and there's results that say it should happen. That being said, Jared Bednar is one of the best coaches I've ever covered.
Yeah, he's classic.
I mean, and to think that, the players have tuned him out? No.
But he hadn't lost the locker room. This isn't a loss to the locker room. This is just a reset of who's leading our direction.
But look, I mean, there needs to be a really deep analysis and study to figure out what the real problem is. And the real problem is not building a dominant team. It's not getting through the regular season. It's what is wrong in the playoffs. And if it's as simple as what Scott is saying, that we just can't beat physical teams, well, that's actually a pretty simple solution. Get more physical, okay? I mean, I doubt if it's quite that simple. I really do. I think there's probably more to it. That's what's got to get figured out here. But if you've got a formula and you put it into a spreadsheet and you made an entire grading system on Jared Bednar and come up with 1 million different categories, you're going to get A's in about every single category. And then you got this one really big category that's got a lot of weight around it, and it is playoffs, and I'm not denying that's got more weight than other categories. But I still think the rest of it adds up to the math says it's going to be tough to get somebody better than this.
I'll go for your metaphor. What if you're in school and you get 90s on all the quizzes,
and
then it comes time for the final and you get a 40? You're raising your hands.
And they're done that one, dog.
Now, the final grade may turn out to be a C, but it probably ain't going to be better than that. So, unfortunately, the regular season are a bunch of quizzes. They're a bunch of quizzes.
Yeah.
And the playoffs are a final exam.
For the Nuggets, too.
For the Nuggets, too. There's 2 seasons. It just feels like one is more important than the other because it's just so much longer and harder. But let's face it, you need 2 different teams. You need a team that can survive 5 games and 7 nights.
Yeah.
But you also need a team when there's plenty of rest for both teams. That's why Tortorella said altitude is overrated. He's right. In the playoffs,
Yeah.
in the regular season.
On a back-to-back night flying from L.A. to
Sure.
Denver? No.
Yeah, that might be a bigger factor.
Playoffs? Yeah.
Playoffs are no big deal. These guys are in great shape, and they have plenty of rest, not only between series, but between games.
Yep.
So you need two teams. And let's face it, we know the history of the President's Trophy.
Since
The
2013.
value of winning it all, and even the value of home ice.
It's like the Madden curse.
Is overrated.
How about the value of scoring over 100 points in the regular season as an individual?
But you do got to get through the regular season. I know
Well, I
you're
agree.
talking about Marty Natchez. And to me, you need regular season guys.
By the way, we still sure getting rid of Miko is the right thing?
Well, you need regular season guys, but you also need playoff guys.
Yeah, how'd he do in the playoffs?
So, like, to me, Marty Natchez so far has been a great regular season guy.
Great regular season guy.
Not so much and neither is Brock Nelson in the postseason. But part of me is like, well, maybe we just have too many regular season guys. Like when you look like a Kivi Ranta, who's a smaller guy, or frankly, maybe Naz Kadri, unfortunately. Or Val Nichushkin. You know, I have not been high on Val for a long time. You guys know it. You know what I've said about it.
He didn't even play last night, right?
Well, he was injured before Game 3. He
Right.
tried to gut it out the best he could, and he just didn't play. If I were, I know this sounds crazy because of all the things to do. I would trade Val. What time is it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Tomorrow,
enough.
yeah.
We're moving on. Because he is not a playoff guy on so many levels, both when he's on the ice and when he's not available. He has proven not to be a playoff guy for the Colorado Avalanche.
That's when the $20 whores walk in.
Jeez.
Tommy Boy.
It is a good skit. I just watched it.
Yeah, I know.
It's a movie quote.
Yeah, I just watched it last week.
Wasn't that funny, though?
That's good.
When she just pops in there with that?
So the question remains, is Jared Bednar a regular season coach or a playoff coach?
No, he's won a Stanley Cup.
Has
Stanley Cup.
Chris McFarland developed in Joe Sakic and Josh Kroenke and the Avs organization a regular season team or a playoff team? What system, what system do they have?
Here's the analogy that I'd go to for Scott, and I'll use the football analogy to say the same thing that he said. In football, it sure is fun when you watch Mike Leach in the regular season. It sure is fun when you see that air raid going and when you see these Star Wars numbers. And then all of a sudden you get to the playoffs and lo and behold, 9 out of 10 teams that make it, that survive and advance, what do they got? They got a running game that comes from physicality, right? So there are formulas. There's absolutely formulas, and I'm not sure how this directly applies to this Avalanche team, but there are formulas that can lead to outrageous success in the regular season that is just not the same standard that is needed in the playoffs.
Whereas just the opposite, a team in the regular season is just so physical, it can almost grind yourself down, and by the time you get to postseason, no one's healthy. Your running game is beat up. Your offensive linemen are beat up because they're getting stepped on every single play, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, and you probably don't come back from games, too. If you're a primary running team and all of a sudden you get down 2 scores. That's what they used to always say about.
I don't know.
Remember when Nebraska was so when you were a kid, so dominant, and they'd run the wishbone and they were killing everybody, and everybody said, hey, get 2 scores on them, they can never come back because they never had a quarterback that could throw the football.
Here's all I know is last week I could not just close my eyes and picture this team winning a Stanley Cup. I expected this team to win a Stanley Cup. Yep. I expected it, And when I close my eyes right now, even knowing what I know, even knowing that they got swept in an embarrassing fashion, can I look at this squad with Jared Bednar at the helm and think they can win a Stanley Cup? Yeah, I do. I think they can.
I've been listening. The Between the Pipes show with Spring and Raj was great last night after the show.
Was it radio or was it the kind you
I actually don't know. Was it radio or it was both? It was both. Yeah, okay. But Springer was Springer was a riot. He was trade everybody, trade Cale Makar, trade, blah, 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 blah. And Raj was like literally losing his mind. And they just spent like 15 minutes like yelling at each other. And I found it in the light of a darkness of the game, the levity of the moment with these two guys screaming at each other about whether to trail Cale Makar was one of the more humorous things I've ever heard in my life. Because both guys were just so passionate. Like, they've been doing post-game shows for 8 years. They're on after every single game. This is not a fly-by-night operation where we set up a tent around the 4th of July to sell fireworks because we're kind of in on it when it's convenient for us. No, we cover the Avalanche top to bottom, and those two guys in particular have been living and dying for this thing for years. So to hear their passion was deeply appreciated rather than some posers that don't even know what they're talking about. That's for sure. And then when I hear everybody else on the station today, the comparisons and the metaphors have been fascinating. I'll give you the common theme, and I'll try to link it all together from everybody here who lives and dies with this team. Betrayal seems to be the common theme. This team has betrayed us and let us down. If you listen carefully to what everybody's been saying, that's more or less the theme. Tyler, you kind of just said it yourself. My expectations for this, I expected this. I feel let down and saddened and betrayed.
Yeah.
And I think that is a common feeling amongst the fan base right now. And when you feel betrayed, there's got to be somebody to blame.
Betrayal seems like an awful bad, deep, dark word. I feel like.
I heard Brett Kane talk about my wife cheated on me for the first time. I heard Raj say something kind of along those same lines. I've heard, Spring was talking about trading Cale Makar. I mean, these are people that are hurt by this. I can look in the eyes of my wife who gives her heart and soul, who was the queen of Avs Alley, by the way, and see how she was just devastated by what's going on. And it's not that you just lost, it's how you lost.
There was a scene last night. I was watching my daughter. We're going back and we're showing her Malcolm in the Middle. And the mom takes the three boys to the store and goes, "Hey, my birthday's coming up. I'm giving you $10 each. Now you can go and buy me something, each individual, or you can put your money together and pool. Oh, look, a foot massager here for $25. You'll still have money over. Look, $25. You guys
each
got
get
$30.
$1.75.
You guys got, $30. Leave. Kids all buy them like a piece of candy or whatever, and then they just blew all the money on themselves.
Right.
And she goes, "Are you mad at Miss Mom?" And he goes, "No, I'm disappointed." So I'm not mad at the Avalanche, but this is as disappointing of an end of a regular season. I wasn't this disappointed last year against the Stars.
See, now that's somewhere I could hang out today for sure.
Yeah.
This is the greatest disappointment since what? Ever? I mean, it might be in everything, and I'm talking about all sports. I'm not just talking about the Colorado Avalanche. I mean, this might be the greatest letdown since what? Fill in the blank, fans. I was more
let down by Super Bowl 48.
I would say 48 would be the closest.
I was more let down by that.
Well, but again, expectations. Oh, this is going to be. Oh, yeah, their defense. Sure, their defense is great. Well, watch. Did they see this?
But hold on. Let me ask you.
This is right up there, though. This is right up there.
Let me ask you this. And I was playing in the NFL elsewhere. I was certainly not paying that close of attention. I knew what they were doing. When you looked at that team, could you find flaws?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot.
Okay.
Defensively.
Okay.
We closed our eyes to them.
All right. Let's hang out there for a second.
Yeah.
So you just said you were more disappointed by 48, but there were hundreds of flaws you could look at. Maybe not hundreds. I'm not being literal.
Quite a few.
You could find a lot of flaws.
Yes.
Here's the problem with this team. And this is why it's the greatest letdown ever. Just last week, we were sitting here saying, help me find a flaw. Help me find an area that this team is not good. Help me to find an area that the Colorado Avalanche can get exposed. We didn't know what those were. You at least knew what some were on 48.
Not until they played the Seahawks.
Hold on. You didn't know they had a defensive problem?
Nope. You said
it better. We closed our eyes to it.
We did close our eyes to it because here's why. Similar to the Avalanche, similar to the Avs. We just said whatever the flaws are, it doesn't matter because the upside.
No,
for this,
but that's different.
Well, I'm telling you what it was.
No, but you're saying whatever the flaws are, it doesn't matter. This team, we couldn't find a flaw. We couldn't find one.
Well, that's not true.
That's
not true. We knew the power play was an issue. We knew the power play was an issue all season.
All right, I'll give you that.
We knew there was unbalanced in the force in the goaltending situation. We talked about that. We knew Brent Burns was 100 years old. We closed our eyes to a lot of things with this Avalanche team, in my opinion. We were fine.
Well, we sure forgot about him over the last 2 weeks.
We sure did.
We closed our eyes.
But we also did that with the Broncos. We knew Paris Lennon wasn't an acceptable linebacker, but whatever. We knew Robert Ayers wasn't the best pass rusher, but we didn't care that Derek Wolfe and Von Miller were out of that game. We knew Champ Bailey was on his last legs, but we didn't care because we were scoring 38 points a game. It didn't matter. We did the same thing with that Broncos team. And guess what the Broncos did to straighten things out?
Well, they fired a coach.
They fired a coach.
I don't know if that means it's got to be apples to apples.
It's PhD here on 92.5.
Oh, hey, sorry about that. Hey, listen, we go through tough times in our lives, and there are times when we need our lawyers. Two of the toughest, obviously, is something that the Reputation Law Group specializes, and that's in divorce and DUI matters. And there's nothing can wreck a family or you as an individual is either one of those two things. What you got to do is get a hold of them, set up a consultation with one of those groups. If you or a friend, a sister, brother, whatever, that is going through something similar, get online, thereputationlawgroup.com, set up the consultation. These lawyers, which are just massively good, will help you out and let them advocate for you. Real simple. The internet's always open. thereputationlawgroup.com. That's thereputationlawgroup.com. They can help you with these tough times and help you get through it. The Reputation Law Group.
But yeah, I mean, you never know if you're ever going to get the chance again. I think that's what hurts, right? Like it's hard making the playoffs, and it's hard winning 1 round and 2 rounds, and let alone going all the way. So never know what the next opportunity is gonna look like and present itself looking like. But I think for us, believe in this group, believe in the guys that we have in this organization, and that we'll give ourselves the best chance possible come year after year. But having said that, I mean, it's 32 teams that are trying to win it, so it's hard.
Dream on.
Yeah.
All those lines in my face
getting clearer. Red Burns theme song.
The past is gone.
Whoa.
Like dusk to dawn. Oh.
Great song, though, huh?
Of course. Are you kidding me? Ain't no such thing as a band from Boston doing a classic that's going to rub me the wrong way, but.
I had pizza with him at 3 a.m.
Dream on. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's a theme. Let me play some Logan O'Connor for you. Just heard Gabe Landeskog. Here's Logan.
Logan, what hurts most about the way this all ended?
Romy.
I think just feels like a waste, to be honest. You go 82 games, you get tons of great pieces, feel as though you have a team that, you know, can do something special. And for us, at the end of the day, we said it in training camp, it's cup or bust for us. And regardless of where you fall short, you know, we fell super short of that goal.
Good question by Romy. Heartfelt by Logan O'Connor, who had to come back twice from serious injuries. Twice.
Goes a little bit what we said, close our eyes to the weakness during the regular season. He said, feels like the regular season was just a waste.
Well, that's all it is, man. There's only one season that matters.
You got to get.
And think about this.
Do you guys feel like me? Do you feel like me that, like, at any given moment in this show, there could be enough information on the other side that could make you change your opinion to some degree?
Oh, sure.
No.
Like,
sure.
I do.
Sure.
I do. Like I've at this moment in time, I do feel rooted that there's just too much good to throw it all away. But there are pieces that I can't solve yet. And until I can figure out how to solve it, and what I mean by that is it as simple as Scott? Is it just physicality? If that's it, no problem. Keep Bednar. We can fix that. If it's physicality, cool. That's an easy solution. Get more physical players. You still got the stars, right? Is it coaching? I'm not entirely sure, but there is a piece of the puzzle that is not entirely figured out for me yet that could push me in a different direction.
Well, let me go back to the metaphor with the Super Bowl 48 for the Broncos. There were big rumors that Elway wanted to blow out Fox and just couldn't do it because you did get us to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And what are we doing? We're going to fire?
Record-setting year.
Now, I'll tell you this, though. We learned more about the preparations and what went into that Super Bowl, and it was not good. And in all honesty, and John Fox is a friend of mine. I really like John.
Yeah, I do too.
But based on what we heard later and found out later, yeah, you probably should have. And what was the result the next year?
After you blew it.
All the coaches were looking for other jobs the entire season, and you had such a disappointing home playoff loss against the Colts of all teams at Mile High. And then you made a change. The Patriots, as despicable as they are, boy, oh boy, oh boy, if they got something right, they moved on a little quicker than wait too long.
Sooner rather than later.
Like, we're not going to feel better if you keep Bednar and this team bows out, like, say, in the first round next year. That ain't going to make you feel better about anything.
So what happens if you get rid of the coach, bring a new coach in, keep everybody, as I said, move the headstones but leave the bodies, and they lose in the first round? Then what are you going to say?
That's a mistake, too.
Boy, did we screw up?
Well, boy, did we screw up. We should never have fired Mike Shanahan. That was a mistake, which it clearly was, too.
Yep.
This is a complicated decision.
Yep.
Anybody who wants to paint this as black and white and easy,
Exactly.
and it's so simple just to do one thing or another, those people are fools. And they are the know-it-alls that nobody really should pay any attention to.
Like
this is
Michael,
extremely complicated.
Michael Malone was shocking because at the time, many of us, maybe Scott did, but many of us did not have the information. We didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, or at least the degree that it was going on, the infighting, but it just, like, there were things that revealed itself that it was like, no, that wasn't that complicated. Like, it felt complicated because he just won a championship. With Bednar, I don't know what those things are. And I don't think there are those things, to be totally honest. So that's where it's like, this is like, if you move on from Bednar, this is a way more brave decision. It's a way more difficult decision than what you did with Michael Malone, because with Michael Malone, you had reasons outside of just performance.
Well, listen, you got people on radio shows in the city that look at this and you said it's not just black and white. It really isn't just black and white, but they're Simple Jack, right? I mean, they're looking at it like Simple Jack.
Another great movie reference.
So
maybe the best movie of all time.
So I'm just, I'm kind of doing that right now. I think, listen, and Al Davis says 10 years, and that's the shelf life of a coach, whether they won or not. I think they got rid of Flores and the Raiders after winning the Super Bowl or soon thereafter because it was at the 10-year, and he truly believed that. Shelf life. I think Bednar's been here 9 or 10 years.
It's like that, yeah.
And so the shelf life, okay, now you just need another voice. Malone was here 10 years.
Yep.
Shelf life. But again, and this is why and some of us are a little cautious about next year with the Broncos because they decided to run it back. And running back's fearful for me. We had the same discussion with the Nuggets when the season. They're going to run it back? You want them to run this team back?
I'll tell you this. There's nobody who I have more confidence in having a limited shelf life than Sean Payton with the Denver Broncos.
Well,
but I want to take advantage of it while he's here and while it's good. That's
but Scott,
for sure.
like the run it back conversation. Okay. If the Colorado Avalanche made a decision to run it back to the degree that the Denver Broncos did, and that was the most extreme run it back situation I've ever seen in my life. They made
football,
they added one player in Jalen Waddle, but they did nothing, right? I could make sense out of it with the Colorado Avalanche. I could, like that makes a lot of sense to me.
President's Trophy winners, got All-Stars.
Broncos made it to an AFC Championship game, but they did not make it to an AFC Championship game feeling the way that the Colorado Avalanche did.
Well, I would tell you history for the Avalanche has never had them staying put and running it back like the Broncos. And it would just be so weird for them to do that, especially because there are some guys that inevitably you're just going to move on from. I mean, you're not going to bring Brent Burns back to play 57 games and break a record. That means nothing to anybody except for Brent Burns. That ain't happening. You're going to move on from him. There's other free agents out there like Blankenberg. You're not going to bring back Blankenberg. He's a free agent. Best of luck to him. Hopefully he grows. I mean, there's going to be inevitable changes. I'll tell you something that didn't work. And we didn't think it was going to work, and it didn't work. This whole goalie rotation sort of thing, it just you were trying to reinvent the wheel on this one. And there are some breadcrumbs of dissatisfaction that were going on behind the scenes. Mackenzie Blackwood after the game.
I mean, it's freaking hard to not play for so long and come into a big game, but, I just said, I'm going to go play the best I can and give them the best chance I can to win and just battle.
Yeah, does that sound like a guy satisfied with his role?
That sounds like a guy that's very happy.
No, and rightfully so.
Ask him if he should replace the coach.
Yeah, listen, it's not that he's not boys and friends with Scott Wedgwood, of course, but he's younger than Wedgwood, and you've made a much more significant financial commitment to Mackenzie Blackwood. And yeah, it's not a lot, but he is bigger physically than Scott Wedgwood. And why is he taking a back seat at this juncture? And he is because you really didn't have a firm grip. And guess what?
Because
the guys were looking over their shoulders.
You know what? But all the people out there clamoring to fire Bedsy was clamoring to put Wedgwood in the net.
Gotcha. It's complicated. It ain't black and white.
Nah, I don't think we get to go back on this one. I don't think we get to criticize the goaltender decision. I don't think we get to look at this season and be like, no, why was it Blackwood in there the whole time? We don't get to do that one.
Because Wedgie played good.
That is an unfair criticism, and I think there's a lot of fair criticisms. That is an unfair criticism because the reality is the system worked. The system worked, and it got you to where it got you. And there was also a reason. It's not like Bednar didn't choose this system. He always wanted it to be Blackwood. They all wanted it to be Blackwood. From the very beginning, it was supposed to be him. It's him. He's got the money. He's younger. It's supposed to be him. He's taller, more physical, all those things. But guess what? When a dude doesn't do his job to keep that job, well, now coaches have to make decisions. So Bednar doesn't get criticized for doing the best thing for the team, which was a rotating goalie situation, in my opinion.
Never.
I'm not mad at you.
Well, listen,
I understand. Listen, I've never.
I want to keep criticism fair where it's fair, and I think that's BS.
Wedgwood won 30 games.
That's BS. Wedgwood played pretty damn good in the playoffs. He wasn't great. He wasn't bad.
The vast majority of coaches, and this is the only case I can ever recall, and I've been watching and covering the NHL for a long time, I've never seen a situation where a team had it so up in the air like the Avalanche did.
Well, you want to be mad at someone? Be mad at Blackwood. That if you want to be mad at
Blackwood?
someone, yep. If you want to be mad at somebody about the goaltender situation beat up in the air, be mad at the dude that couldn't keep the job. Be mad at the dude that didn't hold it down when he got the most money. Be mad at the dude who was taller, more physical, more talented, and lost his job to a career backup. That's the dude that you'd be mad at.
That's fine, but I would make the argument then.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just yelling at you.
I understand. I know. I would make the argument then that you needed to make a decision one way or the other and stand by your guy.
No, see, that goes back to your old BS. Now I'm getting mad at you. that goes back to your old BS quarterback conversations. You don't get to make a decision when nobody's giving you the ability. Somebody has to give you the ability to make a decision. When there's a mess of a quarterback room, you gotta wait for somebody to arrive.
One of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life.
Scott, can I yell at you next?
Was when Vic Fangio said after OTAs and minicamp when it was Simeon and Teddy Bridgewater. One of the dumbest things I've ever heard was we figured out about 5% about who our starting quarterback's going to be. And I looked at this old man, this hamburger guy in a steakhouse, and I was just like, are you kidding me? You've had since January to figure this out. You've had the drafted free agency. You've had OTAs and mini camps, and we got 6 weeks till training camp. And you want to tell me you've made up your mind 5%? You're a moron with this. And a lot of people that like Vic Fangio tend to overlook the fact that he couldn't figure out the quarterback position, the most important thing.
Yeah.
When Jared Bednar won a cup with the Avs, Darcy Kemper had one of the worst goalie performances in the history of somebody who actually won a cup. But he stood by Darcy every single game. Darcy got his eye almost poked out by Ryan Johansson, another guy the Avs brought in who couldn't make it work.
But you also had a backup come in and win 6 playoff games.
At no point ever during that run did Jared Bednar say, well, we're just going to ride with Pavel Francouz because he's the hot goalie. Never.
So what are you saying?
It was always like Darcy will be back when he's be back.
So who they should have rode with?
Make a choice.
Well, I thought they did. I thought they made a choice of Wedgwood.
No. They insisted on doing this back and forth
Well,
sort
they did
thing.
in the postseason.
They sure did in the postseason.
No, not until
they sure did.
Not until Wedgwood lost, and then all of a sudden he came in, and then guess what? Blackwood started one game.
He started 2 games.
And Wedgwood was back in.
No.
And then you start the next series, he goes 3. He came in the middle of a game, started the next game.
Yes.
Yeah. So he only started one game.
Oh,
and then this series, you're 3-0-3. Guess what? Goalie change. That was normal. They handled the goalies normal in the postseason.
Oh, I respectfully disagree. I think they left it up in the air, and I think everybody in the room knew it was up in the air.
Well, he may have left it up in the air to us and the Muggles and the simple Jacks, but I'm not sure he left it up to the team in the locker room.
It was a creative decision. He talked about it, and it made sense to all of us who wanted to believe that this was going to work out. Listen, man, this isn't just up to Jared Bednar. What do you think? He's making this decision by himself? You don't think this is an organizational? You don't think Joe and Chris and all these guys are talking about how we're going to handle this thing? Come on, guys.
By the way, you yelled at him a while ago. You kind of yelled at me right there. See that?
Well, I didn't mean to. I'm not angry.
Here's the deal. We're taller. We're more physical. We're more talented. We just got to give him a reason to not speak. You know, like Blackwood, just like Blackwood had to give him a reason to stay
figure a way
in
to
net.
really incorporate him because he has some really keen ideas once in a while. And I think we just need to stroke him once in a while.
Well, listen, if we're going to do a rotating thing, that's fine, but we just got to buy into it, and we can't blame anybody.
We just can't leave him out there on the boom boom willow.
Unfortunately, in this job, boys, He who has the bigger mouth matters more. And I got you beat on that one. It's PhD on 92.5. It's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. And now, with the playoffs, the stakes are at their highest. So don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. Fanatic Sportsbook sets the standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. That's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
That's a hell of a hockey team we played over there. And I know people are crawling up Bedsy's ass about this, that, the other. He is one hell of a coach. He's got a great staff there. I was very nervous. We knew how we had to play because it's such a potent team, and I thought it was our best game. And again, I want to, from Joe right on down, that's a great organization. That's a great team. We found our way, and I think Bedsy said it the right way. It was such a close series. We just found our way to make another play. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Bedsy and that staff and that organization. Get off Bedsy's ass.
John Tortorella.
I love that guy.
It's hard to hate.
Get off Bedsy's ass, man.
Get off Bedsy's ass. I heard Kane.
That's a dude that's been fired once or twice.
Well, he understands
Yeah, sure.
a little bit of the game, but he also understands what's going to come down. That's good for him, though.
Get off Bedsy's ass.
I guess it's safe to say that he's going to weather the storm of costing his franchise a second rounder. He's going to be A-OK for that.
Maybe
for that
he's
sin.
not
I
signed.
don't know.
Shut it. For real?
Dude,
It's so
I watched.
quirky.
Well, we saw the interview with the general manager, whoever it was. Didn't sound like they were all chummy.
Well, you win a
And now
cup.
let Tortorella go out there as the interim coach and win a championship. And guess what? How many teams looking for coaches right now? They're going to go. Hey,
Yeah, I mean, he might just get a better offer. I'm not saying they wouldn't be interested in him, but like, what do you think? They're going to be the only ones? And he's not signed up. It'll be fascinating what happens with John Tortorella. It would make the most logical sense he would just stay there with Vegas, but hey, man, what about Toronto? What about, there's other teams out there.
Well,
So what about Edmonton? You don't think Tortorella, I don't know what's motivating this guy, but you don't think he's going to have a couple of options?
Yeah, he's going to have options.
Could be the Avalanche.
That would be surreal. That would be
Okay.
Could you imagine Moser?
Oh my
Well,
god.
see, but
trying
hold on,
to kiss
but
up to
Scott,
Tortorella
Oh
on
my
Tuesday
God.
mornings?
Can I just like whether it's Tortorella or whether it's whoever? If I knew that there was somebody out there like that, it would make the decision easier for me. It would like it might be justifiable if I knew that there was an actual coach out there that I felt was of Jared Bednar's caliber. But if we're just going to fire Bednar and then go hire some young gun and be like, oh, well, you're going to do this.
I've heard this argument a million times, and it's a fascinating one. And I'm not trying to put anybody on blast here, because I would fail in this exercise myself. How many NHL coaches can you name?
Yeah.
Tortorella, Bednar, David Cassidy.
Are we done? David Cassidy. Sure. Shirley Jones.
Susan Day.
We're going to keep going.
Yeah.
Mike Brady. That wasn't his name. Now we're part of his
What was the
family.
Bertolucci guy?
Listen, the point is there's a big, huge hockey world out there with all sorts of qualified people. That just because we don't know who they are doesn't mean they don't exist.
Well, what the DU coach, the coach,
David Carl is getting. I know him, and he's getting a lot of shine right now. But to think that he's the only qualified guy, where did they pull Tortorella off from?
TV.
Who knows? Look at these NBA coaches. They're just like a bunch of ex-players. I don't know if they know how to do anything. A lot of them just step into great situations.
Yeah, and they're not very good at it.
And they're not very good at it. But sometimes you get a guy and he's just in the right situation. He's a good babysitter and they win. That happens too.
Barry Switzer says hello, Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
here's what I'm saying. I know that there's options. I know there's people out there. But this is not a situation that you say anybody else. There are lots of times that you fire somebody because you're like, anybody but you will do.
Sure.
Yep. Anybody but Vic Fangio. Anybody but Nathaniel Hackett will do.
I'm there with Warren Schaefer right now with the Rockies. Don't even get me started on what happened with that game last night.
And that's why with Bednar, I'm like, no.
I agree. I agree.
Like you better have a freaking plan if you fire him.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm advocating for firing Jared, because I'm not. I'm not. But I'm just playing a bit of a devil's advocate out here about how complicated this decision actually is. And you know, I love our guys in the morning. But just to say, that's it, the end. I'm done. It's Bednar for sure, 100%. That's it. Okay, that's cool because you like him. And, I like him. I've been around Bedsy a ton. I've got a great relationship with Jared Bednar. He's a great guy. But you do, if you're the steward of this organization, Josh Kroenke and Joe Sakic, I'm guessing it's those two that have to make this decision. You guys agree with me on that one?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a Chris McFarland decision. I think this is a Josh and Joe call.
I mean, they'll probably talk to McFarland. But I think this is Josh and Joe.
But this is why you have an owner of a KSE, and you have a president of a team to make these type of decisions. Correct?
Yeah.
Am I right or wrong on that one?
Seems like it.
So Joe and Josh, and sure, Chris, I'm sure would be there. They got to look at everything. And let's talk about what they need to consider the most. Like, if we're in that room, what do we need to talk about? What are our priorities? That's next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you don't feel on your game, maybe it's because of low T. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, mind doesn't feel right, sex drive is what is going on here. Well, maybe it's time to switch things up. The Rocky Mountain Men Clinic. With men, losing low T in your mid-30s is not unusual. Kind of goes from there. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there are advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. Treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Don't be older. Take control of what's going on. Just contact the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website, schedule a consult, and you go from there. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. They'll review what's going on. The appointment, $99. You get that consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So call today. Don't ignore the signs. Call today and take the first step towards feeling better again. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Nate just had it knocked off his stick. McCarr trying to get there. He'll collect. Last chance saloon for the Avalanche. 17 seconds. McCarr for Kadri through his legs. Broken up. Back for McCarr. 12 seconds. McCarr at the blue line. He's got to get it across center ice. Landeskog can't get it deep. Vegas back with it. They play it off the bench in front of the Avalanche. McCarr sends it ahead. 2 seconds, 1. And the Avalanche season is done. For the first time since 2008, Colorado is swept in a playoff series. And the Cup favorites have been eliminated. Final score in Game 4 of the Western Conference Final, the Golden Knights 2 and the Avalanche 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Takes a little bit of time to do that, I think. I can't really answer that right now, but I think that takes a little bit of time, a little reflection. Yeah.
Tough. Talk to me, guys, about losing in a disappointing fashion when you've encountered that as at the highest levels.
This is a very unique one that I don't think I've participated in this direct level of letdown. Ironically, my girlfriend asked me last night, "Have you ever been a part of a championship opportunity that didn't go your way?" And I won the Super Bowl, obviously. The only 2 examples I could think of were in college. And in college, my first 2 years, we made the Big 12 championship. We won the Big 12 North. We made the Big 12 championship. The first year, we got smoked by Oklahoma. It was like 33-10 or something. The second year, we got smoked in an embarrassing fashion by Texas, 70-3, and Gary Barnett got fired. So in back-to-back years, we made it to the Big 12 championship, and our coach got fired, right? So I got smoked in those moments. But in neither one of those games were we supposed to win it. Now, we were definitely the underdogs in both those games, but it didn't go in that form. So I don't know that Scott, be really curious I don't know that I've ever felt this level of letdown being such a favorite.
Yeah, the favorite thing is different, I guess. I've lost Game 7s. We lost in an epic Game 7 with Bird and the Celtics in Boston Garden, which was a super letdown. On one hand, they were a higher seed, but get to Game 7, you think you can win it.
Wasn't quite your time.
No.
Close.
And
you would get there.
Well, but this one I was with Atlanta. This was
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So
Atlanta. When I get to Detroit,
Atlanta never got there.
We win one, and then the next year we get swept in the Eastern Conference Finals. Kind of like the Avalanche.
Oof, coming off a championship.
Yeah. Turns out to be Michael Jordan's first of 6.
Recalling, so you were on the Spurs for the second champ. So they won back-to-back, and you were there for the second championship.
The Pistons, yeah.
Pistons. The documentary is great, by the way, about those teams. And as I recall the documentary, by the time you got to that third season after the back-to-back, you guys were exhausted. The team was exhausted.
Yeah, mentally fried.
That's what the documentary laid out. You can't say that was the case for the Avalanche.
But that was also, because remember, before I got there, they'd lost that one Game 7 to Boston on the turnover by Isaiah. Then the next year they got the finals, lost to the Lakers in 6 or 7. Then they win it. Then they win it again. And then they lose in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah,
so,
It's kind of like when Tampa had won back-to-back, and then they faced the Avs again. It was just a little overwhelming. It was just
they got swept.
Well,
no, they won
6
one.
games. 6 games. 6 games.
6?
Yeah, won 6. We went back to Tampa.
Well, we won in game 6
one in Tampa. Yeah,
that's right. You're right.
Okay, so what's the first steps from coming back from the disappointment? If we're
take a week to, I'm going to say the same thing I said with the Nuggets. They need to take a week to 10 days and just shut it down, get everybody's head clear, and then get back and meet.
Why don't you have a week? Why? What's at this point? What matters?
You have a week on certain things, But you don't have a week when it comes to your coach.
Why?
That's just the way it goes, man. That's just the way it goes.
Well,
That's just the way it is.
I mean, I'm being sincere and I'm pushing back here, and I also acknowledge that that's the way that it goes.
All right, let me give you some inside information. I've been told that there probably will be a press availability later this week. So I've got some inside info on that. So I believe if there is a press availability like there was with the Nuggets, that you will have made your decision on the coach by that time. In my opinion, I don't have any inside information that that's definitely happening, but that's what I feel.
But again, what is today? Wednesday?
Wednesday.
So the end of this week or like Monday? Like, remember I told you?
I was told the end of this week.
With Adam, and I said if he gets to Monday, I said he'll have the job.
I know, but what day of the week do they get eliminated on? My memory is a little fuzzy on the Nuggets when they lost. Was it a Thursday, a Friday? What day of the week was it? Gosh darn it, Dan, help us.
Tuesday?
It was?
I believe so.
It was?
I think so.
Golly, man. Help us out. What day of the week was it that the Nuggets wrapped things up? I'll just tell you this. For the, Thursday. It was a Thursday.
April 30th, Thursday.
Okay. So
a little later.
So that's why it made sense to have that, the next week. And yours like if he survives the weekend. By the way, this might not be as complicated as we're making it. They may love Bedsy. This might not be complicated at all. We don't know everything that goes on behind the scenes.
Well, we know they love him.
Bedsy may be the least of their problems as far as they can tell.
Well, in my estimation, it is.
Sure.
Here's the problem, though.
I think the power play coach that they brought in this year, Hackstall, I think he's on borrowed time.
Here's the problem, though, and I'm going to argue against myself here, as I've said that I think the team should hold on to Bednar. I'll argue against myself. You only get to have a fall guy so often. And they got the fall guy last year. Last year, we were having these same conversations. It wasn't quite as intense. But we were having these same conversations, and the fall guy was the power play coach.
Correct.
You're 1 for 10 in the Western Conference Finals in power play.
Okay? But that was the fall guy. How many years can you have a fall guy when it needs to be the guy?
Well, but again, here's where I'll push back your pushback. It's a cliche, and it's the easiest thing to do in sports. Get rid of a coach, and then you still muddle through for 2 or 3 years. You're like, oh, wait a minute, we probably should have gotten this guy. You mentioned the choose guy. I'm not willing to put names on it yet. There's a whole lot of guys. There's guys stumbling around last night. If you watch the game closely, and I got to record, I may go watch it again. Watch how many guys are tripping over the ice. And I think Connor mentioned on the radio, we got bad ice there because it was like 96. But they were like, dude just falling, the puck's going by and bouncing over all the time. And you're like, come on, man. Is it bad ice? Are you getting a little old? Are you still injured? Your legs aren't right? I mean, there's more than 1 or 2 guys they need to look at. There's a whole bunch of guys.
Well, let me give you the unrestricted free agents.
Well, you're kind of making it sound like a blowout. You're making it
Did you
sound
not say
like
the same thing with the Nuggets?
No.
You didn't come
Are you
in
talking
here-
about this year? Hold on.
This year. You
this
said,
year, yes.
You said
but
Nikola Jokic and then everybody's game.
But I don't feel like that about the Avalanche.
Oh, I do.
Oh, God, no. No. This Avalanche team was freaking stacked.
Well,
we don't have just the Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray on the Avalanche. You've got dudes, and now some of them pulled the Jamal Murray where they didn't show up in a playoff, where Jamal's done that over the years, Marty. We've got
Game
that.
6.
But no, I do not think that's even remotely comparable to what the Avs have.
The Avs do have some contractual things that are prohibitive from just moving on from everybody. Now, if you can find a suitor to trade for him, okay. But let me go through a couple things. Makar, what are you doing? He's got his last year of his contract's coming up.
Well, according to Raj, you keep him and everybody's available.
Okay. McKinnon, he's coming back, right? We're going to keep Nathan McKinnon. We're not going to trade him, right?
I would keep Makar, McKinnon, and then
I'll go through. Let's go through.
see.
Lehkonen.
Well, if you can get pieces for him.
Oh man. Okay. I love Lehkonen.
Yeah, I do too. How did he play in the playoffs?
Nichushkin, well, I think he was hurt.
I do too. But don't play.
That's part of, well, oh my God, that's the ethos of hockey. They all play when they
Well,
hurt.
But hold on, Scott's got a point there, and I've talked to young players about this. If you play ball,
There ain't no.
I got
you get judged when you play ball.
Yeah.
Nobody cares, and nobody's looking at the injury report. Nobody's in 2 years when you're hitting free agency. They're just watching the film.
But I'll make the argument. History has shown Arturi Lekkinen has been one of the most clutch
I agree.
playoff, not regular season.
I love him.
Playoff performers ever. He's got the track record.
Arturi Lekkinen, you know him?
Exactly.
Ever heard of him?
Val Nichushkin. Gone. Like I know you don't want to put names on necessarily, but Val Nichushkin, to me, trade him for whatever. He is not a playoff guy.
Nazem Kadri. He looked older.
I don't think he has a lot of trade value. He's complicated. I think he's back. I think
Brett Kulak.
Brett Kulak is where is
Free
he
agent.
at? He's a free agent. Oh, you want to go through? I got the free agents right here.
I'd bring him back.
I would bring him back.
I'm not
too.
trying to derail us because I think it's relevant to the conversation you're having about contracts. There's a third option with Jared Bednar right now. Okay, you don't have to hire him. You don't have to extend him. You don't have to fire him. He's got a year left.
That is correct.
He's got 1 year left on that contract.
Yeah.
And now I know most people will be like, "Oh, what? You want to have a lame duck year?"
I think he'll be back.
Well,
and you know what? If they have a great beginning of the season, re-sign him.
To me, that makes a lot of sense. Like, if we want to try this one more time, it's just a year. And then, by the way, it costs us nothing. We don't have to fire him. We don't have to pay him out. We don't have to do anything.
Well, that would tell you everything if you just go into last year and you don't offer him an extension, huh?
Well, it would definitely tell you.
You want to talk about being on the hot seat.
Here's what, yes, it would.
Yeah.
And it would tell you it's a prove it year. But it's an absolute fair option.
Yeah,
it's a reasonable option.
You're right. But do you really, as an organization, want to keep a coach in the last year of his contract without an extension, just to be on that much of a hot seat like that? Ooh, that's tricky.
It's not fun.
Oh, it's not fun.
It's not fun, but to me, it's a fair, reasonable option.
Let me ask you guys as players, if you knew your coach was on,
I don't care. It doesn't affect my life.
You listening to him the same?
My coach's contract does not affect my life.
Okay, you're listening to him the same. You're respecting him the same.
Because you know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to make bank.
Right.
I'm trying to make money for myself.
So it doesn't matter as a player. Okay.
Is that Scott? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I've never paid attention to coaches' contracts.
Yeah, but
I've never even known my coach's
I was just going to ask you, have you ever played with a guy like that?
When they feel good about their ability and they know that they're the guy. They'll use, man, I can't have me going in and being a lame duck.
All right, we can take a quick
Players
break.
Don't
but,
even know.
I gotta, we've got some numbers here. We got some guys here.
How about this? If you're older than 27, we're looking at you.
All right, well, let's take a break. We can come back with all that coming up next.
I would not change Bednar. I think that Torts' comments probably has a little influence too. As crazy as that sounds, Bane, like get off his ass, because Torts is reading all the clippings and everything, and I think that especially the vocal people online, as soon as something like that happens, especially when you were the favorite, they're like, something needs to change, like fire the coach, you got out coach. Where it's like, did he really get out coach? Like you look at game one was a very winnable game for them. Game two, they controlled it for at least the first half, and then maybe sat back a little bit too much. I don't know. I think, like, if anything, they just need to really figure out the power play to where it becomes unstoppable. And that would probably be one thing that I look to adjust the most on. But to go back to your question, like, I wouldn't change much, boys. Maybe add a big number 6 defenseman, 6'7", in case if they do deal with an injury, it's not some small guy coming in and battling net front.
Yeah. Amen.
That's Biz from Spittin' Chicklets. Wouldn't change much. He basically says, run it back. Listen.
I don't disagree with that.
You have to.
I'm okay with that.
Here's at the end of the day, in my opinion, where you failed. You had a regular season team and you which was fine. But you didn't have the right, as it turned out, and it was a small margin. It was small. You didn't have exactly the right playoff version of the team. But it was, guys, 4 1-goal games.
Yeah, that's to me a loser's lament a little bit. And
all right, let me back up.
You lost.
Let me back up.
You lost 4 straight games. Let's not do the Cleveland Cavaliers analytics thing.
I think there's a difference. We did not see a Cleveland. They did not cavalier last night. They could have easily cavaliered.
Well,
in fact, they scored a empty net goal to make the game really, really interesting in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, but you know what we did? We got our ass kicked. We lost 4 straight games. We got our ass kicked.
Oh,
we got skunked.
All right.
We got swept.
Well, I'll say this.
There's no pride in getting swept.
The power play was stinky all year. It was stinky in the first round, and it was pretty good in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, what Biz is saying is if your power play was better, this small margin would have been erased.
The second round, I want to say their power play was at 40%. It was something. It was a stupid number at one time, but I want to say at least 30. If their power play is 30% in these playoffs, the series is still going.
I mean, essentially that's what Biz is saying. He's saying you don't have to blow it all up, but here's where you've got to get better. And by the way, we were talking about that all year. Listen, man, after the Olympic break, it did get better, and they made more changes
for like 2 weeks.
Got better from the Olympic. You went from last in the league to like
23rd.
I don't know, went up. It was better, and there were moments that
and
looked
it was
okay.
Back to nothing against the Kings, and it was pretty good against Minnesota.
God, what were they? They only had 1 power play opportunity last night.
Right.
1, and Vegas only had 2, and both teams killed the penalties. So what were the Avs on the power play, Dan? Do we even have it?
They were
1 for
9.
They
were 0 for 4 in round 1. Okay, so 0% in round 1. They were 5 for 13 in round 2.
Yep.
38.5%, pretty good.
So we're at 40, I said.
1 for 10 against Vegas.
Yeah.
1 for 10, right. So if they were 4 for 10 against Vegas, do they win that series?
The series is still on.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Did they win the series? No, they probably don't.
But we're talking. They've won a couple games.
They're not going to win the series. We know that Vegas was a better team.
They probably win game 1. Have a shot in game 2 because say that the goal they score, or not game 2, game 3. When we're saying it's 3-2 and you're saying the next goal wins it and they tied it up.
Yeah.
Power play.
Good example.
You go 4-2. Guess what? You might win game 3 then.
Good example.
So now guess what? We're sitting here today, 2-2, feeling a whole lot better than we feel, don't we?
I'll give you Evan Rawal from the Denver Gazette. Fascinating stat in terms of analytics that probably matter. Dangerous chances, not just shots on goal.
They didn't have many last night.
They had.
So tell me, and I know that this probably layman and obvious, but what exactly does that mean?
I think it means it's an opportunity to score that is to significantly to your advantage, whether it's the closeness to the goalie, it's the ability that you have a clear shots, it's a tip in, whatever.
So like for example, I think we're like 1 minute into the game, 2 minutes into the game, And Vegas has got that backhander that missed the post by 6 inches.
That's probably a dangerous opportunity, dangerous chance. Yes.
That should have gone in.
Sure. I'd have to look at it. It's literally a stat, Dan, that you could look up. I'm sorry, I don't have it right here in front of me. But Evan Rawal from the Denver Gazette said in the third period for games 2, 3, and 4, the Avs had one shot in a dangerous position. One. You can't win like that.
And that was, you know what? That was in that third period when Hart made a great glove save. He made one great save in that third period. It was that, and I think it was that one.
You can't go for as long as the Avs went last night with 0 shots.
Second period was like 15 minutes,
and it was very clear what Vegas was doing. They were going into a trapping left wing lockdown type of defense. And that's all they really cared about. They really weren't pursuing offensive opportunities. They didn't care. They didn't think they had to. They were just going to take advantage of when you made a mistake.
And they pressured you to when you made a mistake, then they might have a little push.
And the first goal to Mark Stone, it was like a quarterback throwing a post.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty clever play, right? Yeah. I'm going to lift it up. I'm going to throw the puck to you, virtually throw it to you. You're going to catch it like a receiver, put it down.
And your defense took inside routes instead of going to where the puck might end up.
And to what Logan O'Connor said, and this really does fall on Brock Nelson, it was an example of Vegas taking advantage of the opportunity that the Avalanche could not. How many opportunities did Brock Nelson have in this series?
He had a bunch. But that's unlucky.
And there you go. The margins were small. You want to say they got their ass kicked. I'm not going to fight you on it. They lost 4-0. They got swept. Fine. But if you just were to analyze every game, like what went wrong in this game, that game, and the other game, it was a common refrain.
Here's what I think you could say. The margins were small enough that it could have been more competitive than it was. I definitely don't think it's fair to say that the margins were small enough that the Avalanche could have won the series. But there's a mountain of evidence that Vegas kicked our ass.
But if we're sitting here today 2-2, you still think they got a chance to win it?
Of course.
Yeah. But 3-0, if we're being honest now, did you think you had a chance?
Of course I've got hope. But if I'm being honest, what I know is that Vegas would have won the series.
Well, I don't know. If it's 2-2, because everything looks different. The whole look is different. Then it goes 4-2 instead of 3-3 in game 2. They're going to win that game.
If it's 2-2 in game 5 and the next 2 out of 3 are at home, Vegas wins that series?
Then you may get rid of some people.
Well, who knows? As it turns out, if you want to say they kicked the Avs' ass, you're certainly entitled to. There's plenty of evidence. Depending on what analytics you want to look at, go for it. It stings.
One of the biggest questions now, if you start looking at individuals, is you got 2 examples of a very, very talented and in hockey standards, well-paid young player in Natchez that has disappeared under the heat. And that's got to be figured out. Just like was a minor Milner that Toronto got rid of because he was great in the regular season. In the last 2 playoff series with Toronto, he was
Marner
was horrible, and then they got rid of him in the offseason. And all of a sudden,
he's
superstar. He's a superstar in the postseason now, right?
Haunting Toronto,
right? He had.
How's Mike Brown doing in New York?
He had Natchez stats in Toronto the last 2 seasons.
I got you.
How do you look this series?
I'm laughing at about trade Natchez. Do you think 100-point scorers in the NHL regular season grow on trees? But okay, fine. You might need something different. And is it worth? We've had this argument a ton. Is it worth sacrificing some regular season games to do the right thing developmentally to get guys better for or more ready for the postseason?
Yeah. You got to have a luxurious situation to do that, though. Most teams do not have the luxury of being able to do that because they got to get themselves to the playoffs.
I'll tell you this, man. It was a high priority for the Avalanche, being around the team as much as I was, to have the number 1 seed so they would have home ice over Dallas. It was Dallas. He realized that was what this whole year was kind of about. Like, what is it going to take to beat Dallas? It wasn't about how do we get over on Vegas. It wasn't about the Wild. It was all about Dallas. We've got to avoid the situation we were in last year against Dallas. So everything was about Dallas. And then you don't even face Dallas. They're not even there. You can't tell me Minnesota they're just myopic. It's how to beat Denver for a million reasons, both professionally and personally, because of all the connections with Denver. Give me a break. And as soon as they got past that, they imploded. In all honesty, once the Avs sort of got past that, it's like they took a huge breath. That's what it feels like. You didn't think it was going to be Vegas? You didn't take them seriously?
Mm-mm.
You didn't. Let's face it.
Oh, that's a fact. We didn't take this series seriously at all. We were talking about give me a reason why the Avs can't win.
You know what's funny? When you don't take somebody seriously and they punch you in the face, boy, does that throw you for a loop. I guess if you're taking somebody serious, you're training, you're getting ready for it, you're thinking about it a lot. Okay, you get punched in the face by somebody you take serious, you expect to get punched in the face. What happens to you when you get punched in the face by somebody who's,
It
the hell
almost
is
felt
that?
like, including fans, that once you got past that second round, let's see if the Canes are really as good as that 8-0 record.
Really hard to think otherwise, collectively. And then Kale's gone? And then we're looking around like, when's Kale getting back? Come on, Kale. What are you doing? Oh, okay.
And then game 3, McKinnon goes down in the middle of the game. Then you're like, whoa.
I think this team got caught by a surprise. I think the preparation was not what it needed to be for Vegas. By the way, did you hear what Tortorella did with Vegas, how he prepared them? He laid back. He didn't really do anything.
By not practicing, what do you mean?
Everything. He didn't press. He didn't change things. He didn't really do anything aside from, confirm to them how good they really are. Listen to their players, how they talk about Tortorella and the journalists. They didn't change anything. He just chilled out. How about that for a coaching approach?
That's kind of what Adelman did when he took over from Malone.
Kind of. You're probably right. You're probably right. Who knows if Tortorella will work next year if he gets for the whole year? He just kind of chilled out. And the players took a breath. The pressure was off. I don't know anything about Bruce Cassidy, but I'm going to assume he was kind of...
but he got you to the Stanley Cup also.
I know. Do you need that guy to lay back? Do you need a firm hand? Do you need a roster reconstruction? Do you need to change like one or two things like Biz said? Who knows?
You need to change more than one or two things. I just don't think it has to be better.
I don't think it has to be Bednar either. I don't think you have much to lose. Now, let me ask you this. We're not changing Bednar. Are you offering him an extension?
I probably would not. I'd probably just make him play it out. It's going to be awkward. It's going to cause some animosity. There'll be some tension there. But, at some point, you'll give him the contract, and I know most people would be like, well, I don't want to give him a new contract until I know what happens in the playoffs.
Right.
You probably don't have that kind of luxury.
Oh, right.
You'll have to ease the tension at some point.
It's complicated because we know now we can't trust the regular season. It doesn't matter. The regular season is irrelevant. So there's really nothing he could do successfully to get a new contract during the regular season. That's about the regular season. You kind of got to make your mind up now. This is really tricky.
Well,
or how about this for a hoot? What if you don't sign him? You win, and he's just like, I'm out of here. I'm gone.
Well, didn't they find themselves in the same situation? George Karl, they won 56 games, got some injuries late, and going to the playoffs. He's coach of the year. He had 1 year left, and he said, "Hey, I can't be a lame duck." And they go, "Okay, seriously,
Just the coach of the year.
Just go be a duck."
Gone.
Yeah.
I think it's so. You would have to show me the example of a high-level coach in one of the 4 major sports that actually did coach out a contract. I'm not even aware of one. I'm not saying they don't exist, but tell me who it was.
Didn't the Bills coach a couple years ago do that?
Like, who got to free agency as a coach? Anybody?
We talked about this the other day in football. Mike McCarthy did it.
Okay, there's one.
We had another example. That's the reason why we talked about Mike. There were 2 examples, but there was the only 2 we could think of. Mike came up because it happened to somebody else.
It's so rare. It's so rare. So that's a tricky thing too, because not only do you have to figure out the decision to retain Bednar isn't just about next year, is it? Not really. It really is about offering him a new contract. Now, you don't have to offer him a new contract today, but if you keep him, you kind of got to offer him a new contract or an extension at some point in the offseason, don't you?
Well, so is the question do you got to either extend him or let him go?
Now, you can always fire a coach. You just got to eat the money, and that's that.
1 year.
Sure. So it's not make or break. It doesn't kill you. You could offer him an extension, right? And he coaches next year and it doesn't work, right? And you could just, oh, well. I mean, you wouldn't be the first organization to pay out a coach like they all do. So it wouldn't stop you from doing
it depends on how long he would take an extension. Would he take a 1-year extension? Would he take a 2-year extension?
1 year.
How quickly do you think he'd be hired by another team?
See, when Mike Malone got fired, I thought, well, he's got the pick of the litter. Whatever he wants. Now it might take him some time because he wants to choose the right situation, but he's got the pick of the litter. Well, I was wrong on that. I don't think I'm wrong on Bednar. Bednar would have a job like that.
Okay. Then that kind of tells you what kind of extension you'd have to offer him and whether or not you can really go through an entire year without offering him an extension. I agree with you, by the way. I agree. I think he would get snatched up in 5 seconds. So it's a bigger decision. It's like, is he the right guy, not just this year, but for the future? You really don't want to coach as a lame duck. You really don't. That's instability in the organization. You don't want that. And they know it. They know it. This ain't their first rodeo. They get it. And then you say, well, how much money are we willing to eat on something if it doesn't go right? Because I'll tell you this. If you're Jared Bednar, like, you cannot get eliminated like in the first round next year. That's preposterous. You would absolutely. Bedsy will be on the hot seat. It'll be red hot next year.
No matter what.
No matter what. And depending on the health of the team, there won't be anything acceptable next year except making the Stanley Cup. Period. The end. I mean, that will be that. Clearly, right? Do we all agree on that?
People already feel that way right now.
Rightfully so. You understand why. You get it.
Yeah, I do. I don't think anybody's stupid for being on the other side of the fence than me.
You look at John Cooper down in Tampa. How hot is his seat right now? How did Mike Shanahan get fired? The laundry list of fired coaches who have won championships is long, boys. It's long. And just because we can't think of, like, who's the better coach doesn't mean one doesn't exist. But I want to see Bedsy keep the job because I think he's a great coach, and I personally like him. And you don't want to see people you personally like lose their jobs.
Right.
And that's what makes this so tough. I'd say Bednar is as liked as a coach here in Denver, Colorado as any. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Could be right on that. Because I think Shanahan was beloved for the right reasons, for a lot of the right reasons. And by the way, it was a mistake to fire Mike Shanahan the way they did it. It was a mistake.
Let me ask you this, though. Would it have been a mistake in your perfect quarterback theory world? Would it have been a mistake to fire Mike Shanahan if you hired a guy that had the process built around what was already here?
Embracing Cutler and going from there?
Yeah, I mean,
it would have helped. Yeah, I mean, it would have softened the blow. I mean,
because the argument for Mike that I could agree with, and I still think it was the wrong decision, but the argument for Mike that I could understand is, hey, it got stale, man. It got stale. Bednar got stale. Message is stale. It's worn thin. But that part I think there could be some truth to.
But McDermott came in there, and the team was close enough that you don't need to just blow it up, and he blew it up when you blew the quarterback.
You know what's crazy, though, about McDaniel's first year, though?
Win 6-0.
I mean, was unbelievable.
Yeah, what did he do after those first 6 games?
It's the only 6-0 team in NFL history to not make the playoffs. Tyler, your team.
Well, it wasn't just that, though. It was the year before that Shanahan did get fired. We had 4 games to go, and all we had to do was win 1.
That's right. 1.
I'll never forget that, man. That feeling of like we knew we were in. We had a good season.
Yeah.
We had a good season going on.
I don't think the final 3 games were all that tough either.
I think it was the final 3.
It was the final 3. It was
final 3 games. You had to win 1 of the final 3.
Correct.
And then I remember the last game of the season. I don't remember the 2 but in front of that. But the last
one
game of the
was
season.
at Kansas City.
Wasn't the last one San Fran? No, who was it?
You remember?
Tell me.
Raiders at home?
San Diego. At San Diego.
Okay.
Last game of the season. And when it all came down to it, we're like, we dropped those 2, but we got these guys. We know how to go into Qualcomm.
Right.
That stadium's full of orange.
Yeah.
And it was, by the way.
I'm sure it was. What's the final score of that one?
I don't remember.
I remember you guys only had to win 1 of the last 3. It was like it wasn't even hard. Like, this ain't no big deal. That was shocking, man. There you go. That's comparable. That's right up there with this, kind of in a different sort of way. But I mean, you were the heavy favorites to win 1 of the last 3 games. Come on.
It was 52-21.
Oh, you got your asses kicked.
That was the San Diego game?
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. How do I not remember that?
I would try to forget that too, Tyler.
Oh, good Lord.
So not only did you lose
52 points in the NFL
on a very meaningful game.
God.
By the way, and what was the Chargers' record? What was the Chargers' record, Dan? Were they even a playoff team?
I think the winner of that game made the playoffs, if my memory serves me correct.
Okay. Well, then, all right. It was a
what year was that? 2002?
No.
2008.
What's that, Dan?
No, I was saying it was 2008. I'm looking at the Chargers record that year. Give me a sec.
Okay. We'll wait for that number.
Yeah, your last 3 games were at Carolina.
That's right. That's another one.
And you lost 30-10.
Right.
Buffalo Bills at home, you lost 30-23. Kansas City Chiefs, you actually beat them 4 games left, 24-17. So you lost Carolina 30-10, lost the Bills 30-23, and then lost the Chargers 52-21.
Golly. Yeah, what was the Chargers' record?
Well, in 2008, they were 8-8, made the playoffs. They beat the Colts in the wild card round, and then lost to the Steelers in the divisional round.
Yeah, but what was their record?
8-8.
So they were 7-8 going into that game?
Yep.
And so they need to win that game to make the playoffs.
They won 4 games to end that season. 4 games in a row.
Wow, they were 4-8.
They were 4-8
and won 4 in a row,
to make the
including
playoffs.
beating the Broncos.
They were 4-8 and went to the divisional round in the playoffs.
How did they do that to you guys, Tyler?
That's a rough one, man.
But
I guess that was sort of the equivalent of 70-3 in college when Gary Barnett got fired.
I mean, it's how do you explain that? How do you explain what just happened to the Avs? How do you explain it? How do you explain it?
I don't know. What did happen to us that year?
What happened?
I'm trying to think. Like, we didn't, in my memory, I don't remember like losing Brandon Marshall or Tony Scheffler or.
Did you take them lightly?
Well, it wasn't just them though. I mean, it's a 3-game slide, right?
Yeah.
So it's not just San Diego. Something happened earlier.
That is bizarre, man. What happened? What happened to the Avs?
And the funny thing, like I said, so that'd be week 16, 15, and 14. So week 13, you went into Kansas City and or you played Kansas City, beat Kansas City. That was a big rival. That's when you thought, okay, we're in. This is it. We got it out 8-5, I think. You're in. We'll win 2 of the last 3. That didn't end good.
Yeah, but you knew going into that last game, it was up to that last game. You knew that. You knew we win this, we're in. We're fine.
It seemed like that happened the same thing in another year.
That's crazy. And that was the end of Mike Shanahan.
Yep.
Is this the end of...
When Mike got fired, I got to tell you, man, I had a weird deal because we had family friends that were in San Diego. So like my whole crew came out to stay with them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to get back on the team plane, go back to Denver, check out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I flew back to San Diego because the season was over.
Oh, that's a riot.
And when I got off the plane, my phone was blowing up that Mike Shanahan got fired. And I'm like, no freaking way. No way. Like keep in mind, like I'm Denver kid. I'm like Mike's my icon. He's the legend. At no point in that season, even after we lost 52 to what? 30, whatever.
You wish.
At no point did it enter my mind that it was a possibility for Mike Shanahan to get fired.
All right, we got to take a quick break. No dumb questions coming up next.
Hey, choosing the right financial advisor might be one of the smartest moves you'll ever make. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth, they're going to help you craft a reliable income plan so that you can stay focused on what matters the most to you, your family, your time, your needs, your priorities. And your plan's going to be different than anybody else's. Visit TrajanWealth.com today or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Whatever your goals are, Trajan Wealth believes one thing. Plan smarter, dream bigger, so get started at TrajanWealth.com. Most people have a tax person here, an investment person there, and no one's really coming together making a plan that is unified. Trajan Wealth's family office puts it all under one roof, so your money, taxes, and legacy are playing on the same team. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. At Trajan One, it all starts with respect and understanding. Their fiduciary advisors take the time to listen, teach, and create a plan that truly reflects your values and goals. Visit TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay, no dumb question. Brought to you by our great friends at Trajan Wealth, because when it comes to retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. We're a little short on time, so probably just time for one here on the text line. Is Bednar beloved by the Avs players?
Yes. Yes, I think that's not a question.
I think he is too.
Well, how many of these guys were part of the championship core? A handful.
I can give you the specific ones if you want.
Go for it.
Makar, McKinnon, Lehkonen, Nichushkin, Taves, Landeskog, Kadri.
God, that's a lot.
So I got seven.
That's a lot.
7 dudes.
Well, I promise you there's 7 dudes that would go to war for that dude because they won a championship with him, right? And those 7 dudes are pretty important dudes that there's going to be a trickle-down effect from them.
How many guys the whole is he beloved by the Avs players? Do you need to be beloved?
No. You have to be respected.
Okay. I think Bedsy does have, he has the respect to the guys. I'm unequivocal there. But that being said, can you as a coach, if you've developed these tight bonds with the players, not be objective? Let me give you a very specific example. How critical can Bedsy ever be of Gabe Landeskog?
How
critical can anybody be of Gabe Landeskog?
That was a no dumb question. How critical can anybody be?
You know, when Gabe came back, he was on the third line this year. He was not on the top line. He was on the third line, which to me at the time made perfect sense.
And he was 1 goal away from McKinnon as far as most goals scored in the postseason.
I do think.
But I didn't think he played good.
It's definitely human nature for anybody. The longer you spend with a human being,
sure,
it becomes more and more difficult to make tough decisions.
Let's get into that.
So here's no dumb question just to think about too.
Well, this might be the big question of the day. Well, go ahead.
You got to get rid of one big name that's on this roster. Who is it?
Oh, man. Scott with the guillotine. We'll find out coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer over there for such a long time now because relationships matter to me. And I know these guys love these guys, trust these guys. If you're anything like me, you're going to become a long-term customer at Phil Long Ford because you're going to realize it's a different kind of car dealership. They're going to respect you, get you in, get you out, give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over the state looking for your new vehicle. Just go to Phil Long Ford. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let me know what your friend Tyler sent you out over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
we run into a buzzsaw in Vegas. I think they deserve the credit, and it's not a knock on our guys and how hard we played, but they're a well-oiled machine right now, peaking at the right time. And I look at their series and man-to-man, they're playing at the top of their game, and it's a very, very good team that we lost to, and we'll have to regroup and reassess and reflect on our season and our series and go from there.
Okay, what a question by Scott Hastings right there. If you had to get rid of one big name, who would it be? Now, let me put this in a couple of buckets. I'm just going to use the 7 guys in Bednar who have won a cup as your big name guys. Okay, so I'm taking Natchez and Nelson out of it for the time being. I'm just taking them out. I'm taking Wah out of it. I'm just going to go with your core guys. And we can talk about Natchez and Nelson and Wah and Kulak later. But let's just talk about your core guys if you're really going to make...
You have to bring Kulak back.
Okay, let's get to that later. So I got 7 guys here in Bednar. Bednar's in a class by himself. So let's just say Bednar head coach, that's its own thing. I have the big 3. Gabe, McKinnon, McCarr. After that, and if you guys want to put these in different buckets, just let me know. After that, I got Val and Taves. And beneath that, I got Manson and Kadri. Would you more or less agree with those sort of levels? Like Bednar by himself, big 3, Val Taves under that.
I got a handful I'd move
Manson,
on from.
Kadri.
I got a handful, and I don't even feel bad about it. It's
from
not complicated.
From that group.
Yeah.
Give it to me. What do you got?
Go easiest to hardest.
All right, easiest is Gabe.
Easiest is Gabe?
Yeah.
Wow. Easiest is Gabe?
Yep.
Holy
Easiest.
cow.
I just said it.
Damn.
It's a business move. Taking feelings, taking emotion, taking all that out of it. When you just look at it from a business move, is the value that Gabe's going to bring to this team in the future.
Plus the most guaranteed money left, though.
Yeah, it's not complicated. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay.
Damn. Where do we go from here?
All right.
I can't wait to hear the hardest decision if that's the easiest.
Val's easy.
I think Val's very
Val's
easy.
a piece of cake.
Yeah,
Kadri's easy.
Kadri, I was just going to Kadri. Kadri's easy.
Kadri's pretty easy.
So I just gave you 3 guys of the 7.
You dropped the
And I
bombshell right off
feel
the
like
bat.
I had another. Give me the other 4.
McKinnon, McCarr, Taves, and Manson. And Bednar.
Well, I mean, if I got to move on from Manson, I would. But I mean,
You don't have to move on. By the way, you don't have to move on from any of these guys. They're all under contract. They're all on the team. You don't have to move on from any of them.
So
I think Kadri's a free agent at the end of the year.
Not that Dan's got listed. Dan, are you?
The list he put up there, I thought he had it.
I'll give you 3 guys that you should move on from.
Okay.
Gabe Landeskog, Val, and Kadri. High money guys.
Okay.
High money guys that their value to this team in the future is pretty low.
By the way, Kadri signed through 28-29.
Okay, so Kadri's locked in. He's not a free agent.
They ain't going to do nothing. So
that's not the question.
Look how many years.
The question.
Hold on. This was your question. I answered it extremely directly.
I am giving Tyler props.
People are pissed off at me right now.
I am giving Tyler Polumbus
answered
props.
your question.
Yes.
People are kind of saying blasphemy on the text line right now.
I
and
got
you
it.
know what? I'm just speaking truth. So you damn well better answer your own question.
I'm going to, but just Dan.
No, don't dance.
Dan, when is Landeskog's contract?
I feel like we should have T for 2 and clippity clop to clippity
Yeah,
clop.
no kidding.
Clippity clop.
Nope. I'll be answering truthfully.
All right.
When's Landeskog done?
I'm checking.
If you're going to get rid of Landeskog, the money's a big thing because I think he's damaged goods.
He signed for 2 more seasons.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit damaged goods. I don't think in hockey you can't just cut him because it still goes. I think your cap doesn't it. I don't think you can just get rid of contracts.
Did you need tap shoes here? What do
No,
we do?
no.
Shoes? What do you
Here's
want?
what I would do. Oh. I would offer Gabe a front office position, try to figure a way to work the money in so he still gets paid. And I would say it's about time.
Cogliano Gabe.
Yeah, and this is more because of health, not because of who he is. He's the greatest leader they've ever
both
had.
Of you guys have
and to start the season, they had to put him up in the rafters.
It's not when you take emotion out of it, it's not complicated.
Wow.
But if they,
okay,
I didn't think he looked healthy, although he had 6 goals. I think he was your second points guy in the playoffs this year for him.
All you people,
Is that-
all you people on the text line that are getting mad at me right now, Tyler's an idiot. Landeskog's the heart and soul of this team. Yada yada.
He is.
Okay, fair. I got you.
We'll
I
need
got
a new
people.
heart.
You people take emotion out of it and tell me that Gabe Landeskog's value to this team in the future is going to be what you think it is.
Okay.
28.
Do you have any other names, or is that it?
No, I think the Chushkin, you got to try to figure a way to move from. I think
And
you
dare
gotta
I
try
say
to,
this, by the way, on the heart and soul thing?
Yeah.
We got a team that just got swept 4-0. Okay, maybe, and this is not. It's going to sound like a shot at Gabe, and I wish there was a way to do it without it.
Okay.
I wish there was, but maybe we need some more heart and soul in this
Well,
team.
you know what?
Maybe we need some fresh heart and soul.
Even Jim Fix needed another heart.
Okay. I get it. He died of a heart attack. He was a runner.
He did the most famous runner in the history of the
And
world.
he died of a heart attack, yes.
Kadri, Nichushkin, I would try to move Nate. Start building the
I'm sorry,
pathway to
what?
move. Not Nate, but Landeskog.
Okay.
To the front office.
Okay.
If I were going to do a hard one, since I'll let you say since you took the hard one and just wanted to cut Gabe, I'd look to move Taves.
Okay.
I thought Taves was horrible. I thought.
Now, don't forget, this question was get rid of one. That's it, one. It wasn't like, you guys have bigger ideas than mine.
Well, look at you. How about you? What?
I would definitely not move Landy.
Why?
Because the value he has on this team is significant. I don't know how I could overstate it.
Talk to me about the value.
But he's in the wrong role. So I would do that. Like
Yeah.
Gabe on the top line does not make sense.
Not anymore.
Gabe on the power play does not make sense. Gabe on the third line, which is where they put him when he came back, to me is like the sweet spot. Like, I like that. And if you got a line with like Gabe and Nick Waugh and, I don't know, Kadri as your 3C, I'm like, I like that line. If my line is Nick Waugh, Kadri, and Gabe Landeskog, I'm feeling juicy. And if I got Jack Drury and Logan O'Connor on the fourth line and fill in the blank with whoever you want as that forward, and my top line is Lehkonen, McKinnon. Who is that guy? And maybe that's where Natchez. And the big move that I would make, Val, for sure. But you guys know how I feel about Val. So that's a no-brainer to me.
Yeah.
But like Biznett said, you don't have to be huge. I would move Val, and I would move Brock Nelson. I would move Brock Nelson. He's not a playoff guy.
Not anymore.
He's a regular season guy. He's not a playoff guy, and age has the best of him. And this is like the Broncos, Tyler, looking for a right tackle all these years. Finding a 2C for the Avs seems like this impossible quest. It's like getting a drummer for Spinal Tap. You haven't figured it out, but you can't stop trying. So I would move Val, and I would move Brock Nelson. I would move Landy to a different role, and you got to try again there. Kulak, I like Kulak. Waugh, I like Waugh in their roles. Burns, see ya. Blankenberg, Ashawn, seriously, follow the Yellow Brick Road. See you later. Kiviranta, who my wife loves, good regular season guy, bad playoff guy.
He didn't hardly even play in the playoffs.
Too small, doesn't contribute enough. And you might be able to get some value for Ross Colton, who I don't think played bad.
No.
But he might be the right type of guy to move on from as well. And Bednar, give me one more year of Bedsy. And I would do an extension that I wouldn't mind walking away from if I had to. That's what I would do. And see how we do. And hope that you're healthy and you get some luck. Gabe? Wow. I should really back up because you guys are both kind of on Gabe here. So I should back up and just listen to you guys.
No, I love that. I loved that because we saw him late. And again, I'm giving him credit. He got 6 goals. He scored a goal last night for you, right?
Yes, he did.
He had 6 goals. I think McKinnon had 7 in the postseason. So he put some numbers up, but I didn't even think about that. I'm thinking he's not a front line. He's not a first line skater anymore. He looked way too slow. He was shaky on his feet. He lost too many pucks. I don't need him playing the first line. Now, and because of the money and everything else, and I do agree he's the greatest captain that's ever they've ever had, other than Sakic maybe, and maybe even better at some things. They put him right up in the rafters as soon as he decides to hang it up.
Hey,
but he's a third-line center at best. I agree with that.
If you moved on from Gabe, as far as I'm concerned, put him in the rafters when he's playing on another team. Like that's who he is.
Yeah.
And it's with all due respect, and it is nothing to do with anything other than this.
He's not a first liner anymore.
It's just simple. He's getting old. It's getting slower, and it will never get faster. It will never get more agile. It will never get better athletically.
Dan, are you looking at the text line? I have not dared to click on the text line.
There's yeah.
Hey, listen, Tyler, I'm giving you a lot of credit. I asked a direct question. You gave a direct answer. Okay? Props to you. Twinkle Toes over here struggled a little bit in the beginning, but got there eventually. But he was a little Twinkle Toes.
Yeah. I think he got shocked a little bit.
You were like a character from you were Stomp. You were Stomp.
Yeah.
He was Twinkle Toes.
Yeah, no, yeah, he came out, and I've got my little mini hammer that's made of plastic that you do with the kids' toys. He comes out with sledgehammer, goes right to the windshield. Yeah. I'm trying to sit back with the 2-year-olds and tap in the little hammer and the little plastic thing, and Tyler just goes ahead and busts the window out.
Okay, Dan, yes, what do you got there?
Tyler, seriously, this is from the 970.
Yeah,
Tyler, seriously, forget heart and soul. What's the Avs record with Gabe on the ice versus off the ice? Answer that. Another one here from the 720. Tyler, Gabe is literally the only net front presence the Avs have.
Well, hold on. I'll agree with that in terms of that. If there's a single issue that is obvious to me that we suck at, people camp in front of our net and nobody's in front of their net.
I agree.
So, yeah, if Gabe happens to be the only guy, fine. We need more of that.
This one from the 510. California.
510.
Damn, Tyler for GM.
Oh,
my guy.
Where's the 510?
My mom texting in from heaven.
California.
Nancy got a text line up in heaven.
Is that the heavens? Yeah. 510.
How about this from the 970? I'm with Tyler. You need a culture change. Either Bednar or Gabe changes the culture.
So this is what I'm saying with the culture thing. And again, I don't know how to say it without sounding like a shot at Gabe, because it's not. Like we should worship Gabe. Like he's Gabe Landeskog. But
Or you think Tyler's tapped in?
We're worried about protecting the heart and soul of this team right now.
No,
like the heart and soul. Well, that's what we're afraid to lose right now. The heart and soul of the Colorado Avalanche, because the heart looks so great in that 4-game sweep. It's not a shot at Gabe, and I'll yell it if I have to. It's not a shot at Gabe, but the team should not be afraid of a change in that direction.
Right, and well, the same thing we said with the Nuggets. Right, there may need to be a shocking change somewhere. Gabe this year in the 60 games he played in, they were 45, 7, and 8.
Yeah, that's why I would not touch him. I would change the
55
role.
Games, wouldn't it?
But
45, 60.
But it wasn't my hot take. It was Tyler's, so that's fine.
Well, listen. My initial thing watching the second, third game, the second game. If you go back and watch the second game at Ball Arena, Gabe was absolutely horrendous. I mean, he was not good. I thought game 3, he came out and skated. I thought it was a completely different guy in game 3 than it was in game 2. Just go back and watch. I've got them all taped. Go over to the house. We ain't got.
You got all the games? Is it on a VHS tape? You got it?
No, I got to store it on a cloud.
Oh, so you can play Avs games from the past.
Get off of my cloud.
Hey, Tyler, Scott can play things that happened in the past on his television.
It's impressive.
That's incredible. How do you figure that out?
It's just a cloud thing.
I got some music for you.
That's for Tyler. I thought he was horrible game 2. Horrible.
Uh-huh.
I told Andy, I called him and said, they got to move on from Gabe. I said that after game 2. Game 3 was fantastic. I thought he was a different skater.
Okay.
But I hadn't thought about what you said. So
change the role.
I would go from sitting exactly where Tyler said and said, yeah, you know what, you might have to move from Gabe.
Can I just say
to a third or fourth line center? I'm okay.
people that are so afraid of the idea. Are you that afraid of moving on from Aaron Gordon?
Oh, all right. Hello. Wow, we're waking up now.
I mean, let's cut to the chase.
That's kind
here.
of a heart and soul guy too.
Let's cut to the chase. Aaron Gordon, Mr. Nugget, gets the biggest crowd. The crowd roars louder for Aaron Gordon in the intros more than Nikola Jokic. Aaron's hurt, getting older, and will never get more athletic.
Mm-hmm.
Are we terrified of moving on from Aaron Gordon?
Dude, Tyler's advocating to get rid of Mr. Nugget and Mr. Avalanche in one off season.
Who's Mr. Bronco?
Yeah.
Oh, we know who Mr. Bronco is right now.
I actually don't. Who is it?
Oh, that is Mr. Brittle Ankles is Mr. Bronco right now. Should we draft a quarterback? Should we move on from Bo?
Well, we might be smart to bring in a backup.
Somehow you found the T for 2 version that does not have the tap dancing.
Yeah.
You got to have the
T for
tap
two,
dancing.
T for 2 tap dancing.
Yeah, it's the tap dance. Clickety clack.
I need to freshen up on my 1950s.
Well, okay, but
music.
it's the click. If you got to find tap dancing. T
No,
for 2.
it's what everybody uses in the history of comedy.
Clappity clappity clap. I didn't even know there was another version without.
I didn't know there was word. Well,
I didn't know there was words without the tap dancing. Dan found it though.
Somebody says AG wasn't available, not the same. I'm sorry. Did we go 3 years without Gabe? Not the same. It's the exact same. And if anything, Gabe Landeskog is doing something miraculous right now that nobody thought was possible. But I promise you, there's a shelf life to it.
Gabe is not the right guy to move on from right now, in my opinion. The role should be changed. You're about to hand Cale Makar the largest amount of money any defenseman has ever made. And Nathan McKinnon, despite his reluctance to talk to the media, is a Hart Trophy finalist as the best player in the world. There's certain core things that I think are just you don't touch. But I'll give you this. If you move on from Bednar, I mean, I'm not Mark Springer, who last night wanted to trade Cale Makar, by the way, everybody. Can't wait for Nate and Andy and hear Spring defend that one. But if you move on from Bednar, I think a lot of things are off the table in terms of what the core and culture of the team is.
Yeah, because you just blame one guy.
Well, because a coach gets to reset the culture of the team. That's what a coach gets to do. That's where Sean Payton, Tyler, was like, it ain't my hump. And he's right. You are correct. You will develop your own things that you're accountable for. Oh, Scott got it. He can't hear it, though. You got it. Well, this is you. There you go.
Well, I don't know if we should trade Gabe, but I think if they could put him back on the third or fourth line, that might be okay.
Right, so let's just hide him.
If AG, maybe was your 7th or 8th guy instead of starting, we could do that. The quarter of Brown.
It's PH.
Timeout.
It's PH timeout. It's 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. ED, what is going on, man? No, man. And you're just like, this ain't what I signed up for. And the pills and the herbals you tried doesn't work. What is happening? I don't know if you need to chime in here. Really? What are you gonna say? The tap dancing? I'm not tap dancing. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction.
No, honey, I promise it'll be better tomorrow.
It's not you, it's me.
Yeah, it's not you.
No, it's fine that you put on 25 pounds in the past 3 months. I'm good.
All right,
it's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have science. Yeah, science to empower male performance with therapies that go beyond the pills. So call them today, Find out why their advanced medical strategies offer so much more. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Don't tap dance around the topic. Hit them up at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Dude, that's from Step Brothers?
Yeah, I had to cut out the best part of that.
Oh.
But yeah.
Oh my God, there's so many great lines from Step Brothers.
True classic.
There's just one line after another that's so good. Let's Football Go, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll get back to the Avs, but let's take just a bit of a breather here and see what's going on. You know, the Broncos do get going next week. Isn't that crazy? Like, we've got OTAs, like football practice, real football practice next week. So
good. It feels like it's been forever.
I know. Dan, what do we got?
Speaking of OTAs, that just
thank God, because we're suddenly out of things to analyze.
I gotcha.
Tyler, what is the biggest benefit of OTAs? Like, what can a team truly accomplish during OTAs this time of year?
I would say the positions that benefit the most are going to be quarterback, wide receiver, secondary. They can get a lot of real work done, man. I mean, like real work, chemistry, timing, routes, in, out, what I expect from you to versus a cover 2 versus a cover 3. They can get a lot of work done. An offensive lineman can really work on their craft. The best part for me as an offensive lineman is that it's the one time of the year that I can experiment with my craft without fear of failure. If I fail, who cares? You know, like it's off season. I could try a new set here. I could try something new. But quarterbacks, wide receivers, timing, and secondary, they can get a lot of work done.
Do you get it's been
so
a
it's
long...
good. It's great. It actually works out perfect because we don't have Bo Nix available.
Yeah. Yeah. You see Bo and the boys and on vacation in Cabo or where the heck they were down.
Where's Mike McGlinchey this year?
You picked that out too. I thought of that same thing. McGlinchey didn't make the cut. It was Sam Ellinger, Jarrett Stidham, and Izzy Smoke and Bo.
Anybody else feel like Mike chose a side when he went to the Avs with Steady?
Yeah,
he chose a side.
I don't know.
JK, relax.
Do you like the fact that the QBs do this little vacation thing? Like this has become a little bit of a tradition with at least Stiddy and Bo, that it's that kind of room. Doesn't matter.
Oh, I think it's cool. Thing. Yeah, I think it's great. I did that. I had one offensive line group that got really, really close. My group out there in Washington, and we did vacations, couples vacations and stuff, and it was great. I mean, I think it's a good sign of chemistry and all that.
I got something for you guys.
I don't know what it means.
I don't know either. They're really close. They're close. The wives are close, and Sam Ellinger fits in well. You know, they moved on from Zach Wilson, but he was good. He fit in the whole thing. Did you see that Jonah Coleman was on some sort of live stream for over 7 hours? Do you guys know what IRL streaming is and real life streaming?
Yeah,
it's really common with gamers. It's primarily gamers. Twitch. Hi, Twitch. Twitch is big for the gamers. You just stay online literally endless amounts of hours, and Jonah Coleman was on for over 7 hours. Somebody found him on that. Any concern with something like that, or just young guy, young people are into that, no big deal, into games or whatever he's doing? Do you care?
About gamers filming themselves? No.
Yeah, it's just him, you know.
No. I mean, it's a huge thing in the gaming world.
Yeah.
No.
No big deal.
That's wasn't that how what not Twitch or something like that? Wasn't that one the big start of Twitch or something like that? Was all the gamers and stuff?
I might have.
That was really observant.
No,
just relax.
Okay. No, you said IRL like Twitch, but I think Twitch. That's how Twitch
Scott,
itself started,
right.
which we use every single day as a
can we just give him a
thing.
compliment when he deserves one? It was a great observation.
Great observation. So an observation I wish I made myself 30 seconds ago.
Well, you said IRL like Twitch, and I said, but my question was, I'm gonna.
It's okay.
IRL Twitch.
It's all good. It's all good.
But Twitch in itself is its own
I'm agreeing
company.
with you.
Twitch was just a gamer thing.
Scott?
Yes.
Scott.
There you go.
Knuckles, dude. Come on. You crushed it.
You got it.
I'm just proud I knew that.
Let's go to the next story, Dan.
What was that story about? Why did you ask that question?
I just asked if you guys cared.
So what do you have to do with Dan's story? That was just a question.
Nothing. We're just going. We're just.
What DMac was doing is he was annoyed that Jonah was on for 7 hours, so he wanted us to say that we were annoyed for him.
Well, you didn't ask me how I felt about it.
How'd you feel about it?
That's just no big deal. I understand Twitch is good for streamers.
No, Twitch, my point was, started as a gaming platform we all use now as this thing. What is this thing right now? What is
We're on
this?
Twitch right now.
I know.
We may as well be playing Doom.
But why?
Or whatever.
Well, why don't we?
I don't know. We should.
Well, we got to put Doom on the
Scott,
computers and
you
do
want to play
one.
rock, paper, scissors for him?
Yeah.
1, 2.
Wait.
Hold on. It's 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, shoot.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, shoot. Dead. Boom. Killed him. I
Win.
cut
You
him right
won.
in half.
So here's what I think we do.
What do we do?
This summer, you and I were talking about shows
Wait,
this summer.
is there really a video game called Doom?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Big,
Doom.
I was totally
Hold
making
on,
that up.
Hold on.
It's a
Even
big-
non-gamers, Doom is like the OG
That's
shooter.
the OG. That's
It's
the only one I've
it's
really
the
ever played.
original
I
shooter.
was literally just thinking of the stupidest thing I could say at that moment
Oh,
without
no,
realizing
Doom-
it's a real
Doom's
game.
It's a sweet game, too.
All right.
But you know what we ought to do for one show, one time this summer?
What's that?
Just play video
Get
games?
it put on the computer, and we do Twitch, and we play,
Dude,
Call of Duty or
if you
game.
if you get approval for that, I bet you it would be the highest rated show of the summer.
On Twitch?
No.
You think people in their cars would want to listen to us play video
Yes,
games?
because we get mad. Because see, what you're missing
time.
is that we get mad. We explain things. We're
You
like,
know
Scott,
what?
Yeah.
Scott, meet me at the corner. You know,
You
got
know
my
what?
back. You got my
In
six.
fact, you know what I think we do?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know.
I'm
this.
saying yes.
Scott's using the noob tube again.
I'm saying yes.
I'm an idea guy. I'm not an implementer.
I got you.
I'm an idea guy.
Yeah.
One show this year,
Yeah.
this summer.
I'm saying yes.
This is something about experimentation.
Okay.
One show, we start at home on Twitch,
Okay.
11 a.m.,
All right.
10:30, 11.
Yeah.
And we just do our days, all three of us. You
Sure.
you
Yeah.
do a bicycle. You got to
Yeah,
put your
sure.
thing on with your bicycle.
Yeah.
You and your Escapade or whatever you're driving,
Tyler's
playing in.
is Escapade.
Your Phil Long Ford. You're driving in, beam, boom. And we do like an hour and a half. We're just talking. We do a Twitch show before the show.
Whoa.
I have one request.
Yeah.
Can I bring Twister?
You could be playing Twister at home. That could be part of your hour.
I want to play with you.
Oh.
Well, listen.
Wow.
That was always a drunk Toki game at the end of the night with some girls. I don't know if I want to go down there.
You want to play Twister with Scott?
Mm-hmm.
Naked Twister?
Now we're talking.
I mean, because I'm going to guess the two of you could reach spots
Dang,
that I
Tyler,
can only dream of.
Tyler, how did you each that red?
Hey, you got a scratch?
Next story.
Tyler, where's your hands?
Well, speaking of asking people where their hands have been, let's
Oh,
hear
yeah,
from
listen
Mike
to Dan.
Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel, how's he doing?
Well, the Patriots have started their offseason programs, and he
Wait,
was
he
asked,
still has his job, right?
He's just,
No
as of
problem
right
there.
now. As of right now, he has a job. He was asked, how does he balance work and life?
Oh
When we
boy.
spoke to you last, you were talking about the balance of family and football. Just how would you describe how that process has been?
Pause.
Or how's that
That
changed?
is one clever muggle right there.
And it
That is one clever asking muggle right there.
That's that. You know what that is? Female, and not to be gender specific
Yeah.
or misogynist.
But you're impressed
That's-
that came from a female.
But that's like, yeah,
Is that
it
what
has
he's
to come
trying to
from a
say?
woman.
Oh,
A,
she's sticking it to him right
and
there.
she's
for
sticking
sure.
to him. And
No
two,
doubt.
that's example like when you get over your wife goes, oh, how did
Yeah.
how did going over to Tyler's work?
Yeah, yeah.
Stop anywhere else? And once you hear that stop anywhere else, you know they know. You know they know.
I got to tell you, that's a clever, but that is such a jerk-hole question.
But it was clever.
It's clever, but she's clearly just asking him.
Yeah, how do you balance family and thing
Yeah,
with a girlfriend?
Yeah, after getting caught cheating on your wife,
With
how
a
exactly?
baby.
How exactly are you surviving?
Well,
all right, let's hear the rest of the answer. Well, this should be
the answer should be
Danny.
Oh, really good. I think that's
really good.
Again, I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love, my personal friends. And then, this spring is focused on really the coaching staff, the players, more importantly than the coaching staff. But I just, seeing the coaches in the second year, how smooth the conversations are. The unique thing about the players is there's 44 new players.
Does he just babble on like that?
So here's my question for you guys.
Yeah.
How big of a distraction do you think this Vrabel situation will be this upcoming season? Do you think it'll ever go away as long as he's the head coach?
It's going to be zero. Why? Because muggles and cheating on your wife, this is as saucy as you get. That's a muggle asking a passive-aggressive question about cheating on your wife, and he said, "I love my wife and I'm focused on my
but
football
you're missing
players."
something. You're missing something.
What am I missing?
It ain't going away. If you think it's going away, you drunk.
If I'm out there every day as a journalist, how
No,
many
no,
days
that's
in a
not
row?
what I'm talking about.
Who's going to bother him?
I'm not talking about who's going to bother him.
Who's going to bother him?
Every road team that he goes to is going to have 1 million signs up. They're all
the
going to be
fans?
roasting him. They're
Oh,
all going to be talking about it. It's going to be on all of the TVs. It's going to be the entire season. It ain't going away.
For road teams.
But is it going to affect the team?
No. Like, okay, fine. You're going to hear things in the stands. There might be people with some funny signs, that sort of thing. But you know what coaches don't do anymore?
What happens the day that
Hold on.
what happens the day Diana Rossini gets back in the business?
What day is that going to be?
Well, you're the one that kept telling me she's going to have a job.
Oh, she'll end up on Barstool with
Okay.
Dave Portnoy. You know,
So does it get reignited then?
Not really. Nobody's going to really care. It's not going to be that big of a deal. You know, John Gruden works full-time for Barstool. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
I'm not saying you should care, nor am I telling you that it matters. But I'm telling you, people care when it's on the front page of TMZ and on
Sure.
the New York, whatever that one
But
is.
stories wear out, and there's nothing new there. They cheated on their spouses with each other, and they rented a boat, and they did this, and they were in a bar, and ba-ba-da-ba-da. But there's nothing new.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of get it.
Until opening day, when whoever's in charge of these photos, who keeps strategically releasing them at the most important day of the NFL timeline, releases another one on opening day.
All right, so they cheated again? I mean, people understand that it's not great, but people cheat. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. And I give her credit for bringing it up, but do you think somebody's going to bring it up tomorrow or the next day to him? Not in New England, they're not.
I
Not
agree
New
with
England.
that. In New England, they're going to get scared of it.
I'll tell you this, they were obsessed with it.
They were already scared of it.
Well,
They
they
start
couldn't-
7-2, and not a soul in New England going to care about it.
The 7-2, they don't care already.
Where was John Kennedy from?
John Kennedy was from Boston. Massachusetts. Oh, cheating. You're talking about cheating. Yeah, I mean, it's John Kennedy, right? Was he the patron saint of cheating?
No, it's just of the East Coast, of that area.
Yeah. It's unique to Boston, cheating on your wife. So I don't know what to say about that, Vrabel. I'm just saying nobody cares. It is remarkable he can just stand up there and say, I love my wife. She's awesome.
Well, he probably does, but I woke up a little bit. But that was to try to get you question.
Do we know who that report? I'm kind of want to know who that was. It was a clever way to ask the question. It's a question after my own heart. There's no doubt about it.
Andrea Kramer.
You know what coaches used to have to do that they don't do anymore? They used to do a conference call with the other team's media.
They not do that anymore?
They do not do that anymore.
Really?
They do. Yeah. Here's what happened. It was mandatory. It was one of my favorite parts of the entire week.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Because you could ask questions because you don't have to cover this guy every day. So you could ask.
You're not in person.
You're not in person, and you don't have to cover the guy any day. So you really can ask if there's something going on. It was
Were you
cool.
on Twitch?
You were not on Twitch back then. Then they made it the coach's choice. Guess what the coaches did when it was their choice?
No.
No, they said no. And then they just got rid of it completely. They don't even do, nobody does it.
Yeah, that used to be
Nobody
every
does it.
week because
Every Wednesday.
we'd run sound on that.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was really that's why I've asked Bill Belichick more questions than any other coach ever who hasn't coached for the Broncos. Because you played the Patriots
all the time.
All the time. It was great talking to Belichick because you could shoot things out at Belichick that you normally wouldn't. That guys in New England that cover him every day certainly wouldn't, that's for sure. But can you imagine if Vrabel had to be on a conference call with reporters from every city the Patriots played every single week?
Well, then it really wouldn't die.
It would never die. You're right. It would be brought up constantly.
It'll die before the halfway through.
There'd be some jerkhole in every market that would throw something out there.
There's a DMac everywhere, right?
There's one of me everywhere.
You know what the beautiful thing about you is you know who you are.
Oh, there's a jerkhole like me in every market. There's somebody like Tyler in every market. The ex-player who just, was on the verge and somehow has to work in talk radio. There's some dude like you,
Just hanging on.
40 years in the business and just doesn't know when to quit.
Wow. So you called me Gabe Landeskog.
There's some show just like ours, middays. Every market.
Yeah.
We're not special. We're not. There's a Portland version of us, San Antonio version, Dallas,
Milwaukee.
Who's the guy that we just talked to? The guy in Minneapolis. What's his face? Paul Allen.
Paul Allen.
Yeah. What do you think Paul Allen show is? It's just us. It's the Paul Allen. We're the Paul Allen. You're Paul Allen.
How about Danny Webster?
Danny Webster's
Vegas. He might
Vegas
be a gorilla.
who is in Vegas? Like the Vegas actually might be the exception.
The betting shows.
Yeah, like who ends up in Vegas?
Mike Pritchard.
But
He's Tyler. He's Tyler.
Yeah, there you go.
He's Tyler.
Yeah.
We ain't that special.
I never thought we were.
We prove it every day. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, hey, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. And now the playoffs happening, rolling. Stakes are at their highest, so don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets night in, night out on the court. So it means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. Fanatic Sportsbook, fair play keeps every first half protected. Fanatic Sportsbook sets standards. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, Dan.
Who we falling in love with?
I have no idea. I thought Dan was going to hit us with a little "Don't Stop Believing" at some point, just to be a jerk.
That'd just be trolling at this point.
Well, at this point, the show's almost over. I guess you could.
Go, go, go.
I don't know. I feel like we had a good therapy session here today. I feel better. You feel better than when we started?
You know what they say, and I'm thinking about starting a magazine, and one of my sections in the magazine will be called "Laughter is the Best Medicine."
Yeah.
You know, we did laugh today.
We did. We laughed a lot.
It was fun.
Yeah. The sun came up, as Ross Colton said. The sun came up. We went to the rink. The sun came up. It's got to be tough for. See the picture of Betsy playing some blackjack?
Yeah.
I have no problems with that, by the way.
No, does somebody have a problem with it?
No, I don't have a problem with it. I just thought it was kind of funny to see.
Well,
Betsy.
they're at a hotel. I mean, is there a hotel that doesn't have a casino in Vegas?
I'm not aware of one.
Yeah.
My rookie year, I went to Vegas during the bye week. It was like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, late, and I'm sitting at the blackjack table, and I look one table over, and there's Mike Shanahan. and my first thought was like, oh my God, don't let him see you. He's going to know you're in Vegas. Yeah. He's going to know you're out there partying in Vegas, hanging out. You're playing blackjack at 2 a.m.
How do you
and
balance that partying in Vegas during the break and family?
Yeah, well, I can't really use the same line that he did.
Wait, was it a problem?
No, and then I was like, wait a second, Mike's here in Vegas. Mike's playing blackjack at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, Mike's doing it.
Let's go play cards together.
Did you play cards together at 2 o'clock in the morning?
A few hands. No, I didn't want to be weird. I was a rookie, Yeah. Now, if I would have seen him in year 8, we would have been having some fun.
Might have been the beginning of the night.
Yeah.
2 a.m. Who knows? All right, so here we are, and there'll be decisions. Well, I mean, the first decision will be Bednar for sure. That'll be the big one, and then we go from there.
We've talked a lot about what we would do, but what do we think is going to happen?
I think they're going to keep him.
I think they're going to keep him.
Scott?
Yeah, I think they're going to keep him. I don't think they'll move on.
Yeah, they're very loyal. He is very popular inside of the building. He is a really, really good team player, and they've done everything in lockstep as an organization, right? Like it all kind of works together. I think they're going to be upset. I think the seed will be red hot next year, and I think if you don't get to the Stanley Cup final next year, barring some sort of catastrophic injuries that impact the team that Bednar has nothing to control, I think that probably would be a wrap for him. Like a first round exit next year to me would forget it. That's probably a wrap. You're probably done. But I thought the same with John Fox.
But how many people said that about this year? I mean, a first round, what's the difference? What's the difference between first round, second round, whatever?
For the organization, a few $1 million.
Yeah, I think there's something.
The expectation was a Stanley Cup.
True. Listen, I don't think he's just skating through here. I don't think there's not conversations being had. And I think the loss and the way they lost is devastating. So I don't think it's easy. I just think you just kind of ask, what do you think they'll do? I mean, at the end of the day, I think they'll talk about it, but I think we'll know here in a couple days. But listen, if they do move on, you will understand, right? Nobody will be sitting here shocked if they move on, correct?
No, these are the series that not only get coaches fired, but it's unusual when a coach doesn't get fired. It's actually unusual.
Yeah, I just think it gets tough once you start talking Western Conference Finals. But, yeah, I mean, second round, I think it'd be a no-doubter. But Western Conference Finals, I mean, you as bad as it is, as bad as it feels, you're one of 4 teams.
Hey, because we've spent 3 hours more or less on this, Oklahoma City did get over on San Antonio last night, too.
Yeah.
Are they going to win the series?
Oh, we got to play Game 6
in San Antonio. Well, I love a game 7 there. That'd be fun. I'd love to see it.
When Wemby plays well, they beat him, and when Wemby struggles like he did last night, they don't.
Did you catch enough of the game? Did you see?
Yeah, I think he shot like 20% from the field.
How are they limiting him? What are they doing? Defend Caruso?
What I said to do after game 1, just lean on him and touch him everywhere he goes.
Is it Caruso for the most part?
No,
or?
it's usually Hartenstein.
Oh, okay.
Who, by the way, played 12 minutes in game 1 and now is averaging like 30, 25.
Interesting. Well, he's a big fella.
Yeah.
He can lean on you, no doubt. I mean, it's relative with Wemby, but Hartenstein is, I think he'd be good here. See, Plumlee's doing all right.
Plumlee's in San Antonio.
I know. I'm seeing these guys that used to play for the Nuggets. I'm like, huh.
Hartenstein would have been a guy they really should have looked harder at and kept around.
I don't even remember how much of an effort did they even put towards him.
Hardly played him at all, but when he did, in fact, Marlo called it whenever he'd start playing good, they'd call it, we're having a hearty party.
Would it be better to have Jay Huff around at this point?
Hartenstein's way better than Jay Huff.
Either way. All right, it's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. I will say, as the boys roll in, the post-game show with Mark Springer.
Well, Springer ain't going to be here for another 10, 15 minutes.
I know. But
it is a funny little trot in as we're trotting out.
Well, as you and I were walking the car yesterday, he's like running to full force.
Go out.
Between the pipes with Raj and Spring, you don't have to listen to the whole thing, although it's great. Listen to the first 5 minutes of that show. It is on our YouTube page. You can find it anytime you want. It is something else. The two guys screaming at each other about whether or not to trade Cale Makar. It was as emotional and like as bombastic and like as real as it gets emotionally about such a difficult loss.
And it was your boy, Andy, that wanted to trade Makar.
Are you aware of this, Andy?
No. We'll find out later. Listen, our boss came down to our watch party. He was like, you guys in DMac were making me kind of uncomfortable yesterday. And I was like, well, so apparently we were pretty bombastic too.
We had our moments.
It's talk radio. Talk radio fights are not real fights in my world. I don't know about you guys.
Radio
Did you hear Tyler today?
No, I got in for the recap. He wanted to trade AG. He wants to cut Gabe Landeskog. He wants to ship Scotty's beloved cat to a new home. He wants you to give up Ross and Rachel and let your wife just deal with it.
All good things must go.
He wants John Elway out of the Ring of Fame.
Is that it, Tyler?
What else? You know what? He wishes Trey.
Peyton was better.
Yeah. He wants Trey. Who's the other South Park guy? He wants them to sell Casa Bonita and just let it become a El Tapatio or something.
Anything good we have.
Yeah. He wants to bring back Chi-Chi's.
Let's get Buffalo Bill Cody out of Lookout Mountain.
Yeah. What the hell has he done?
He said Dorothy was a tramp with her red slippers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
So you're not jiving with that? You're not on board with all that? How was the watch party? How was that?
Oh, you know how the watch party was. Come on, man.
How'd that go?
You know what? It's
when Stone scored. When Stone caught the touchdown pass. Was everybody pretty pumped up? What did Nate say on Twitter? Was the Avs need a safety?
They were pretty psyched.
Wasn't that the line? Something like that?
Raheem Moore thought you blew that coverage. Listen,
Raheem Moore thought you blew that coverage.
That sucks. I love Raheem. He was one of my guys.
Wait, you didn't. That'd be really good. Is that a hindsight's 2020 tweet right there? Is that what I wish I said?
I don't tweet anymore. I don't.
That's a good one. Raheem Moore would have had that one.
Well, did I not say that?
That was the response that I got. I got like 19 of those responses from my tweet.
I mean, you established the safety comment, and people.
It was blown coverage.
It was blown coverage. It's a hell of a play.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm going to flip the puck up in the air. You're going to grab it like a receiver, put it on your stick, and then deke the goalie. Okay, cool.
Mark Stone's such a punchable face. That's the problem, too.
It's a punchable hairline is what it is.
The hairline, yeah.
Needs to call up Tyler's people.
Scored two pretty big goals, though, didn't he?
Sure did.
Oh, sure did. Came back was an immediate factor. Good times. Hey, fantastic.
Where are we when you come back from injury? You're supposed to be a factor?
You can score goals when you come back from injury. What a concept.
Where are you guys on Bedsy today?
Look, dude, I mean, again, I told you yesterday, you can fire Bednar. It doesn't change the fact that you got dudes. He begged all series for you to play playoff hockey. You just didn't do it. So maybe, and somebody wrote in and goes, well, isn't that why you got to fire him? I guess. But you still got to change. What? So Adam Foote comes in here and becomes the new coach, and he's all of a sudden going to get.
But in fairness,
he's going to get Brock Nelson to not sail the net every time, or he's going to get Marty Natchez not to. Marty Natchez looked like he was at Skate City. Oh, remember Skate City? We had the skate parties, and we skated around by the wall, all out by the outside. That was Marty Natchez the whole time. Hey, bro, maybe go to the middle of the ice. Did some pretty cool action.
I gotta tell you, I thought the same thing, but then our boy Raj picked out like 10 coaches that like came in on a good team and they fired a coach, and 10 different dudes who like came in. I'll leave you the list. It's actually really impressive that Raj found this, and they all like had more success following something that was good.
Listen, the Avs' first 2 cups didn't come with the same coach. It was Bob Hartley and Mark Crawford. So look, if you want to fire him, and the voice in the room does get tired. Unfortunately, we did see
10
with
years,
Shanahan.
man.
You guys
Al
talked
Davis
about
said
it
10
yesterday.
years, right?
Yep, 10 years.
But at the end of the day, I'm just warning everybody. I'll give you 2 warnings for the fire Bednar, those that are dead set on it. And again, I'm up for whatever you think is right, because you got to solve some stuff. You can't keep losing to we laid it out. I've been saying this to Nate since Monday. Stars and Knights, you don't get past them with the way you play hockey. So you got to rethink something, whether that's the coach or whatever, but it's still going to require some players. And I would also, here's what I would warn. First off, firing Bedsy may not make you any better. Matter of fact, you could go the Jim Sacco route again. Remember those years?
Joe Sacco, too.
Whatever his name is. Jim Saccomano coached about as well as Joe Sacco coached during those years.
Always.
And here's the other problem is that this, like, again, read all the names you want to. There's an organizational / company-wide philosophy. They love to promote their people, both on the Avs and the Nuggets. Are you positive they're going to go get one of those names that you have? Are you positive they want to dial up Bruce Cassidy?
Well, I think Dave Hackstall's job is probably in jeopardy.
Don't you think?
Well, yeah.
1 for 10 on the power play in the series.
Could be one and done.
But
for
am
Mr.
I wrong
Hackstall.
about that? I mean, again, like when I think it was Cole Smith that goes, "Do you think they'd hire Adam Foote?" And I go, "Well, that's at least an Avs guy."
Cole Smith from the Vegas Golden Knights?
No, well, yeah, he called me up. He was like, "I got a goal. Let me give some coach names."
Scored the game winner last
He called
night.
in between the pipes. He's like, "I want to get on the show."
I'm kind of dying to talk to Springer about trading Cale Makar. That was a bold take. That was bold.
Well, we got to get him to listen first. Got to put his ears on.
Let's get the cans on. Yes,
but no, But I do think you. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I
mean,
gotcha.
again, there were some hot NBA names we talked about too, and they like to do it from within. It feels like in both organizations.
Well, you got a couple.
Remember,
days
Bob Hartley was one of their guys too. Bob Hartley wasn't in some other organization.
You got a couple days before your year-end.
Do you try to talk Joel Quinville into like a 3rd time around and see if he wants to leave the Ducks?
He's still in
I'm sure
Anaheim.
the answer
I'll
is
say
no.
he's got a gig.
The
No, I
concept
know.
that you can't find anybody, that's a bad argument. There's always. Of
course you can.
No, that's not. But the way they seem to like to do it, they may not go talk to everybody on your list.
See, but here's why that sucks. Because there's 2 Hall of Famers in their prime. And you have gone, since the Cup, 1st round, 2nd round, 1st round, 3rd round. Like, this is a group that you were supposed to be like Pittsburgh. You were supposed to be like Chicago. You were supposed to do this a couple of times.
Yes.
You know? And we know how good this team is. And you got friggin' swept.
Yeah, I got news for you. Twice Vegas, in my mind, Vegas is the team that's cost you because you should have won it in 21.
And Dallas has gotten them as well. And to your point, Andy, and you talk about it all the time, there is a system that this team cannot puncture.
No, they can't because, again, the team I leave out is San Jose when Gabe had the famous offsides. Guess who the coach of that team was? Pete DeBoer.
That 3rd period last night was one of the biggest hockey ass kickings I've ever watched.
Was that not? Did that? I will say this to I don't doubt if he gets fired, I'm not going to be shocked. Last night felt like the end of the era.
Yeah, it did.
You know what I mean?
When
last night felt like Blink-182's last concert before they broke up for the first time.
When you watch them, one shot the first 11 minutes of the 3rd period.
In a must-have situation.
Torch said it after the game when he talked about his team. I love the way we checked. That was the best checking display, the tightest checking display. The Avalanche couldn't string 3 passes together.
Well, and you know what?
There was a body on somebody. There was a stick that was there. All 5 of them were back in the zone like that every single time that the Avalanche got up ice. Just trying to penetrate the zone was almost impossible. And I sat there and I watched it and I said, this isn't the answer. And Jared Bednar will go down as the greatest coach in Avalanche history, and it's been a tremendous 10 years. But you cannot waste the prime of these 2 superstars. You cannot waste it on, well, but Bedsy's a good guy. And I get that there's value in that. I absolutely do. He's not Michael Malone. He's not a pain in the butt that everybody couldn't get out the door fast enough. Everybody loves Bedsy, but also, like, we're here to win. We're here to win cups, right?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm not saying that you got to keep him.
Change.
I'm just telling you that you don't have the right guy. The coach can't be the only move.
Andy, we said last year after they didn't win the cup, it's got to get done this year if you're going to bring Jared Bednar back, and it's another year of it. And hey, that President's Trophy, that thing is just going to sit over there and collect dust. Nobody gives a crap about that thing.
No, it's like an AFC West banner.
Exactly. You're watching the Vegas Golden Knights do the cutesy thing where they don't touch the Clarence Campbell Bowl. That should be us.
Well, here's the other thing is that you could tell even Vegas was shocked they swept that series.
They were.
I mean,
they couldn't believe it.
I have no doubt they believed they were going to win it. I don't think there was a person in the world that thought we would see a sweep one way or the other, quite honestly.
They didn't think so. No. And then they got into that series, and the Avalanche were so lost in what they were trying to do in games 3 and 4 of that series. The last couple of periods of game 3 from then on out was just pure domination on the part of the Vegas Golden Knights, and the Avalanche could not sustain any kind of pressure on them, make life difficult on Carter Hart at all.
Yeah, that's just it. Carter Hart played well.
He played well.
Carter Hart, I've been leaving the last couple watch parties early because I love listening to John Michael Lyles, frankly, do his thing as an analyst. At one point, he described Cale Makar did 2 shimmy moves on his defenseman, shook him, and he said there were 3 guys laying in the lane to block, and he shot or passed it. He goes, that is the Vegas way.
Yeah.
They lay down, they block shots, they take away your room, and the Avs have no answer for it.
It doesn't matter. They'll just do it. And again, Vegas is, like, complain about the officiating all you want. Vegas was the more physical team, up in your grill team the entire series. And when you play teams like that, essentially what you're saying to the officials is, go ahead and blow your whistle, okay? And they're not going to. They're just not going to every single time. Not when it's late May and you're playing for a trip to the Stanley Cup Finals. Those referees don't want to send guys to the box in those moments.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And listen, again, you were not the aggressor. You were swallowed up. You were overwhelmed. I know it was a 1-goal game. Vegas was not stressed. Had you tied it, then we might have seen their response. But once they got the 1 goal, they're like, well, we're not letting you have your looks.
Andy, did you see what I tweeted about midway through the 3rd period last night?
I got to be honest with you. I pretty much stayed off Twitter.
It's good for you.
I'll be honest.
No, it's probably better.
I decided not for me last night.
I tweeted something late in the 3rd period last night, and I got to say, quite profound, okay? I tweeted, the Vegas Golden Knights are blowing out the Avalanche 1-0.
Yeah.
And they were.
Yeah.
There was no threat to score.
Now, the Avs did not get settled chances. They did not set up what they want. Their best chances, and again, tell me if you haven't heard this week before. Their best chances came on Brock Nelson breakaways, and Brock Nelson couldn't find the net.
Those weren't good chances. I refuse to believe that a Brock Nelson breakaway is a good chance.
No, well, but you know what I'm saying.
My God, man. The break, the one, it was in the first period. It was there 6 minutes to go in the first period, and Josh Manson makes a fantastic pass, springs Brock Nelson, and he's all alone. And I how is it humanly possible? Okay, that dude, Andy Carter Hart didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, you shot
Brock
it right
Nelson
at him.
shot it directly into his glove.
Yep,
it was zap.
Yep,
and Carter Hart was just like, cool, thank you, I appreciate that. Brock Nelson, he had He had multiple other opportunities. He had a one-timer on the power play. He deked 2 guys, got himself to the front of the net, and sure enough, put it directly into the pads. That dude had an all-time awful series.
So is he in there? Is he in the category with Raheem Moore? Is he hanging out on that bus now?
I don't want to.
Because it went over and over and over in this semifinal or in the finals here. To me, it's a semifinal because we were really thinking about the cup.
We sure were.
You can call it the Western Conference Finals. It's the semifinals of what you're really trying to get
Nathan
done.
McKinnon, Cale Makar, Marty Necas, Brock Nelson, Devon Taves, Arturi Lehkonen. You know what all those guys have in common? They didn't score a friggin' goal in the series.
Goals.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's like that stupid commercial that has the Nashville no goals.
Yep. No goals.
No goals.
Uh-huh. That's what those guys again, one shot in the first 11 minutes of the third period as Vegas just destroyed them. Like Andy, I think Jared Bednar is a wonderful hockey coach. I'm not even necessarily saying you're firing him because he sucks. You're firing him because you got to try something else.
Yeah,
this isn't working.
Jared the Bednar firing, if it happens, will be the equivalent of what he did when he pulled the goalie to let the rest of the team know you're not up to par.
Yeah.
But you know who else agrees with you? You know who else who made this point to Spittin' Chicklets? Eric Johnson.
Yeah.
He said you cannot have the window closed with Makar, McKinnon, and Gabe and only have one cup.
You can't just.
And he said, I hate saying it because he loves Bedsy, but
everybody does.
None of us want to see this go down.
We all wanted another parade. We all wanted another rally with him out there, with him with his arms around these guys. He has been, again, the best coach in the history of the franchise. He is a legend. If the Avalanche move on from him, his phone will ring off the hook.
Looked like Tortorella was ready to hire him on his staff in the handshake line.
Yeah, and Tortorella stuck up for him after the game, and that's good. Like, coaches are always going to do this.
But guess what? Good coaches get fired.
But
Tortorella's one of them.
They all do. Basically, it's like Bedsy and John Cooper, like the 2 guys, and I guess Brindamore, the 2 guys that are 3 guys that don't have to do it. But everybody else does. And you just cannot keep ramming into the ceiling every single year and not being able to break through when you've got these dudes. When you have these dudes, when you were this aggressive at the deadline, when you put it all together, when you were the highest scoring team in the NHL, the best defensive team in the NHL, you have to get it done. You cannot get swept. You cannot score 7 goals in 4 games. You shouldn't get to keep your gig. And that's it's cold, but tough business. And Jared Bednar made 10 years. And he might make 11. He might.
Nothing's written in stone.
No.
There's no rumors out there yet.
The organization could easily bring back Jared Bednar. But right now, does he deserve to keep this gig for another year?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, unlikely. It's been, 5 years since the last cup? 4 years?
4 years now.
So
yeah, 4 years now.
And again, you keep
2 first-round exits and a sweep.
Yeah, well, the sweep is what's brutal. And in the game that you had to stay alive, you couldn't score a goal till the 2-minute mark on a desperation heave. And again, how many times did you have to go 6-on-5 or even 6-on-4 to score a goal this series?
Right. And you get Blackwood off the ice. And
look, someone texted in, what do you think of Devon Taves? Look, man, I think the whole team's got to look at itself. I think Logan O'Connor said it the best. How come Vegas's fourth line is doing stuff that the rest of your team couldn't do?
Yeah.
You realize Vegas's fourth line was, I think they said last night, wasn't he the most effective? They were the most effective of the series. Keegan Colasar, by the way, a guy that barely played all season, had 2 goals this series.
Cole Smith scored last night.
Yeah, that
he
was
sure
cool.
did. Yeah,
that was great.
That was
By the
was
way,
a fourth line
I
goal.
do think Jared made the right decision to play the right goalie.
I think he did too.
I mean, Blackwood looked good.
He
and
pushed
Blackwood,
the right button.
frankly, now I'm sure
He
Blackwood wants the second one back, but he nearly stole it for you.
Yeah, he did.
And look, the first one to Stone, he's not even in the game yet. And I almost felt bad for Blackwood. First 5 minutes of action that he's had in 3 weeks, and he's got to face that.
And nobody, Nick Waugh comes onto the ice and just goes charging up, and Makar and Taves are already pinched up. There's nobody back there.
Yeah.
Nobody played safety.
Yeah, they can't.
Nobody bothered to. This
can't.
Andy, this postseason. Okay, listen to these numbers. So this year, the Avalanche led the NHL 3.6 goals per game. Opening round against the Kings, 3.25. Second round against Minnesota, pretty good defensive team. Quinn Hughes, Brock Faber, those guys are pretty good, right? Scored 4.8 goals per game in that series. Vegas, 1.75. You're not going to be competitive in a series. You can't even score 2 goals a game.
Right.
You're not going to be.
Yeah.
And the way that this team is constructed, that's how they have to win hockey games. Like Vegas dictated play. That game, and I say that game last night. I keep harping on last night. This series was absolutely dictated by the Vegas Golden Knights. They played the game, and they made the Avalanche play the game that they wanted to play. And by the time we got to the second and third period last night, the Avalanche just looked broken. They just looked like we're trying. We can't do anything.
Yeah, they look like a frustrated bunch that knew that and again, you and I kept wondering, I always wonder this, how bad do you want to fight for another 4 games, even for another game?
Yeah.
And by the third period, they look broken.
It was a 1-goal game, and they looked broken.
I don't want to say that they quit.
I don't think they did.
quit. They
I don't
just
think they
look like
quit.
a team that were like, we don't have the answers.
We can't
for
do
this.
anything.
So
yeah, we have no answer.
And yet somehow one of the guys that looked the best last night was Nathan McKinnon, the dude that was skating on one leg, still throwing his body around and going after people and trying to play hockey.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're doing another Denver sports autopsy today after the Avalanche gets swept by the Vegas Golden Knights. Mark Springer producing the program. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We'll have a laugh or two along the way on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
a week ago, your team's 8-1 going in the first round. Now it's over. I guess it happened so quickly. How do you kind of process how this all came to an end so quickly?
Yeah, I don't know. Takes a little bit of time to do that, I think. I can't really answer that right now, but I think that takes a little bit of time, a little reflection. Yeah.
Yeah, good question, because the answer was I haven't, from Jared Bednar. That series lasted 6 days.
Yeah, you and I are shocked.
Game 1 was last Wednesday.
Yep.
They played Game 2 on Friday. Game 3 on Sunday. Game 4 on Tuesday. Toast. That was it. It was a 6-day series. It didn't even last a week. That's how quickly it was. That's why.
Crapped all over Memorial Day.
Yeah.
As far as the weekend goes.
Jared Bednar, like, his head is spinning. He can't believe it either.
Yeah, look, nobody thought you. You know what? You and I, unfortunately, have seen way too many of those post-game locker rooms, those end-of-series locker rooms over our time together. And that's as shocked and stunned and at a loss for words that we've ever seen that group.
Yeah. Last night, Bedsy tried to paint the "we played better than it looked," kind of the Brian Wynn horse that was a pretty close sweep sort of approach to it all, which
but see, I'm with you.
I'm not here to hear that.
No, because I agree with you. I don't feel like outside of the first period of Game 3, you ever really forced your style on them at all.
No, not really. No,
you trade punches and you had your momentum and their momentum, as Ray Ferraro kept talking about. But for the most part, they made you play their style of hockey, and you did not enjoy it.
Well, and here's the other thing about it is, like, think back to like Game 2, the amount of nets that were missed.
Yeah.
In Game 2, and then think ahead to again Brock Nelson's breakaway, okay, and just missing right there. One of the key tenets of open, fast skating Avalanche hockey is you have to score to then put pressure on your opponent to then play an uncomfortable style of hockey for them to then open the ice up more, and then you just murder them, which is exactly what the Avalanche did in round 2 to the Minnesota Wild. But because you didn't cash in on the opportunities when they presented themselves in this series, you never made Vegas scramble.
No, Nate, you know this. Because of the history of the Avs against this type of team that you and I have laid out for 3 days now, unfortunately, going back to Monday, I was never totally real confident that this would be an easy series, and yet I am still, what I'm most shocked by, because people keep asking me, are you shocked? I'm not shocked you lost to Vegas. I warned people they were better than their record made it look. But what I am shocked by is how you went from looking like the wagon another 100-point team in the league couldn't handle in that second round to a team that all of a sudden looked old and intimidated by, we've never seen the Avs intimidated by the other team's speed.
Right.
And how many times did it feel like Josh Manson, Brent Burns, even Devon Tays at times was not ready for the speed of that Vegas came up the ice on them?
Andy, last night, I made this. I was watching the game with my dad last night, and like we both just sat there. And my dad is, you think I'm hockey casual? My dad is. That was the first NHL game he's watched this year. Okay, but he made the comment to me, and then we couldn't stop talking about it. Of just like, it's like Vegas has 7 guys out there.
Yeah, you kept wondering.
They just were everywhere.
Yeah.
Now, one time they actually did have too many, and Sutherland had to yell back at the Avalanche bench. But still, like, there just was no space. They gave you no room to breathe. They just play this grisly, muddy, perfect playoff hockey. Tortorella has made it clear. You want shifts? It's gonna hurt.
Yeah, you're going to lay in front of shots.
Yeah.
You're going to lay in front of pucks.
You're gonna get back. There's going to be nothing comfortable. You're going to go to the corners and you're going to lay on the puck, and you are going to frustrate the living hell out of these guys until they make a mistake, until we can just loft the puck up over the defense and Mark Stone can just skate in unscathed.
Yeah, because nobody's back to get him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know, man. And it bums me out. I was a Nick Waugh stan, start of the series. Nick Waugh did not play. You know
score.
what? We might as well just list who played well. There's not a lot. You know what's kind of funny about it? You know, actually, like I said, the guy that played all right last night, the guy I thought deserved a better fate was Mackenzie Blackwood. Kind of like his counterpart, Scott Wedgwood. Or not his counterpart, his teammate, Scott Wedgwood. The goalies weren't really the problem.
No.
Other than, again,
They weren't
their
great.
goaltending would have been good enough if you could hit some of your breakaways. Like
Actually,
Vegas hit their breakaways. You never did.
You never did. Yeah, except for Jack Drury. Jumping out of that was pretty much it on a shorthanded goal. That was it.
Hey, you know what really summed up the series? I was watching with our boss Kevin at the old Ryan House last night. God, the pretzels there are so good. They've got this like fondue cheese dip. You know what? You need to eat some feelings. Get on down to Ryan House. Have one of those pretzels today.
How many did you have?
I didn't end up having any because my stomach was what my stomach. Because again, you know what? When Mark Stone scored, I'm like, I know how this is gonna go.
Oh, you went into bubble guts.
Oh, well, not even that. Just more too depressed to eat, if you will. I did not see the fight I wanted to in the first 7 minutes, and I just like, yeah, this isn't going to end well the way we wanted to tonight. I kept hoping they'd tie it, and then there was that one little, when they finally got their goal and they went into flurry mode, and I saw the highest emotion of the night with 2 minutes left in the game, which kind of pissed me off as well. But for just a moment, I'm like, you know what? Maybe what this team needs is the unexplainable, tie it up, win in overtime. Maybe that would launch them. And no. So anyway, I said it to Kevin. There was the one where Logan O'Connor on a penalty kill. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Parker Kelly. Someone almost tipped the puck to Logan O'Connor, and he would have been free. And that would have been the guy that could have maybe got the whole vibes changing. Hops over his stick, harmlessly goes to the boards, never a threat again.
I mean, a part of the lament this moment from the game last night, okay? Because Mark Stone scores at 4:42 of the first.
Yeah, 5 minutes in.
What was it, 30, 40 seconds before that? Nathan McKinnon sends a pass to Cale Makar that if they connect, Cale's on a breakaway. But they missed. And why did they miss? Did they miss because Nate's knee was bugging him and, again, he was just compromised? Did they miss because Cale's shoulder was bugging him and reaching out and getting the stick on the puck was going to be too hard? Either way, it was like your guys who they scored that goal. The Avalanche scored that goal. Nathan McKinnon
during the regular season.
To Cale Makar, you score that goal, but they didn't, and suddenly Braden McNabb is just flipping the puck up to Mark Stone, and it's a goal.
Yep, here you go, pal.
Yeah, and it's okay. Is bad injury luck a part of that? Absolutely. But where's all the friggin' depth? Okay.
Yeah, we kept
Where
talking
was
about
all the depth.
What did so many of us? You said it a number of times. I don't see any team beating this team in Game 7.
Yeah, they're too deep. They're just too deep, and yet, as I sit here right now, let's see. By plus minus, there were two players in the positive in this series. That was it. It was Brent Burns, who was a +2, and Nazem Kadri, who was a +1. Goals in the series, you had 5 players score. Gabe had 3. Good goal last night. Again, desperation. Kadri, Colton, Nichushkin, and Drury. Those are the rest of your goals. Nobody else scored a goal.
Yeah, how about that? Did Nazem Kadri, did he leave you with the thought that he was a +1?
No.
Because that shocks me just to hear you say it. And then again, you said, what'd you say, 5 players had points or whatever? 5 players had goals? Vegas said 18 point getters in the series. 18?
Yep.
You realize it was a 25-man roster?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Usually your goalies don't get something, so 24.
Devon Taves, Nazem Kadri, and Gabe Landeskog all had 3 points apiece in the series. Vegas had 7 players with at least 3 points in the series. Barbashev, Stone, Coughlin, Dorofeev, Eichel, Hurdle, and Marner.
Yeah, and you know what that is right there? That's a good mix of the dudes you need to get it from and dudes that you hope you get it from.
Yeah, it's multiple lines producing points. Dylan Coughlin had 3 points.
Yeah, how about that? That's depressing.
Yeah. And so if you can put his name up next to Mitch Marner and Pavel Dorofeev, there's a story of the series. Just again, that's it. And Carter Hart was good. He wasn't great, but he was good. 94% save percentage.
Look, all you do is ask a goalie to make key saves. He made key saves.
He made key saves.
If they got a clean look, he made sure they didn't score it. And the rest of the time, they couldn't get a clean look.
And
they couldn't get the clean pass.
And again, here's what sucks. Mackenzie Blackwood made good saves last night. He put you in position to win that game.
Let me ask you this. Did you think at all, because I thought Bednar might do it, they scored those 2 goals so quickly in the second period, fair to Wedgwood or not, I almost wished he would have put Blackwood in then in game 3. Just to try to change the look again.
Try to change something. Yeah.
You know, but
he was excellent last night.
He really was.
24
you know
saves,
what?
26 shots.
My biggest tip of the cap to him, he controlled his rebounds.
He did. He did. He was quick pipe to pipe. I mean, he robbed them on several different occasions.
Oh, his body clearly, again, his big body affects shooters.
Yeah.
That's why Bednar, I think, kept trying to get him to get going. And again, what sucks for Bednar is every time he tried to give Mackenzie Blackwood a chance to win the net back, he'd have the big rebound and it would lead to a big goal or they'd look scrambly. And it was just, you get back to camp, likely both goalies are still in the hunt. Although I don't know. I know Coach and Raj were talking about, could Coach asked the question, could you shop Wedgwood for something and bring up Nabokov? The way Wedgwood played this year, I'm not sure. There's got to be some team I think would have interest in him. He's dirt cheap by goalie standards.
Yeah, what's he make, like $2.5 million,
yeah,
$3 million?
Like 3 at tops.
Yeah.
And if you could get a pick back or something for him, unfortunately, like I told you, I think the saddest thing for me last night was what felt like you and I, we've told the story before. You and I are celebrating in a week's time, end of the week. Our 7th year is now complete. We started this show doing a mock show in a studio recording, and our very first topic was who is going to have the parade first of all the teams in town. The Avs were it. We've been talking about this Avs squad since you and I became a show. I joined you about 3-4 weeks after the famous Gabe Landeskog offsides against San Jose. But you and I have had nothing but great hockey to talk about. And I'm telling you, there was something about last night's game that just makes me feel like that this era, this chapter, this book, whatever you want to call it, closed last night. Because they have to make some real change to this team.
Let me push back on that a little bit.
Go ahead.
And this to me is why I think a coaching change should be made. I do think they are still closest to winning a championship in this town.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I can't argue that.
I
especially with the uncertainty of Bo Nix's health.
Yeah, it's with that, and again, simply because high variance in defensive performance and O-line health with an aging group. Okay, I think the Broncos should.
They're number 2.
They can win the AFC West, but winning a Super Bowl is just so friggin' hard. And unless you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, it's hard to say with any certainty you absolutely should do it. So that's what I think the Broncos are up against. But I agree with you; they're number 2. But the Avalanche are they 121 points this year, highest scoring team, best defensive team. I mean, seriously, Andy, and with all due respect to Connor McDavid and Nikita Kucherov, you can make a case that the Avalanche have the 2 best players in the sport on their own team.
Yeah, man.
That's why what happened last night is so embarrassing and unacceptable, is because even with all of that, I still think they're the closest to winning a championship. And I would agree with your list. I think it's Avalanche. I think it's Broncos. I think it's Nuggets, and then
Mammoth, Rapids. We could keep going.
Yes, Valor Christian.
NW. Who's our new team? The NWSL. Who?
The Summit.
The Summit.
Yeah.
They're all ahead of the Rockies right now.
The Colorado Rockies.
By the way,
did you flip over there last night?
Yeah, I did. And Drew's angry. My daughter just goes, "Oh, wait till you get a look at this score," because she's looking at her phone, and I pop on the app and speed it up and
Yeah.
get to, and I go 15-1. And then the next thing, here comes Rojas all strapping out to the mound.
What was he throwing? 43?
Oh, my God. For half a second, he got Spilly for just a second.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to make it 15-10 off the position player.
It was because Brett Sullivan almost hit his second homer of the inning.
Oh, he sent it out
He
there,
did.
but then it got lost in the old L.A. sky. That damn smog slowed it down. But I thought we were going to have 15-10 for a second.
Brett Sullivan went full Shohei last night.
He did.
He pitched in the 8th and then came out in the 9th and homered.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But even that only drew a chuckle as I got sad about things going. Listen, to your point, yes. With McKinnon and McCarr, anything is possible. But
anything.
But you got to make, like, again, you got some cap. Here's what bothers me the most about this Vegas series. You looked old. I keep saying it. You haven't looked old to me. You looked old in this series. Brent Burns, Josh Manson were the third pairing last night. Weren't they the second pairing? Like, at one point, I looked at our guys and I was like, I think I'd break Kulak and Malinsky had a rough series too. Man, again, another thing John Michael Lyles picked up on, there was a rush up ice where Malinsky tried to pinch past his guy and took the hit on the boards and kept going. And Lyles is like, he's got to go to the middle of the ice, dump the puck off, and go create room for somebody.
Next year, Nazem Kadri will be 36.
Yeah, and he looks slow.
Josh Manson and Brock Nelson will be 35. Gabe Landeskog will be 34. Devon Taves will be 32. Nathan McKinnon will be 31. Scott Wedgwood's going to be 34. I don't even know why I included McKinnon in that. That guy's ageless. He'll be fine.
Yeah, McKinnon, I'm not worried about.
Yeah,
McKinnon still looked fast, even with the knee injury.
I know,
last
right?
night. It's like, what is going on?
Yeah.
How is he the one that doesn't look like the problem tonight?
He was
I'm
still
not sure you could feel his knee.
He and Kale were still the best players on the ice last night, and and you knew both of them were at about 60%. Yeah, yeah, brutal. So they're done. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're having fun here with you on what is today? Wednesday? What is time? This series was 6 days. Thank you, Cos. Good to hear from you.
Katie just finishing it off. Katie feels like she just had the final shot at the bar. And bleep you losers, I'm going home. And she walked out.
I want to go hang out with her right now.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot more fun.
Katie's the one that didn't care to begin with at this hockey thing. I am leaving.
Let's get under the microscope when we come back. And the two biggest disappointments in this series for the Avalanche, Necas and Nelson. We'll do that when we come back.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, low T is a problem. You can get it checked there. But you know what low T can be? What can signal low T is a little bit of the sexual health problems. And if it's not low T, and in fact, you think you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, it's time to get into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't delay. Don't put it off. If you're failing to perform and your partner has noticed, you've noticed, guess what? You don't have to keep dealing with that. You can get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Talk to the folks over there. They've got treatment options for you. Treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%. And treatments, if you're like a lot of guys, that if you go in to see them, you can be ready for action the next day. But it takes you calling the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and getting your appointment scheduled. First visit is $99. You'll have a T and a PSA test. They draw your blood, and I believe it takes about 30 minutes, and then they will talk to you. I know it takes about 30 minutes. They'll talk to you after that 30 minutes, tell you what everything said. And if it's clear, if all the stuff checks out right, and you talk to the Colorado licensed medical provider that says you're going to give you a test dose and the test dose doesn't work in the office, then you don't get charged for the appointment, so nothing to lose but the ED. So get back to the self-confidence, get back to having a vibrant love life, get back to seeking out that new relationship here in the summer. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, in Fort Collins and the Springs, plus a great revamped location in Castle Rock, also spots in North and Central Denver. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I mean, humility is certainly a word you can use for it. I think that's sports in general. I think you're going to run into that a lot on any given day, on any given year, and especially in the playoffs, right? So, losing sucks, and losing 4 straight is worse, and losing, I think the further you go, the worse it gets for me.
Jared Bednar breaking it down last night. Losing sucks. Losing 4 straight is worse. Marty Necas. Marty Party. 100 points. Marty Necas. Pretty good. It was a good 100-point season. He didn't exist against the Vegas Golden Knights. They took him out of the game completely. He was a non-factor in the series.
Yeah, and again, on a team that's spent a lot of its money, if you're going to take $11.5 million of the cap room, you've got to put goals in the playoffs. I appreciate the points. I appreciate that you created some stuff, but you made that money to put the puck in the net, and you didn't do it for a second straight playoff series.
Brock Nelson, for his $7.5 million this year, did not score and was particularly snake-bitten and struggled mightily in this series. So now we have to sit back and go, well, was everybody in Carolina right about Marty Necas? Are these guys just regular season performers that once the game tightens up and the physicality increases and the space on the ice diminishes, that these guys aren't capable of being able to produce in tough, tight, high-pressure playoff situations? I mean, right now, they're both 0 for 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's crazy about it is it feels like Carolina's getting their game back and probably going to end the sweet run of Montreal.
Yep.
And they've got Mr. Stankoven. And so maybe Carolina won the trade after all, because after all, and by trade, I mean like the whole situation.
The whole thing.
Dallas got Rantanen. They were disappointed with him at points this year.
Yeah.
You got Marty Necas. And look, man, pretty in the regular season's great, but dude, you know how many people have lamented to me about this guy just staying on the outside?
Andy,
not going to the dangerous series. Again, he was called out by Eric Johnson for needing to do it more during one of his analysts during one of the games, his analysis during one of the games earlier in the year.
Kill him for this series all you want. He had 1 whole goal the entire playoffs.
Right.
That's it.
That's just not enough.
No.
That's not what you need out of guys like that when you're in a cap sport, period. And you're eating a huge part of it.
And so like then you just step back and you go, Mikko Rantanen, pretty good playoff guy.
Yeah.
Scored 25 points on the way to you winning the cup a few years ago and pretty much single-handedly eliminated you last year. Mikko Rantanen, he gets it done this time of year, and he's not on your team anymore. Marty Necas and Jack Drury, like if you're asking me in a vacuum, would you give those 2 guys up right now to get to get Mikko Rantanen back on your team? I'd go, yeah, probably I would. Yeah, but that's the decision the organization made, and Necas was brilliant in this regular season, and he and McKinnon had phenomenal chemistry 5-on-5. They had
no chemistry on the power play.
None on the power play, but
they're in the same spot. They're trying to do the same thing. I've been saying this since he showed up. I mean, again, I give credit to John Butchergross, who had to call one of the early games, maybe the first game Marty Necas played with Nathan McKinnon as an Avalanche player. And he tweeted out after the game and said they are trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
They are the same guy on the power play.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to figure something else out. Look, the power play, for all the stuff we could talk about, you want to talk about a heavy coaching point? How did you not fix this power play all year long? Seriously.
1 for 10 in the series.
This power play sucked all year.
Yeah.
All year.
Yeah, and you found no answers.
And yet somehow Mark Messier said, remember after this, I think it was game 2 where he said, they want to be on the power play. Vegas just isn't letting them. I'm like, yeah, Mark, they don't want to be on the power play.
So the power play they got in the second period last night after the hooking on Cole Smith, their only notable chance was a one-timer by Brock Nelson that didn't go in. And then right after that was when Nelson skated through 2 dudes and couldn't score.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
which, again, what was crazy is I give Nelson credit for this. He didn't let his lack of being able to put it in the net deter him. He kept getting himself into good positions. He
Sure
just
did.
could not
Couldn't
finish.
score. Yeah, just flat out could not score. Yeah, the power play. How do you not with all those dudes that you have? How is it not?
I got no idea. Nate.
Yeah.
Well, you know how you don't. First off, you don't have a net front presence. You really don't.
Yeah.
They tried a couple different dudes in the position, and you fell in love. And you know what? It was their downfall. How many times did they try to make passes that just weren't going to be there all this series? And they could not on the power play. They kept trying to go cross crease, as I like to say, side to side. Once the teams figure, we're not letting you have that.
Well, and
especially the right side shot.
With Gabe parked in the slot, the McKinnon from below the goal and trying to draw eyes towards him and then finding Gabe, it worked earlier in the postseason, but the Vegas Golden Knights, I don't know what it was. I almost feel as though they watched film of it and said, take that away. And they did.
Yeah. And again, with Makar compromised in his shoulder.
And you missed him for 2 games.
Yeah, and he wasn't firing. Look, Makar couldn't fire his big slapper, it felt like, with the shoulder injury. Sam Malinsky, I love you again. I really do. He's got to be better at getting that thing through traffic. And frankly, Devontae struggled at it too. None of their D guys could fire that thing through the traffic to get it on net, especially on the power play. It just kept getting blocked by something.
Wedgwood, brilliant regular season, pedestrian in this series. Mackenzie Blackwood, who you pay like you want him to be your number 1 goaltender, and he was brilliant in Game 4, but he couldn't lock down the job. So that's frustrating.
You were better on faceoffs, and you would. How about this series where you couldn't win a power play faceoff just to set the damn thing up?
They got
constantly are going to the other side of the ice and having to skate it back into the zone.
Yeah, they got killed on faceoffs in this series. Nazem Kadri past his prime?
Yeah, but you kind of knew that. Didn't you?
I don't think so. I think you go and get that guy because you want his toughness and his snipe ability on the power play.
But when Bruce Brown got back, you were the first to say it. Everybody on the Nuggets broadcast warned us the same. Bruce Brown's not the same guy that left here.
Yeah.
Should we not have realized that Nazem is 4 years older and not the same guy that left here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all the good vibes of running it back and getting the band back together, that ran out, which is unfortunate. And I don't know if it was the hand injury.
Yeah, I want. When I'm trying to be fair to Naz about now, here's the problem though. Naz looks slow to me.
Yeah,
that's where I was more shocked. I got no idea how that hand affected him. The whatever break happened, and he said it was incredibly painful.
Yeah.
Before the playoffs. I'm not sure he ever got the strength back he wanted to really rip that shot, but as you said, he still found a way to be a +1. So he still was a lot better than a bunch of the other guys.
Didn't have Val Nichushkin last night.
Would you have noticed? At least in this series? For all the great forechecking and work, and I thought stuff that Val did in the Minnesota series.
Yeah.
I was so worried about McKinnon, I really didn't notice he missed the last part of that Vegas game in Game 3.
Yeah. So
I was also at Stoney's, but
you didn't have him last night, which, Kiviranta got to play.
Again, he's fine, but you know,
what do you get, like 5 shifts?
It's a negative when you have this much talent and this much payroll, and they can't quit talking about how the fourth line has been the most effective of the series.
Yeah, Logan O'Connor. By the way, Logan O'Connor, when he talked last night, he didn't cite analytics or punk possession or anything else like that, or bad luck or anything else like that. Logan O'Connor was just like, we weren't good enough.
Yeah,
and nobody in this dressing room played well enough in this series. Logan O'Connor, I appreciated, and I was watching him on altitude last night. He didn't pull any punches. And that's a Stanley Cup winner that's on this team right there. That dude, he sat down there and he knew we got our butts handed to us in this series, and nobody played well enough. Nobody met the moment, met the challenge, and I appreciated how critical he was of his own team. Quite frankly, I wanted to hear more of that last night.
Yeah.
And I know McKinnon didn't talk after the game last night, but I got a pretty good idea what Nate would have said.
Oh, yeah.
If he was in front of a microphone last night. Yeah, that's a guy that guy looks inward first all the time.
Yeah, but he talked about it. The execution wasn't good enough after what, game one?
Yeah.
We played that bit where he just said,
Execution.
I think I've said execution about 15 times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We didn't play well enough. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, okay. I have advocated for moving on from Jared Bednar. I'll argue a little bit with myself when we come back here, Andy. Did the Avs just have some bad luck in this series? We'll break that down next.
that's a hell of a hockey team we played over there. And I know people are crawling up Bedsy's ass about this, that, the other. He is one hell of a coach. He's got a great staff there. We knew, I was very nervous. We knew how we had to play because it's such a potent team. And I thought it was our best game. And again, I want to, from Joe right on down, that's a great organization. That's a great team. We found our way. And I think Bedsy said it the right way. It was such a close series. We just found our way to make another play. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for Bedsy and that staff and that organization.
That's John Tortorella being a bro, sticking up for his guy, Jared Bednar, after the game last night. I don't disagree with anything that he said. I do think that Jared Bednar is a hell of a coach. But you got swept.
Yeah, man.
And the guy that is out there defending you made you look pedestrian in this series. Made your great hockey team, your 121-point machine of a hockey team, look pedestrian and take you completely out of your own game and allow you to score 7 goals in 4 games. That's it. Like that, you cannot defend that when this team is in a championship or bust window. Do you remember like media day this year when it was everyone goes down and talks to the team before they start camp, and it's everyone, the players put on the jerseys and take the photos and all that kind of good stuff. It was cup or bust. That was all anybody said that day.
And I think Logan O'Connor said the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I think in his comments last night that we talked about, he said this was cup or bust, and
Right.
we didn't get the cup.
We didn't get the job done. And that's why a change in voice and a change in tactic is needed for this team. You cannot keep banging your head against the wall with 2 of the greatest players in franchise history. You can't do it. You have to win a Stanley Cup. Cup or bust. Well, you busted.
You busted bad.
Yes. Like so many people at a blackjack table in Las Vegas, you busted. Okay. But Andy, as I teased, was this just a fluke? Was this just a run of bad luck? Was it just Cale Makar had a shoulder injury and McKinnon went down to block a shot by Shea Theodore and got his knee wrecked, and Nichushkin got hurt, and Lehkonen was hurt, and Malinsky was hurt, and Nazem Kadri may have still been dealing with the hand injury, and suddenly a group of star players, the core of your team, all look like basically bad facsimiles of themselves in this series. Is it because everybody was banged up, or was it simply because Vegas was the better team and your style of play wasn't up to the task? This is exactly what Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland, when he's not taking calls from Nashville, have to be figuring out right now. And Josh Kroenke and more that run this organization. But can you simply look at it and say, if we don't deal with these injuries, we're the better team than Vegas, we win this series and we probably win the Stanley Cup. Or in the very least, go deep against the Carolina Hurricanes, because nothing's guaranteed in this, meat grinder of a postseason known as the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, no. Because you had Nathan McKinnon healthy for 2.5 games, and it didn't matter.
And he didn't score a goal.
Cale Makar showed. Look, man. Cale Makar was more effective than I thought he would be with his shoulder injury in those 2 games that he did play.
He was, yeah.
And I'm not going to lie to you. It makes me wonder, well, all right, could you have played game 2? Could you have given it a go in game 2?
Right.
Because that could have helped them. You needed to steal one of those home games.
He did look better last night than he did in game 3.
Well, because, again, he probably was more comfortable with the fact that he's
Yeah.
He was okay.
Yeah, you know what your limitations are better. You know your body better with the injury.
Right. Yeah, no, you're going to have injuries. You have to know it, because that's what I was thinking last night. I thought about that. I go, look, you could go do this again, and, you could go do this again. You could say it was just injuries. You don't know that you're not going to be injured next year. Again, you were supposed to have all this depth, and the depth was nowhere to be found when you needed it most. We got people on the text line complaining McKinnon did nothing. Fair enough. He did nothing this series.
Nothing.
I'm not going to argue that. He gets called out too. But he was on Conn Smythe pace until this point in the playoffs, at least.
He was the betting favorite to win the Conn Smythe at the start of this series.
So if you want to know why we're calling out Brock Nelson and Marty Necas and Val Nichushkin, it's because those guys did not score goals. And a heavy part of why you were on the top 6 of forwards at the beginning of the year is because you're supposed to be able to score goals.
Yeah. But to be fair to those fans, to those texters,
yes,
McKinnon didn't score either.
Nate did not have a good series. You picked a bad time to go away.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And
you picked a bad time to not be able. I don't know why any of them couldn't hit the net. Again, it's not like Carter Hart was some witch back there. He wasn't. Carter, how about this? Carter Hart played well. I don't want to take anything away from him.
Yeah.
Carter Hart was not playing like Dominic Hasek or J.S. Giguère or Patrick Waugh or Marty Brodeur. He wasn't resembling any of those guys where you could just physically see people going, I don't know how we're going to score on this guy. You just couldn't hit he gave you spots. You couldn't pick them.
Yeah, you couldn't get him.
Again, you want me to call out Nate? I'll give you this. I kept thinking about this the last 24 hours. I don't know how Nate went from being able to pick the tiniest of corners against Gustafson to help tie the game against Minnesota to not finding any of the open space that they had against Hart that he gave them.
Yeah, he didn't have any.
I don't know how to explain that.
He had an early breakaway in Game 3 that he didn't finish off. He didn't do enough. Now, last night, the sustained speed wasn't there.
They did not look fast this series, period. He in particular.
He's still Nathan McKinnon, but like last night,
you could tell he's still fighting some stuff.
When he gets the puck, he is a one stride and he explodes. And last night it was the Flintstones car. He had to get going a little bit last night before he could get to that place. I give him all the credit in the world, man. I bet that hurt like hell. I bet that was not comfortable to have to play through, and he battled, and he did every last thing that he possibly could, and he's going to win the Hart Trophy, and he's going to deserve to win the Hart Trophy. But, yeah, to Andy's point, he was healthy for 2.5 games in this series. He didn't score a goal.
You know what? See, it's so funny you bring that up. I got to imagine for Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, they may have the most memorable as far as personal achievements springs that we've ever seen, and this will be the most forgettable time of their lives. I wouldn't be shocked.
Given the year
between
they've
what
had.
happened in the Olympics and now getting swept in the conference finals, I bet you neither one of them is going to want to remember this spring of hockey.
Yeah, I would imagine the Hart Trophy will feel a little empty in the moment.
Well, especially since he has one.
20 years from now,
yeah,
it'll feel great.
Yeah, but he'll hopefully forgotten being handed a stuffy and a silver medal and everything else.
No stuffies last night. That was just a horrendous game.
Yeah, you know what, really, and I will tell everybody, I'm at a loss for why this happened, folks. Okay, I really am. So anybody you want to call out, matter of fact, text line, I want to make this clear. If you're a fan, I'm not getting on any one of you. They all deserve it. Logan O'Connor said it. The players let everybody down. I think Bedsy felt the coaching, let everybody. But again, see, this is the thing. Bedsy asked you to play a different way. You didn't do it. Now, again, if you're not getting listened to as the coach, what's the answer there? What does the GM have to say about that? Like, there's no, I can't explain anything of what we've witnessed over the last week. And that, you said it right there, Nate. I thought we'd at least get 10 days of hockey.
6 days. We got 6 of them. That's it. McKinnon played 22 minutes and 10 seconds last night of the game. He skated 23 shifts. Makar played a team high 27:30 last night.
How about
he skated 28 shifts. Yeah, he warriored his way through it. He did every last thing that he possibly could. Here's another thing, though. Okay, I'm looking at the game summary from last night, and I scroll down, and there they are. There's those Vegas Golden Knights, them pesky Vegas Golden Knights, and there is Mitch Marner, 2 blocked shots. There's Ivan Barbashev, 2 blocked shots. There's Colton Sissons, 2 blocked shots. There's Dorofeev, 2 blocked just like, again, these are forwards. And this was a bunch of dudes that just fully committed to putting their bodies on the line to have to go and win a Stanley Cup and playing the right way, and the Avalanche just never having an answer. And, given your speed and your skill, you're going to get chances, and they existed, and you never took advantage of them. And then last night, the chances just dried up. I think we were midway through the game last night, and McDonough hit that there are 12-4 scoring chances for Vegas. That team is that's not half the offensive team the Avalanche are. But they were creating chances because the way that they play the game just kept it just block the shot, make the puck, squirt the puck loose, get it, battle, and get up ice and create opportunities with your speed. And that's what they did. That's an impressive team, man. They can win the Stanley Cup.
Oh, they can. Carolina, well, I'm guessing it's going to be Carolina as they warm up.
Yeah.
Carolina better be careful what they wish for there.
Seriously.
They better not take it. And here's you know what's funny? I don't even think the Avs took them lightly. I just don't think the Avs are built to beat this kind of team. Been saying it since Monday.
Yeah. And they couldn't beat Dallas last year, and they couldn't beat Vegas this year. And so, is that how creative can you get on the trade market now?
All right, here's an interesting question from the front office or from the text line. How much blame should the front office get? Because here's the thing, guys. I think we all were high-fiving and playing the song and bleep them picks and all that stuff when the trade deadline comes. You wanted a Kadri. A lot of people celebrated that. I love the Nick Waugh move. I think Brett Kulak proved to be a good move. And frankly, I think if you look at the balance of things, Nick Waugh scored some pretty important goals to be a good move too. Now, he was nowhere to be found for you in this series.
Yeah, but neither was anyone.
But you know what? I mean, again, if they had just stuck back and kept their first-round pick and you would have failed earlier, and then would that have made it any better? I don't know where to fall on the front office. I think we all preach on the airwaves, go for it, because you got McKinnon and McCarr. So but I think you all got to get together and talk about the kind of player you want on this roster, because I don't think you have enough big physical players to do what you need to do in the playoffs.
Yeah, but you had a hockey team that was good enough to win the Stanley Cup.
Well,
and they didn't play well enough at the right time of year.
But again, how many times have you had this kind of hockey team, Nate? I don't necessarily disagree with you, but this hockey team that they've had, and again, it goes back to our discussions. Whenever they run up to a Pete DeBoer coach team or Vegas, and frankly, he's coached both Dallas, Vegas, and San Jose. He's coached them all. You don't get past that style of team. So do you really?
It's fair. I can't push back on it. They just got swept. We got Prime Cuts. Brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. When we come back, we will continue to break down the game 4 that was. Left Connor's calls from last night. We will sit in it. We will experience it, and we will continue to break it down. Avalanche swept. Season over. Darkness sets in on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We hope you're having a delightful Wednesday afternoon. Hockey season's over. There is still the Eastern Conference Finals. You can listen to Game 4, Canadiens and Hurricanes, tonight at 6 o'clock, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Listen to the two teams the Avalanche won't be playing in the next round as the Vegas Golden Knights now prepare for the Stanley Cup Final. By the way, the Knicks are sitting around waiting for the Thunder to finish off the Spurs. So there's good sports coming up. It's just, none of our teams are going to be there playing those good, fun, important, high-leverage, historic sports like we thought was capable of happening at one time. Remember when we used to we would sit here and go, hey, what if we got 2 parades?
Yeah, that's cool.
How's no parades? How's that sound?
We at one time floated the idea of 3 parades.
There,
because December was a magical time.
It sure was.
And then January, the hints were there.
Uh-huh.
So you know what? You and I don't mind getting a little lighter at times. What would have happened in Denver? Did we get too cocky in December?
What did we do to deserve
I don't
this?
know. Was it because the national TV scene wanted to talk about how great everything was? They put it up during one of the Bronco games.
Denver's
Remember
going
that?
great,
Fox
yeah.
was just... Because all of a sudden, Bo gets hurt. The only snowstorm we have for 3 months occurs in the second half of the AFC Championship game. Aaron Gordon goes for a dunk and apparently pulls his cami out of his leg. And Sheriff-based Cale Makar has the worst shoulder injury of his career. And then Nathan McKinnon decides he'll get his leg blasted. Joker has the worst injury he's had of his career in the early part and doesn't really look right the rest of the way. I mean, all of it just flushed. What did we do?
What did we do? I think we're good people.
Yeah, what did the people of Denver sports do?
I think we're decent.
Do the sports gods not want Burnham Yard as the site for the new Broncos Stadium? I mean, what?
Did somebody
Was
hex
that a problem?
Burnham Yard?
Yeah, is there some angry concrete or water department employee we're not aware of that did something, that performed some ceremony we weren't sure about? Are there voodoo dolls of Bo Nix and Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon and Cale Makar?
Andy, it's that walkway over Spear Boulevard. Nobody wants it.
Is that what it is?
It's
you pushed it through.
Apparently, somebody wants it all to. They want us to suffer for having a safe pedestrian walkway.
Were we just too cocky?
That too. It is. There is a thing, and all sports fans do it, and we're guilty of it as well. And then you get reminded of it. Oh yeah, you know what else is involved in winning a championship? A ton of just stupid luck that you can't control.
It really is.
Like, you do have to be great, and all 3 teams, the Broncos, the Nuggets, the Avalanche, were great. But then you have to be great, and then you have to get the breaks. The good luck along the way.
The health luck especially, but other luck as well.
When the Avalanche won the Cup, they had it. When the Nuggets won the championship, they had it. When the Broncos won the Super Bowl in 2015, they had it. You got it in those moments, and you had the luck, and you got hot at the right time, and it carried you through. And it's like just the baseline of being great is not nearly enough. And if there's an example of that, it is the Vegas Golden Knights, who had to struggle their way into cementing a playoff spot in the Pacific Division, but they made a coaching change. They're pretty damn healthy. They all got right at the same time, and now they look like a wagon that can't be stopped, which in long playoff sports is what you have to have sometimes. It's not enough just to be the best.
You do realize in overall wins, let's just go Western Conference.
Okay.
The Avalanche, the Stars, the Wild, the Mammoth, the Oilers, the Ducks, all had more wins.
Regulation wins
than
the Knights.
Than your Vegas Golden Knights.
Yeah.
But they decided to fire a coach that apparently drove the team nuts. And their talent decided they are going to be good again.
And their goalie got hot.
And their goalie got healthy.
Yep, and hot.
It's what Bedsy said after the Minnesota series.
Yep.
Got to have the health luck. Vegas has it. Well, what just that? Who gosh, who was it? Their longtime player that Carlson, didn't he just get back in the second round too?
Sure did.
Yeah. They're getting guys back. They weren't losing people.
Right.
The Avs, look, Josh Manson didn't look right. And man, injuries or not, you're supposed to have a ton of depth to get over this. You know what Brett Burns all of a sudden looked like at 40 whatever that the season took a toll on him. Shouldn't be shocked by that. You should have known that probably was going to be the case. The luck is involved. Period. You know, if what is the backwards chest pass? Is that bad luck? What do you consider that?
I mean, it's bad luck because Jared Stidham was on the field.
Sure. But it's also bad luck you decided not to kick a field goal while the weather was still decent and you went for it on fourth down and run up.
Yeah, that's also, that came back to bite you. Yeah, sure did.
I mean, you had nothing to do with the weather. I remember trying to drive to the Altitude TV studios to do the postgame show after leaving a watch party at Stoney's and just being like, what is this weather? I remember I was going to take a car over there and the snow got so bad I had to reroute home and go get a 4-wheel drive vehicle because of how bad it got.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't that bad for 2 months till opening day.
It never snowed.
Or until Messi was supposed to show up or whatever.
What, did it snow twice this year?
Yeah, in the winter anyway.
Yeah.
I think we got more snow in April than we got all through the actual winter months.
And more snow in May.
Yeah, you're right. Ski season says hello.
It's time for Prime Cuts, brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. 4:42 of the first.
By the way, real quick.
Yeah.
Before we move away from the curse theme.
Yeah.
Lindsey Vonn.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Another injury.
She almost had her leg amputated. That's how bad that got.
Boy, we need to burn some sage in Denver.
Pro tip. Don't try and ski an Olympic downhill with a torn ACL.
Yeah. Anyway, prime cuts. I'd go for a prime cut right now.
I could go for a prime cut from the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. 4:42 of the first last night. Braden McNabb flips the puck up. Mark Stone scores.
And now possession is surrendered to Shea Theodore. McNabb will bring it up and out. Lob pass Stone. Forehand, he scores. Mark Stone, goals in back-to-back games since his return. 1-0 Vegas. Not 5 minutes into period 1 of game 4.
All right, Andy. This is confessional time on K&L.
Go ahead.
Okay. Did you think the exact same thing that I thought as soon as that goal was scored, which was 2 words, it's over?
Yeah. Sadly.
Yeah.
And you know, I verbalized it again. We're doing the watch party, and it was a lot of just all our good altitude people that were hanging out there. Kevin wasn't quite there yet, but Berto was there and Cole and our promotions guys. And I think one of the listeners was hanging out with me too. And I said, maybe it was even Berto, goes, how do you guys feel about this? I said, I think I'll feel good if they get through the first 10 minutes not giving up a goal.
Yeah.
And half that time, and what am I supposed to do?
They scored.
Never mind. I still feel okay. I did not feel well, especially because you know what it was again? It was a mental mistake.
It was.
How in the hell did he get that wide open past everybody that looked like it was a penalty shot?
Makar and Taves were both pinched up. Nick Watt jumped into the offensive zone instead of hanging back. If I'm assigning blame on that play, to me, it was Nick Watt and Nazem Kadri were the 2 greatest offenders on that play.
Yeah.
And Makar, I know Makar, Ferraro talked about it on the telecast that Makar went and, let Blackwood know that one's on me. Okay, man, but you jumped up into the play because you're one of the best offensive players on the planet, even though you're a defenseman. Somebody has to make that read.
Yeah, we kind of were hoping that your fresh shot would give us fresh hope. So someone like you said's got to be back.
You know what it looked like? It legitimately looked like a youth soccer game where every kid on the team just ran to the opposing goal.
Yeah. Yeah, you talked about it.
Somebody's got to stay back there, guys.
Somebody has to hang out.
Yeah.
For that scenario right there is the coaching tape.
Yeah.
Don't everybody go to the net because this might happen.
Uh-huh. You know what I actually figured out in my last years of still playing like men's league soccer? You know what I figured out? hanging back on defense is cool because then I don't have to run as much.
Yeah.
So I was always more than happy to be the last line of defense. You guys can all go try and score. I'll just sit back here.
Yeah, you know what I figured out
less
doing
running.
that playing lacrosse at the age of 45? Nobody wants to be a midi like I was. And so, you never get enough of those.
Yeah.
Then you get 3 and you want to throw up at the end of it. You know what? Mark Johnson always has the greatest saying for someone that wide open. Usually it's in football. He's so open, he looked like he was late for the school bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it looked like.
That was, yeah.
Nobody stayed back.
I think even Mark Stone was like, are you kidding me?
Right? Oh, and the pass was perfect. He just gloved it down in stride.
Right.
And could beat everybody. He didn't have to stop and wait for it or anything else like that. Phenomenal skill by Mark Stone. That guy is incredible.
Who passed it? The pass is pretty darn good.
It was McNabb.
Too. Yeah,
It was-
McNabb.
yeah.
McNabb, just enough of a floater.
Yep. Perfect.
Meanwhile, see, again, whether you want to call it luck, skill, whatever, you want to know why Vegas won and the Avs couldn't? That pass right there, right where the guy needed it to break him free, the Avs all series were like firing 100-mile-an-hour missiles at each other. I think I said to you, do you think you got a lacrosse stick out there? You can't catch it with the stick. What are these 100-mile-an-hour BBs you're throwing at each other that kept popping off the blades and going every direction but staying where you wanted it to?
Or the puck would end up on the stick of Brock Nelson and he would just shoot it straight at
Right.
Carter Hart, which he did later in the period.
Or the Knights would get just half a blade on it and it would go, 90 degrees the other way.
By the way, Nick Dowd, he had a tip-in attempt on the doorstep. 2.5 minutes into the game that he should have put home.
Yeah, well, how about that one later? Who was it Carlson that just threw the edge of the stick out?
Yep.
And
There's
what a
Barbashev
save by
Carlson.
By Blackwood.
Great play by
Blackwood had to
Blackwood.
quick react to that one.
He was terrific. All right, we go to the second period. Avalanche down 1-0. They get a power play on a penalty against Vegas and another great chance set up for who else? Brock Nelson. This was after the hooking on Cole Smith. A couple of rough moments for our dude number 11.
Natchez hanging on to a glance underneath for Burns. One-timer save made by Hart. On the try from Brock Nelson. Not a whole lot in that one-timer. And Vegas will clear it back to the neutral zone with 10 seconds left.
Nelson was fading away a little bit. I think that puck was just outside his wheelhouse.
Nelson has it through the neutral zone. Power play is over. Nelson right down Broadway. Brock Nelson! Save made by Carter Hart. Again. 4 golden chances in the last 2 games for Brock Nelson, and Hart has either stopped them all, including this chance from Nicholas Waugh, or he's missed.
Missed. Saved or missed. Yeah, a lot of that.
Yeah.
7 goals in 4 games. That's what it sounds like. And
God dang.
What sucks from last night, Mackenzie Blackwood did the thing.
He did.
He gave you a chance to be able to win the game.
He was outplaying Carter Hart there for a minute.
Including a couple of great pipe-to-pipe saves on Pavel Dorofeev late in the second period.
Now it's Marner dancing down the slot. Hesitated, and it went wide. Taves, he breaks it up. Pass back door. Dorofeev, glove save made by Blackwood. Holy McKenzie had to have that one. He hangs on to it. Dorofeev can't believe it. Neither can I. 12 seconds to go in the Vegas power play, and Mackenzie Blackwood has been stellar.
That was similar to the Kadri one you described, where he just shot it right in the glove.
Yeah.
Right in the glove.
Right in the glove.
Dorofeev, they did have a great shot of him on the bench where he was just like, how, why?
Why did I do
that?
Mm-hmm.
I am the hottest goal scorer in the playoffs, and I just shot it in the glove.
God, Blackwood was flying. He was the only thing keeping him in the game last night.
Oh, he was unreal.
Yeah.
Like, again, there was a small sarcastic part of me going, where was this Mackenzie Blackwood? And for just a half a moment, I'm like, God, if they could get a goal and he could keep going like this, maybe I'll start believing.
What if that was Mackenzie Blackwood just every night? What if that goalie is in there? I know he's in there.
Well, a year ago, that's pretty much who he was. I think that's why Bednar kept trying to go back to him.
We go to the third period, a third period that was just death by 1,000 paper cuts or death by 1,000 back checks by the Vegas Golden Knights as the Avalanche just couldn't get anything going. And by never cashing in the opportunities that presented you, you flew too close to the sun too many times, and eventually the Vegas Golden Knights would make you pay.
Stone ahead for Tomas Hertl. One-on-one with Josh Manson. Tried to dangle to the wall. Run over by Waugh. Polisar off the bench. Now Hertl has it back towards the cage. Deflected wide. Sticks high to Mackenzie Blackwood. 5:50 to go in the third period of game 4. Tipped, they score. Cole Smith first of the playoffs. And barring a bigger miracle than we already needed, that should just about do it.
Cole Smith just camped alone in front of Blackwood. Too much room. Slightest tip through the legs. Dylan Coughlin with the assist. Nick Dowd also credited with an assist. That made it 2-0. 2-0 felt like 9-0.
Oh, yeah. 1-0 felt like 5-0.
Yeah.
So I guess, sure.
Quick math. The Avalanche would get a goal. They did actually score. So no shutout last night for Carter Hart. We at least have that going for us. Play it, Spring.
Cruz on crease for Cale Makar. Pushes it into space across the red line. Makar throws it through a crowd. Makar kicks it down, and the rebound got away from him. To the point in Kadri. Net is empty for the Avalanche. Blackwood on the bench. Nature's a shot. They score! Tipped in! There's hope after all! I think it's Brock Nelson in front, along with Landeskog. 2:03 to go in the third period. Landeskog, I think, is going to get his third goal of the series, and the Avalanche are within 1 with 2 minutes to go in game 4.
Oh, Captain, my captain. Yep, great tip by Gabe. Bounced over Hart, went through the legs of Hanifin 2-1 with 2:03 remaining in the hockey game, but the Avalanche would not really get another high-danger chance the rest of the way. Vegas consistently was able to clear the puck. Avs had a hard time winning face-offs, and then the game ended.
Landeskog can't get it deep. Vegas back with it. They play it off the bench in front of the Avalanche. The car sends it ahead. 2 seconds, 1. And the Avalanche season is done. For the first time since 2008, Colorado is swept in a playoff series.
Yeah, and you know what? For those that texted in earlier saying disappointment in Nate, where I was very disappointed in Nate was prior to that. It was like, 30 seconds left on the clock. He had the puck on his stick right in his office, and I just don't know what his decision was because he did not shoot. And I don't know if he just caught, I don't know what it was. He didn't really pass to anybody. He just sort of stood there as if shocked, and that was that. That was really the last good look they would get.
It makes it extra worse when you have to hear Connor say it. It makes it hurt more. It does. It's just that voice should only be about joy and celebration, especially when you have a hockey team this good, not talking about getting swept for the first time since 2008. You know what you guys did? You let Connor down, and I don't appreciate that.
Dad's not mad.
No.
Dad's shocked.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do that to Connor, okay? Okay? You can do it to us, okay? Andy and I are broken inside. Don't do it to Connor. 7 goals in 4 games. The Kreckman and Lindahl show. Those are your prime cuts.
You keep saying it.
Dude, 7 goals!
And 3 of them came in 6-on-4 or 5 situations.
3 of them were in 1 period.
God, you're right.
Prime Cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. I've got beef with the Avalanche. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Are you going to beef tweet something?
we run into a buzzsaw in Vegas. I think they deserve the credit, and it's not a knock on our guys and how hard we played, but they're a well-oiled machine right now, peaking at the right time. And I look at their series and man to man, they're playing at the top of their game, and it's a very, very good team that we lost to, and we'll have to regroup and reassess and reflect on our season and our series and go from there.
Yeah, the Stars showed up for Vegas. They did not show up for the Avalanche. Colorado swept. Coming up at 5 o'clock. 5 biggest stories of the day. It's going to be just continuing to react to the sweep, to the Avs being done, to where they go from here. Plus, coming up at 5:20, Eric Johnson really Eric Johnson broke it down pretty good on the Spit and Chicklets podcast. We want to listen to some of his comments from after the game last night, because I heard not a false word uttered from the Condor about what's going on with this team right now and where they're at and what they have tried to do. But Andy, I want to turn my attention briefly to something. So Von Miller's in town today. He's got an event. Looking at a video of it right now. There's our buddy Jeff Legwald front and center talking to Von Miller. And I read this. This is a tweet from Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post. Parker does great work.
Yes.
And he tweets, Von Miller said, everyone knows he wants to return to the Broncos. He's lobbied, but also knows it's beyond his control. Von said the outside linebacker room would be a force. And Von said he would, quote, love to assist and be a vice president to Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton, close quote. So Von Miller is out there continuing the campaign to come back. I want to reiterate my request to the Broncos that I've made, I don't know, every single time this topic comes up here this offseason. Please don't.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
We're good.
They'll give him, he'll get the Justin Simmons treatment.
Yeah.
And maybe even more of a ballyhoo. I'm sure there'll be a big celebration at some game
Hey, legend.
honoring him. It'll be the Von Miller game.
Bro, he's a future Hall of Famer.
The Ring of Famer,
Ring of
the
Fame.
Hall of Fame, all the deals.
You can retire the number. He deserves it. He's Super Bowl MVP. He deserves it. He did it all.
Got no issue with it.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm with you. The ship has sailed.
Yeah. He's 37. He's 37 years of age, and the outside linebacker room would be a force. No, it is a force.
It is a force.
It's good. They're good. They're so good that they're going to make Jonah Ellis change positions. That's how many dudes they have there right now. I don't want to. And look, I know he had opportunistic sacks last year in Washington. Great. I don't want Von Miller taking pass rush snaps away from Nick Bonito or Jonathan Cooper. No, I will pass on that. I would vastly rather watch the development of Q Robinson than watch 37-year-old Von Miller. It was great, but we're good, okay? Guess what? The most recent revisits we've had, Bruce Brown, how'd that work out? Nazem Kadri, how'd that work out? We're good.
Well, and look, on top of it, you don't need a get-right guy. They've been right.
They're
damn
right.
good defense.
Yes.
They're really, really
They
good.
have the best pass rush in the NFL. They don't need Von Miller.
Yeah, Nick Bonito's ready to start the Nick Bonito pass rushing summit.
Yeah. I'll be the vice president to Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton. No, they already got a room full of those guys.
Right.
Patrick Surtain is on this team. That's his defense. It's Nick Bonito's defense. It's Zach Allen's defense.
Right.
It's DJ Jones' defense.
Singleton's still around.
Yeah. Nobody needs Von Miller out there having a half-hour press conference every single week talking about how much he loves everybody. Like, we're good. This is a young, hungry, vicious group of football players that is going to come in peeved about the way that things ended last year. Nobody needs a nostalgia tour with Von Miller.
No. Well, and look, if you can be productive, great. But his production was not great the last year that he was here.
He's also, that's the other part of it, Andy. He's 37.
Right. That's not usually an age kind of pass rushers who use quick twitch as their first move.
He played all 17 last year. I give him all the credit in the world. That's truly that is really impressive.
How'd that team go?
I'm not rolling the dice on Vaughn being healthy for another 17 this year at age 37. So,
well, and on top of it, again, you played for a Washington team today. I don't believe they made the playoffs, right?
No. Jane Daniels was hurt all year. Yeah,
I'm not saying it was Vaughn's fault, but I mean, again, Buffalo didn't quite get what they wanted out of Vaughn. That's why they let him go.
Right, exactly.
Buffalo needed some pass rush. Matter of fact, Buffalo let him go and went and signed the other always injured guy in Joey Bosa.
No, Von Miller's last gift was a couple of draft picks that you got from the Rams. Okay, great. It was a good run. That's not a good sport for farewell tours. It's not a good sport for it.
Right.
Especially at that position. So, again, Vaughn, you're a legend.
Well, and you know what, Nate? I'll just speak frankly about the situation. This is not a group, starting with the ownership, that's looking in to bring in a bunch of people for the way we were.
Right.
With the link to the past.
Right.
For those that haven't noticed, there's not a ton of bowling connections left in that building.
No.
And his entire career was spent under the bowling / the transition deal.
They can't torch everything from the old days quick enough over there. Quite frankly, I'm glad.
Sure. They are making it their building. And,
yes. Move on. Literally their building. Literally a brand new building. And they're going to have a brand new stadium. So,
and again, they will honor him. He will go out a Bronco. He'll retire a Bronco.
Yeah.
They'll probably put him in the ring of. Maybe they'll skip the requirements, put him in that day. I don't know.
A number 58 Broncos jersey will be in style forever. Okay? He has reached that status. All-time great. We're good.
I don't disagree with you.
I don't need him on this team. So
you got it. Jeff Legwold says it all the time. You rarely get better by getting older.
You almost
especially
never do in
that sport.
Yeah, you almost never do in that sport. Yeah. So Von Miller again, like I get you on a lot, and you want the gig. I understand. Okay, it probably would be a very good financial move for you to come to the Broncos, even if it's not by football salary. It's just good for business because you're a Denver icon. But you can be that. I don't know, playing for the Dolphins or somebody this year. I wonder if he would even do that. Just latch on with somebody. Although, I don't know. Probably needs, I don't know.
Yeah, there's other
people
things. Want to remember or not. There's still some ugly incidents from the past.
It's a mere Google search away.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you can find.
It's probably no coincidence. The first of the incidents got reported, and he was traded later.
Yeah.
In that year, right?
There's been suspensions.
With the ex-girlfriend or whatever.
Pretty unpleasant and unsavory screenshots of text message conversations. That is another thing that we're good on.
And again, if you as a fan have let it go and you don't care, that's fine.
Sure.
I'm telling you, the Penners I don't think feel the same.
For football reasons, you don't want him on your team.
Yes.
Yeah. So. But support his philanthropic endeavors. We do think that's good. Good on Vaughn. He gets to be a Denver legend forever.
Yeah, he's Super Bowl MVP. He
never changed that.
Terrell Davis, John Elway, 3 Super Bowl MVPs. That's all you got.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very short list of very, very elite company.
Not a lot of defensive guys win that award either. So that's impressive.
Oh yeah,
well
done.
Good
point.
Good
especially
job.
In this era.
Yep. Good job, Von Miller.
And you stole the soul of Cam Newton, who was picked ahead of you. You always have that.
See, we have that.
We've got that.
We don't need anything else.
That can go on the ultimate resume. If you were to start a LinkedIn page,
yes,
like our buddy Spencer Jones, you can start with owns Cam Newton's soul after Super Bowl 50.
We don't need this reboot.
Now, you don't have his hat, judging by his TV appearances, but you've got his soul.
I don't need another He-Man movie, and I don't need Von Miller.
Hold on. Now you're not going to go see the He-Man movie? I thought earlier in the week you were all for it.
I don't need it, though.
Come on now, flip-flopping. Kreckman, what are we doing?
I'm going to go see it, but I don't need it.
All right. Are you going to need it once you've seen it?
Guess what? If the Broncos sign Von Miller, I'll still watch all 17 games next year.
Will you need it once you've seen it? You don't know if you need it yet.
No chance.
You don't know if you need it.
No chance. It's going to be the dumbest schlock fest ever.
People are saying... I don't know who the people are. They're on the commercial.
Who are
I don't
these
know who
people?
They generated. Could be AI people. I don't know. We showed the movie to AI. AI gave it a thumbs up.
Speaking of AI, by the way, our old buddy Jason Barrett of Barrett Sports Media put out a tweet earlier today that I had to react to. He tweets this out, Andy. He tweets, Google search as you know it is over. The news may be unsettling, but it's the truth. To avoid falling behind, Barrett Media founder and CEO Jason Barrett shares what media brands must do to survive Google's shift from search to AI overviews. To which I had to respond of, scroll past the AI overview. The end.
Done.
It wasn't hard.
You'll get to the search.
Somehow I overcame it. I actually went to the source material.
Yeah, but at some point with these updates, AI will just keep jumping in line. You will not ignore me. You will not ignore me.
Just scroll by.
We'll let you click that.
That's the other funny thing about this. It's like, what do media professionals have to do? This isn't just some dope Googling something while he's taking a dump. These are people that actually learned how to research things, theoretically. I swear to those AI overview things, this is the other thing about those things. They're wrong. Like most of the time, they're friggin' wrong.
Google if we need another He-Man. See what it tells you.
It'll tell you you don't, you loser. It's just a guy walking around with a wedgie. Speaking of wedgie, the Avalanche are done. We'll listen to Jared Bednar when we come back.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Southern Steer Butcher. Get in there, check them out. You want some quality protein? You know what? Again, I bought so much stuff for the weekend that I couldn't eat. I've been having it for lunch as leftovers. Still got ribs left over. My son was super psyched about those. We had some great steak over the weekend. I have the steak tips. Love the steak tips. You got to get in there and try the steak tips, even if you haven't had them before. They're worth your time. They're vacuum tumbled, so it really locks in the marinades. Like I love their steakhouse flavor. I love their teriyaki flavor. They're both really great, and they're so tasty, especially for me at lunch. I like to do them at lunch, get a just good, healthy protein meal right in there at lunch. They got great chicken wings. You want something maybe trimmed up a little bit more for you, they're happy to do it. I've told you they'll go and they'll do the ribs for you. You want to get the silver skin off there because maybe that's just something you don't like messing with. There you go. They'll do that as well. They've got meal prep classes that you can have as well. Just go get in there and talk to Ben. Say, I want the things that Andy gets. They've got signature boxes. They've got butcher packs. It's all great at Southern Steer. Where do you find these folks? Well, they're off of I-25 in Arapahoe, just a couple blocks east of I-25 on Dayton, on Arapahoe. They're in the little strip mall. They're at the end. Go and see them at Southern Steer Butcher.
Kreckman and Lindahl, the Avs. The Avs. 2-1 last night. They lose in game 4. They got swept. VGK wins the best of series 4-0. Nathan MacKinnon doesn't score any goals in the series. Cale Makar doesn't score in the series. Marty Necas doesn't score a goal in the series. I can keep going if you want.
Yeah, other than that, it all went as we thought.
Yep. Plenty of guys didn't score goals in the series. So let's dive into it. What went wrong? Here's
This
the high
music's
five.
nowhere near as fun as it was about a
No,
month ago.
it's really, it was a lot more fun when the hockey was good. It was, let's joke about NHL 94 and we'll play goofy 8-bit organ music. Like, this is great. I guess it was 16-bit technically, but yeah, this was a lot more fun when the team was alive.
Now I want the original PlayStation Hockey 99. This sucks. Turn it off.
Now we just want to
just turn on everything
hello
we've
darkness,
been
my
for a
old
month.
friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Disturbed version with his dumb little soul patch beard thing on his chin.
We're all sad.
Angry.
Let's
testy.
listen to a sad guy himself. Let's listen to Jared Bednar. Spring, do the live read, and then let's play some sad audio.
All right, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Jared Bednar.
Eat your feelings. Order Papa Murphy's tonight.
Yeah, it's Ben Stiller at the end of Dodgeball. That's what you do. Jared Bednar. Freaking Chuck Norris. Freaking Tortorella.
That's good makeup in that scene.
Great behind the scenes.
That's
there.
Betsy right now.
Yeah, Jared Bednar. Look, Arturi Lehkonen and Sam Malinsky were banged up. Cale Makar was banged up. Nathan MacKinnon finished the series banged up. Jared Bednar on the injury factor in that series.
I think CMAC and they'll give you an update in a few days. You know, there's a lot of guys dealing with stuff. I'm sure it's the same on every team. You know, you get to this point and there's guys dealing with some things that they've been fighting through, and other guys are, I think I'd say, relatively healthy, and that's just kind of part of the process when you're going through the Stanley Cup playoffs.
But do they have a listing for 25 broken hearts?
So Nathan MacKinnon, who is there a cast on that leg? I don't know. Cale Makar, is shoulder surgery on the way? We don't know what's going on with Nichushkin. Lehkonen, Malinsky, Kadri with the hand. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of guys that are going to have to deal with that. But to Betsy's point, that's everybody this time of year. Yeah, this is a playoff tournament that physically breaks the bodies of its participants, and the Avalanche dealt with it. But to his point, the guys that were relatively healthy didn't do nearly enough in this series.
No, there isn't. So injuries or not, you didn't
five
get
guys
it done.
scored goals. Five guys
You
total.
were supposed to have the best depth of everybody.
Yep.
And you didn't.
You didn't. And now this team has to,
because the Vegas line, actually, their fourth line outscored a lot of your top people.
Sure did.
And in fact, all of your top people.
What else is going on here, Spring?
High five. Jared Bednar was asked if he felt like his guys lost their confidence in this series.
I don't know about lack of confidence. That's a tough one. Like maybe certain players here and there, that may have not played their best during the series. I'm sure there's it's what a good team can make you doubt what you're doing, right? As an individual, I think the team still had confidence. Like I liked their headspace coming in tonight, like being ready and mentally ready. But no question, like you're learning things about the other team as you play, and you're trying to work through the checking and how do you score more and how do you defend better, and you have to learn as you go, right? And I think we did. I think they did, and I just felt like, again, I'm just going to say, like I think they played a really good series. It's a really good hockey team, and they won. They deserve the credit, and again, it's not a knock on our guys. I just think like we played hard and didn't find enough solutions to what they were doing in order to win the series.
I completely disagree with Jared Bednar right there. I completely disagree with that point. That our guys learned and that they evolved over the course of this series. That's not what I watched. That's not what I watched over those last 5 periods of hockey that I just saw. And if you need evidence of that, Andy, it's that the Avalanche were outshot 26-21 last night by the Vegas Golden Knights. That's a team that went one shot on goal the first 11 minutes of the third period last night. That, to me, was not a team that had figured out or solved any of the issues that Vegas's checking had thrown at them or the lack of space that they were dealing with on the ice. That was a team last night that looked like it had just been stepped on.
Yeah.
Like, you can argue scoreboard all you want. Like, got 2-1 hockey. That was only a 2-1 hockey game. You guys all watched that game last night. That was not close.
I would add on to your point that they also did not look confident to me last night at all.
No.
Nobody looked confident. They just looked desperate. They were whacking the puck out. It was just getting knocked around haphazardly.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got to the point where, nobody knew nobody looked confident in any passing lane and any look they had, any backside play they wanted to make. They just were throwing the puck willy-nilly wherever, just hoping it. They were hoping Vegas was playing. You got your butt kicked.
When Connor says on the call of the Cole Smith goal, it's going to take a miracle, it's 2-0.
He said a bigger miracle than we already needed when that was 1-0.
When it was 1-0. So
I'm not trying to throw Connor under the bus. He called the moment right as it needed to be called. It felt like Herculean effort was needed to get a damn goal.
The broadcaster's job is to tell the listeners exactly what is happening in that hockey game, and I thought Connor painted the picture perfectly. So, Bedsy, I didn't see a team that had a bunch of confidence at that point of the series. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's hear from this man. Let's hear his post-game comments.
Logan O'Connor.
Here is Logan O'Connor after the game.
Yeah, happening fast. I think we let games 2 and 3 slip away from us. Super uncharacteristic from our group to give up the leads like that, especially in consecutive games. Drifted away from the game plan. They made us pay. They were opportunistic off our mistakes, and like I mentioned, I don't think a single guy in this locker room played to the standards that we expect.
The regular season is an indicator. This team was an unstoppable machine. Does it seem so abrupt?
For sure. I mean, at the end of the day, the regular season means nothing. The second playoff start, the only thing a good regular season gets you is home ice in our case, and we squandered that opportunity against this team, dropping 2 early in the series, and it was an uphill battle from there. We still had tons of belief in the locker room, but at the end of the day, every single guy came up short. That's bottom line.
Yeah, he's no lies told right there.
Couldn't agree more.
And you know what? I think that's probably what the fans wanted to hear, and he's right. Once the playoffs start, the regular season doesn't mean bupkis.
Yep.
So
put the mirror right on us.
Yeah, and you know what? He said it. He said it right there. Again, you want proof that they got beat by a team that does the same things that they've never really found a way to defeat before. They take advantage of your mistakes, and that's all Dallas did. Dallas was opportunistic in the mistakes department. How many times last year in the series would Dallas just sit back in their zone, play defense, frustrate the Avs, pop one out for a breakaway or get a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-2, cash it in for a goal, and you couldn't score.
You know what I'll say, too? You know why I also appreciate that from Logan O'Connor? He's one of the few guys I didn't really have any complaints about in this series.
I know.
I thought he played pretty well.
Again, he probably has a couple shots he wants back, but Brock Nelson says hello.
Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Gabe Landeskog, why couldn't the Avs find their offense in this series?
I'm not going to stand here and argue it, but I think you look back at the 4 games, there are definitely times where we found our game. I think the problem was we found ways to lose hockey games. I think the course of the regular season in the first 2 rounds, it was the opposite. Even if we didn't have our A game, we were finding different ways to win hockey games. And, against this good of a hockey team in the Golden Knights, it's they'll make you pay for your mistakes. So, at times it was really good. At times I thought we deserved better, but they're a good hockey team. They're desperate and played hard.
Wasn't going to let his belief go. And what was funny, Andy, I was watching on Altitude after the game last night, the exact moment that Gabe was asked that question. And it was about what happened in your game, essentially was the question. And it's a fair question. And Landeskog, like, he seethed at it. And then he had to say, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you, because he knew we just got swept. I don't have any high ground in this argument. And he can try and defend it all he wants to. And at times we found our game, but hey, they're good, all of that good stuff. But like, that is the tough pill to swallow that this team all has to deal with right now.
Yeah, I love Gabe to death so much, and I really think he was being a warrior. I told you, again, I didn't think his knee was right there for a while, and then what really convinced me he just doesn't have it, he sprung from the box after that penalty where he got upset about the missed trip call, and then he cross-checked whoever in the head because I think he was standing up for his guys like he always has.
I think that was Sissons, yeah.
And he springs from the box. They passed him the puck, and he could not burst to get it, and it ended up being an offside because he just had no explosion in his legs, it seemed, anymore. And listen, Gabe, I love you. You may have found your game, but it was for no more than it felt like 5 minutes at a time and maybe 15 minutes a night.
You want to hear what Eric Johnson has to say as he broke down that series today on the Spit and Chicklets podcast. We're going to go through this when we come back. What do the Avalanche do next? Some ideas from the Condor when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. You know, this is the place I've been telling you about for 7 years now. They've been a great supporter of the show since Nate and I got together. They started in the first fall that we were together as a show, and here we are 7 years later, getting ready to celebrate our 7th anniversary, and they're still supporting us. And we'd ask you to go support them if you're looking for off-road accessories. Matter of fact, if you're looking for a place, you want the bed covers, you want the shocks, the struts, the leveling kits, the tires, the tow winches, the KC lights, all the stuff you could want, the tow balls, whatever you need for camping, whatever it is that you need for off-road fun or just making the car or vehicle look slick, go and get it over at Colorado Off-Road. Don't choose some internet company that's not going to back up the products that they sell you, or better yet, you need to get in there and see what they have to offer so you can see it. They've got bed cover demonstrators. They've got these things so you can actually see what you're buying. I can tell you when it comes to the bed covers, it's always so important to me because I was going to make a mistake in the one I was going to choose. So happy I ended up with the one that I did, but it's because I went into Colorado Off-Road and got the right guidance for the right stuff for my vehicle. You can do the same. Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. That's Arapahoe Community College. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yeah, I think it's their checking game, and I thought Carter Hart had an incredible series at times, and so at times I think we did a good job of, like I said before, like I think you're looking at this series going into this final game, the analytics are tight, they're close in all aspects, and I think he played really well, and I think their team made it super difficult to create quality looks, and when we did, he made the saves, and so that all has something to do with it.
Didn't feel that close.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like you were getting to loose pucks. Didn't feel like you were winning battles. Didn't feel like you were out-muscling the Vegas Golden Knights at any time in that series. And when you shrink the sample size down, it's always going to look a little bit more generous to you. But ultimately, you got out-physicaled, you got beat. Andy, it looked like Vegas had 7 guys on the ice all the time last night.
Yeah, and as the series went on, your guys looked like they just didn't know what to do. They couldn't quit hitting people.
Yep, and scoring chances diminished, and their forecheck made life hell on you, and then their back check made life hell on you. And
their goaltender wasn't saving the shots he needed to save.
Stopping everything, or the Avs weren't shooting the puck directly into his glove. So, after 10 years on the job, Jared Bednar, with a core that is built to win now, with a team that is built to win now, has 1 Stanley Cup and 4 consecutive years of disappointment. There's not much you can do with this roster. There's one guy you can change out right now, and that's the head coach. And after a decade, and after 4 consecutive failures in the postseason, don't you owe it to Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar to try something else right now? Because those guys are supposed to have multiple rings. They are that good. McKinnon's about to have another Hart Trophy. He'd much rather have another Stanley Cup. So Eric Johnson goes on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast today, and a little bit of a long cut, but we want to play the whole thing for you because EJ leaves no stone unturned here. And I hear no lies told about where the Avalanche are, what the Avalanche have tried to do, and what the Avalanche need to do next. Here's EJ.
You're looking at the Avs now, and you're looking at their core, like they're getting a little bit older here. Like, how big is their window? I don't want to say it's closing, but it's not opening, right? So they're still in the window to win. But I mean, this is just so shocking to me. Like, if they lost in 7, which that's a stretch right now to happen. But if say it was a back and forth, the teams traded wins and went 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, and they lose. Okay, so what? But when you get swept like this and lose game 3 like you did last night, I mean, a lot of questions have to be asked. And they've already played shake up the core card with Rantanen, right? So they played that card. What's the next card they play if they still feel like their window's open, which I think it is? Well, what do? Is it the coach? Is it another core shakeup? Are they trying to tweak around the edges with guys? I don't know. They've revamped their goaltending. They traded Rantanen. What's the common denominator? I think Jared Bednar is one of the best coaches in the NHL. He gets scooped up in 1 second if he gets fired. But where do they go from here if they get swept or lose in 5 or whatever? I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Like, as in, you think maybe they need a little bit more tougher love, kind of like Vegas just got?
I don't know what it is exactly. I think Jared Bednar is a heck of a coach. But at the same time, if you go through the window of Landeskog, MacKinnon and Makar, and you only get 1 cup in that whole Avalanche era of their greatness, I think that's a failure, right? And I don't pin it on Bednar. I think he's an awesome coach, but where do they go from here if they lose in the conference final, which it looks like they probably will? You never say never. They could go on a historic comeback, but what's the next move?
And that was his comment on Monday.
Yeah.
When we all knew what was going on. So, and now they've lost, and now it's done. And again, Eric Johnson said what we've all been feeling, but it probably didn't want to feel too greedy to say.
Yeah.
But you can't only have 1 cup with this core, just like the Nuggets can't have only 1 NBA title with the Nikola Jokic window.
Okay, so the question now is how do you view this window? Is it simply that the Avalanche's window, like, no one's going to say that it's closed, but, we went through the run of 30-somethings before on this team. Manson, 35. Kadri, 36. Brock, 35. Landeskog, 34. Wedgwood, 34. Nichushkin, 31. McKinnon, 31. Like, you're getting up there a little bit, okay? If the idea is the window is closing with this core, then is that like a Peter Laviolette type of move, a kind of guy that's just going to come in and grate on everybody right away, but maybe for the sake of 1 year and getting over the hump? That's what you need to do. That to EJ. Well, the follow-up question that was asked of EJ right there. Do you need to do like what Vegas did? Is everybody a little bit too comfortable right now? Or are the Avalanche looking for the next Jared Bednar? If that's what they're looking for, you could hire Todd Nelson. You could hire David Carl from right down the street at the University of Denver. Like, those guys are available. Bruce Cassidy is available and is a Stanley Cup winning head coach. In fact, Vegas just got rid of him. Now, he'd probably be more in the Laviolette kind of mold of just like, okay, that's a veteran head coach that's done it before, and you bring him in. And again, it's, kind of, you're here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, if they were to decide we're going to get somebody that pushes the right buttons for 2 years or whatever, the shorter period.
Then you go veteran head coach.
Not the Bednar 10, the decade run.
Right, then you go veteran.
Yeah, whatever you got to do to squeeze another championship out of having these two great players together, I'm all for.
Because Bedsy was brought in to grow with this group.
And they did.
But now it's clearly when there probably needs to be a change in direction and a new voice.
Yeah, well, at minimum, because again, you don't seem to have the answers for, as we've laid out all week since Monday, you don't have the answers for the teams that are I'm going to call them the Pete DeBoer tree, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that
stylistically, I know what you mean.
Not all the coaches don't come from the same tree. But at the same, stylistically, it's the same. Suck it in and be opportunistic on the other end and just frustrate the hell out of the Avs. And whether it's Dallas, Vegas, or that San Jose team, they've all done it every time. So, you know what's funny? Someone did text in yesterday. I haven't thought about this. It's wild because Dallas has frustrated the Avs the most over this past few years, and yet they can't make the final.
Right.
They're almost like the Avs T-Wolves, who Dallas is, who... T-Wolves don't go to the final, but they sure as heck make sure Denver doesn't go either.
It's another thing that makes this year hurt all that much worse is you got to avoid Dallas. You got to dodge them.
Yeah, and then you took down the team that beat them.
Like the Nuggets a year ago when they got to avoid Minnesota, but Aaron Gordon's hamstring and you lose Game 7 against OKC. Could have possibly been another championship. Didn't Bilsma win a cup his first year in Pittsburgh? I think he did. That was a long time ago, but still, like, again, these are veteran head coaches that can walk through the door and possibly, again, like, if you're looking for, hey, we know this guy's not here for a decade. And quite frankly, in a couple of years, everyone's probably going to be sick of this dude. But that's not the point. Like, right now, it's just... If you need to make everybody uncomfortable for a year so that it ends with a Stanley Cup, like, quite frankly, I think that's what's going to happen with Torts in Vegas.
Well, I was about to say, what I hate is you need a Tortorella.
Yeah.
Because he's just come in and put that team in the right frame of mind.
Right.
And they're trouble.
And what's so funny about it is all the thing, like when you listen to, like what Mark Stone had to say after the game last night, and it's the message isn't a total different, it's just a different energy and all those kind of things. Like, In 2 years, they're all going to hate that guy's guts.
Sure.
Yeah.
If they even gets that far.
It's novel now.
It is. But then he's...
That's why you make that move.
He's a burn hot guy.
Yeah.
He's a burn... Look, he's a little bit of a Sean Payton.
And the Avalanche need a burn hot guy right now. I think they really do.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
They need something.
Yes.
Sadly, they just need something. And look, this sucks. It sucks talking about Bedsy this way. I like Bedsy. I don't think this is all on Bedsy. Like I said, I think Bedsy did ask them to play the right way. I think he requested and tried to show them this is what I want, and they didn't do it. The reality is it happens every day. It happened to Mike Shanahan. Never thought, you and I have said it before, we never thought we'd be in the town when Mike Shanahan got fired. Sure enough, here we are. So, look, dude, hey, you want to burn hot guy? I don't think it would happen. Hell would freeze over. But if you want to revisit your past, old Patrick Waugh's out there. No one burns hotter than Patrick Waugh.
That's the one I can guarantee you won't happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it won't either. But I'm just saying.
Bruce Cassidy? Again, another guy you could bring in.
You
in
could.
the short term. That's another cup-winning coach.
You know what, though? I don't know. Would you hate the Carl idea?
No, I don't. That guy wins. That guy wins big games at the right time of year every single year. Look at that DU team this year. Look at what they were in January. That guy pushed every right button, found the right goalie.
No, I'm with you.
Our guy
If I'm
Johnny-
him, I don't leave DU.
Our guy Johnny Hicks.
You seeing the insanity that's going on in the NHL? You're the first one fired.
I don't know, man. That Maple Leafs paycheck, if they want to pay it to him,
Well.
that's pretty good.
I was going to write it.
They sure can too.
Paycheck if they want to too.
Last time I checked, they can write a good one as well. The Avs still have 9 dudes left from the Cup. But it's been 4 years. You know, you think of like in recent hockey vintage, Tampa, Chicago, I guess Pittsburgh as well. LA won a couple of cups. Like you right now, you are in danger of going out as a one cup wonder.
Yeah, you're the Green Bay Packers with Aaron Rodgers.
Well put. Yeah, the New Orleans Saints with Drew Brees.
Yep.
You don't want to go out like that. You want to do this a couple of times, and I don't see how right now continuing to run it back after 4 consecutive years of disappointment could possibly be the right move. And especially when it doesn't get done with this team. They were 31-2-7 to start this year. 2 regulation losses.
I was about to say, and they didn't lose a home game till like January or something ridiculous.
Right. It was that's what this season was. They had, and then they made the moves at the deadline. Like they beefed it all up. When we were going, remember the Minnesota series when we just couldn't get enough of like, look at the depth.
Prime cuts took 20 minutes because we had so many highlights.
Remember the Kings series where we were like, I think the Avs third line is better than the Kings top line.
Yeah.
Which is a thing that we talked about. That ran out, unfortunately, pretty quickly. So, like, right now, this franchise is in danger of just wondering how good it all could have been. And to be fair, we do the same thing with the Nuggets. Now, with the Nuggets, to me, it's not a coaching issue. It is what if there was a world where just Jamal Murray would have never torn his ACL?
Yep.
You know? And then I think history's different. I do. Then I do think that there's.
They lost 2 playoff years with Jamal's torn ACL.
Then I think the Nuggets have another championship somewhere in there, but it didn't happen, and now that organization is stuck in a spot where the most difficult decisions are going to have to get made, and beloved players are going to have to get traded.
But look, this it's just so crazy how parallel things have been between these two teams forever. Because again, DNVR had a quote from Jonas Valanciunas talked to, I don't remember the outlet, but he basically said, my understanding is everybody but Joker is available for trade this offseason. That came from Jonas Valanciunas. Now, I know Josh said it, but if Jonas is going to say that, or Jonas is going to say it, then I think that means the players know, look, you could be getting shopped. I would go as far as to say it's Makar and McKinnon. I'm keeping everybody else you can call me about.
Yeah.
Everybody else is open for a discussion. I'm here to have it.
And by the way, like, what, Nate just has a no trade?
Yeah, but guys, we keep
Nelson
getting
has a no trade.
Yep.
Hey, guess what? If you go to those guys and you go, we don't really want you anymore.
And there's going to be a coach that you didn't sign here to play for.
Yeah.
If you were to make the coaching change,
yeah,
they may be. Remember, no trade doesn't mean you can't trade them at all. It means they got to tell you where they're going to go.
Exactly. Give us a list.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us where you'd like to play.
Because guess who else I believe had a no trade? Wasn't it Miko?
Yeah. Give us a list. And we will make it where those things are negotiable.
It
in
is
sports.
And listen, Natchez is about to take a ton of heat. He may be like, fine, I got my money. I'll go get it. I'll collect it wherever.
Yeah.
I don't need to collect it in this zip code.
Oh, there's plenty of teams that would like 100-point score.
Yeah, the contract's the contract.
Yeah.
Just give me my money.
Yeah, exactly. That dude is going to get paid. And this group just flat out didn't get it done. So there are moves to be made with this team, and maybe that's what it's going to be. Or you could simply look at it and say we had the highest scoring team in the NHL, the best defensive team in the NHL, the President's Cup winner, President's Trophy winner. the Western Conference finalists. We were 8-1 before we ran into Vegas, and this team needs a different voice in the room. And obviously there's going to be changes around the periphery, but like you could look at it and simply go, the core's the core, and anybody in the world would kill to be able to coach this team, which I think is true.
No, I don't disagree, but I think you need a combo. If you're asking me, again, I love Bedsy, but everybody has their time, and it feels like the time's probably now. But on top of it, at bare minimum, you've got to do something with your D-core, man. Your D-core just feels old right now. You need, now I like Kulak, but again, and I don't know how hurt Josh Manson was or wasn't. Josh has looked slower than he's looked in any of the playoff runs with him.
He really struggled.
Obviously, Brent Burns, it looked like Brent Burns was feeling his age by the end of this thing. He was trying.
And he's
another guy that he got called for hooking once a game because he couldn't keep up with him, it seemed.
He's a UFA and he's gone. Kulak's a UFA and I assume he's gone.
Now, Malinsky, you keep Malinsky around.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you paid him.
But the pain is, as great a player as I think Devontae's has been for this team, if you want to call, I'm going to listen. Because you've got to get a bigger D-core again. If you're not going to get physical up front, you decide that the forwards are just too good that we don't want to. Okay, then you better get bigger as a D-core. You better get some physicality. You need some more physicality in other spots. I don't know what's going to happen with Nick Waugh. He's got 1 year left on his deal. Until this series, I really wanted Nick Waugh back. Now I guess I'm a little less indifferent to the thing. But
is Devon Taves the move?
Well, he may be one. He may be the Jamal Murray of this team.
Right.
It would suck to lose him.
You sure would.
Because he's been a hell of a player for this squad. But you're going to have to make some tough decisions. You're going to have to free up some cap room because they don't have a lot. That was already laid out by The Athletic.
$2.9 million projected cap space, which I believe is the lowest amount in the NHL.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of picks. And you just gave up your first rounder to go get Nazem Kadri.
Yeah. And your system's not exactly flush.
No, because you've been
going for it.
He's been going for it, and this is what we've wanted.
Yeah.
We've asked Chris McFarland go all in. He's done it every year. It hasn't always worked out. Matter of fact, I guess because you haven't won the cup, you can say it hasn't worked out. But he's tried. He's tried. So.
Yeah, like in all seriousness, there's not a lot of options.
There really isn't.
No.
And to your point, if no one wants to bite at some of these salaries, then your only hope is to fire the coach, get a new voice, and hope it works.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Avalanche swept. What did we do to deserve all of this? We'll take a break. When we come back, the Broncos. AFC Championship.
The Broncos.
The Nuggets.
The Nuggets.
Destroyed by Minnesota. The Avalanche.
God, I can't even do that. They were so good.
Swept by the Knights. Which one was worse? We'll talk about that next. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. It is open, the June 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Best place to get your new ride. I am starting to scan through this thing, take a look at the options that are available. A 2021 Harley Davidson staring at me with 19,000 miles on it. Current bid, just over $1,000. You're not going to get a deal like that anywhere else. You go scrolling through, you see a great selection of pickup trucks, utility trucks, SUVs, and so much more. Looking at this 2014 Nissan Frontier Super Cab pickup. Current bid, $600. No better place to get your new daily ride than this Roller Auction Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. No dealership hassle. The entire buying process is online. Well-maintained vehicles direct from government service now being sold at auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up. You can win Rockies Pirates tickets. Plus, you can just peruse and get yourself a new car. Oh, look at this. A 2021 Buick Encore. Under 60,000 miles current bid, $3,100 for an SUV. Are you kidding me? You're not getting better deals anywhere else. Roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right now. Hey, you can listen to us via the Will Hite Law Firm, via the app powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Was that the clean version that you were hoping to get there, Spring, right there?
It works. Just say Will Hite Law Firm a bunch of times.
Okay. Anyway, listen to us via our app, the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Andy, I always love anytime you start bringing up coaching names. Don't hire that guy. Don't hire that guy. He got fired. He blew it in that place. They're hockey coaches. They've all been fired.
Yeah. Bednar's the only one I believe that hasn't been
Right.
fired.
Yes.
I mean, the run Bednar is on is incredible. I want to remind everybody that they did not have the same coaches for the 2 Stanley Cups at the beginning of the franchise history. It was Mark Crawford, and then it was Bob Hartley.
This sport is like they cycle through coaches so friggin' fast. So just because a guy it flamed out in one place and didn't get fired, it doesn't mean he's a bad hockey coach. It means he's a hockey coach.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, I do think, I know we're getting a lot of Bednar hate today on the text line, which I'm not surprised by. The guy is a good coach, and there is a high possibility anyway, that if you let him go, it won't get better just because he's the one gone. So, but it could. Hockey's weird. Guys, we talk about this all the time. Nate said it earlier. You want to know why it's tough about the Broncos? Because that trophy is so hard to win because you got to be healthy. And the Broncos, when they got to the biggest game of their season, their quarterback wasn't healthy, and that absolutely sucks. But when you factor in that kind of health luck that you need for hockey, plus the stupid bounces we talk about, seriously, the dumb bounces that either do or don't go your way, we've talked about it all series. Again, I can't explain why the Kings couldn't pot some of the shots that the Knights were. Probably because the Knights had better players. But the Knights didn't miss a lot of their one-on-one chances, a lot of their breakout chances.
No, they took advantage.
The Avs, all of a sudden, after making everyone pay for giving them, couldn't find the net all series against Vegas. Why? I don't know. It's just how hockey goes.
No, it truly is incredible. The way that the Avalanche just suddenly couldn't score goals. I don't know why. I don't know why. But they missed nets, they hit crossbars, or they shot the puck directly at damn Carter Hart. All right, Andy. So the Avs don't win the Cup. The Nuggets don't win the title. Don't even win a series this year. It's a miracle they won 2 games. And the Broncos didn't win the Super Bowl. They went to the AFC Championship. They lost 10-7 in the lamest football game we've ever seen.
In a snowstorm.
After a really cool game against Buffalo. Try and, as much as you can, take personal feelings out of this, and just, given the circumstances of it all, which one stung the most?
The Avalanche.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they were the best team. Look, when it came to the Broncos, I needed to be convinced that they were better than the Chiefs. Now, eventually they did that.
Oh, yeah.
But then we had to be convinced that they were going to be better than the Seahawks. They were going to be better than the Patriots. Or they're going to be better than on and on and on. Okay? Even the Bills. Let's be honest, this is a whack Bills game. I just had a lot of fun. My expectations when the Broncos came into the season was go win a playoff game. You gave me 2.
Yeah.
You matched all that. You gave me more wins than I expected. You gave me some incredible comebacks that I couldn't even believe when you talk about the Giants game or the Phillies game or whatever, right? It was large part, it was just one hell of a pleasant surprise of a season.
Yeah.
Frankly.
Yeah.
And I don't even think they've peaked yet. I think there's more there. When it came to the Nuggets, you and I said all along, Oklahoma City and San Antonio are a damn nightmare. You still have to contend with the Timberwolves, which again I thought maybe you're going to get past, but that because I did think without Cat, and you and I talked about it after game 1 of that series. The T-Wolves aren't the same. They're not still built to beat the Nuggets. Even Scotty had a little of that going on, and then all of a sudden they call you out and punk you. Well, that was just stupid.
Had a 19-point lead in game 2.
But there's no part of me that believes you were on to the championship. Minnesota was not the one I was worried about. You had to show me you're going to get past OKC.
Yeah, it was the Thunder.
The Avs were the President's Trophy winner. They were a wagon by everyone's account. They were the Stanley Cup favorites. You're in year 5 of this thing. You are in the middle of it.
Yep.
And the way you won the first 2 series, it looked like there was no stopping you. And then you go and get swept and, frankly, came real close to getting shut out in game 4. What? And I told you, not only is it the most disappointing, I will bring the feeling back in. I feel sad because I feel like this is the end of what we've known since they won the cup till now. It's over. They got to rethink something.
Yeah.
Whether it's the coach, the roster, in my opinion, a little bit of both. It's sad to me because this has been a hell of a fun ride, but they don't get it done in the playoffs, so I think changes are coming.
You know, after the cup run, you could have looked at it and went, okay, well, Nichushkin flaked out and Landeskog was hurt and he was out. There was always the goaltending isn't quite there. There was always something. There was none of that this year. You had it all. It was all directly in front of you, and you didn't finish it out. Now the injuries caught up with you at the very end.
Your power play let you down at the worst time.
But hey, you know what? Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar played last night, and they were the best players on the ice, and you scored a goal. And it took you 57 minutes to score.
It was a desperation 6-on-5.
Yeah.
3 of your goals, you pointed it out. It was incredible. They scored 7 goals this series, okay? 7 in 4 games. 3 of them came in the first period against Vegas in Game 3.
Yep.
And another 3 came when you were either 6-on-4 in Game 1 on that power play or 6-on-5 in the other 2 games.
God, that's bad.
You could not generate 5-on-5 offense, which you dominated the whole year.
Avs are the biggest disappointment. The biggest disappointment. This was the best team in the sport.
Well, and again, you and I lost expectation. You even said it with Aaron Gordon's crappy calf or hammy or whatever it is, his calf. You and I you said, I got to go Zen because I don't trust Aaron Gordon's health, and it turned out to be prophetic.
That one, to me, I put number 2 on the list because you have an all-time great in his prime. The Broncos don't have that yet. To your point, Andy.
They do at corner, but that's not what gets you over the hump.
Exactly. The Broncos, I think they overachieved last year.
Yeah.
This year, the expectation is very different. You are expected to win the AFC West. It's not supposed to be a nice surprise that you won the AFC West. You are expected to be a top seed in the AFC or a top 2 or 3 seed in the AFC this